Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day here at the WePlay Academy League Season 6, Ted. I'm delighted to be alongside you again as we're going to be getting going on a lovely Sunday, Ted. A great day for Counter-Strike, and to be honest, mate, I've one question to ask you. Are you excited to be back?
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, it's first day for myself and yourself. We've been just watching Dweg and Jay have all the fun so far, but now we're joining in, and I like the moment when we've joined in because now we get to actually work with the storylines that have been created already, and there's been some pretty interesting results. Comparing the previous season to this one, but yeah, it's gonna be a wild ride today.
Yeah, you'd think so, I like this, because, the storylines are beginning to build up, we're kind of getting a look at how things have been going so far. And I mean, man, it could be anyone's, really, to be honest. There's a lot of teams still unbeaten. There's a lot of challenges being put out there. And a lot of these academy teams look very, very good. It's one of the most competitive academy leagues that we've seen so far in a very, very long time. We'll be jumping forward, Ted, though. Our first game of the day, it is going to see our second place from last season, Spirit Academy, take on the boys over at Big Academy, who have been a little bit shaky. We're jumping into the veto straight away, and we're seeing Inferno and Vertigo taken out of their overpass as well. Do you wonder, or do you want to hazard a guess where this one's going to end up?
Yeah, I guess this is, by the way, a replay of the consolidation final from the previous season. And let's not forget, Big, I think, lost only one map in the group stage in Season 5, and then lost the series against Spirit Academy, which was a big surprise to a lot of people. So I guess we can see something that we've seen already between those two is going to be a Dust 2. Dust 2 is the map that actually Big Academy didn't really play too much before, but now have played a couple times, and I actually like that for both teams. I think it's a good territory. I feel like we're gonna get the best of Hard Frost and his AWP as well, and obviously Hyped on the other side, who's been the best performing player on the side of Big Academy, even though they've been a bit shaky, as you mentioned, right? They've been so far. I think in the last 2 or 3 seasons, they've always been a team that might have problems in the playoffs. But before we get into the playoffs, before we get into the BO3s and the close games where they go for map blows and exchanges and stuff like that, they've been really clinical in the group stages. And I think this is the team that has consistently been the best team in the group stages throughout the entire creation, since the creation of the WePlay Academy League, throughout all the seasons. But so far in Season 6, it's been a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, a little bit, and it's kind of surprising as well, considering they bring in Tizian, right? But I was saying this to you before we were going live. It was always going to be difficult, of course, with Sin going up to the main team. I think he finished on a 1.24 rating for the whole entire of Season 5, which is absolutely ridiculous. He was the best player on Big by far. But are you surprised by how much Tizian seems to be kind of struggling here at the Academy League?
Yeah, it's a little bit odd, right? Because obviously Sin is playing for the first team right now, but it's not the first time we've seen a player relegated from the first team of Big into the Academy, right? We had the same situation with Keto a couple months ago, but he went back into the Academy team, took the IGL role, proved himself, and then went back into the first team and did a little bit better, right? So it was kind of a redemption arc for him in that manner. Whereas for Tizian, it doesn't feel like it, right? Obviously, he's getting the role of the entry. He's trying to open up a lot of space for his team. It's not the same with Keto, but I'd say that I expect a little bit more in terms of the experience that he's going to bring in. And I feel like for Tizian, this is just a really good chance to show that he is one level above all of these youngsters, because in the end of the day, you'd expect him to be.
Yeah, you would, and I think that's kind of shocking for a lot of people to kind of come and see, it looks like, it hasn't been the best of days for him, or rather the best of times for him over the last few days. But if we go and have a look at the other side of it, Spirit Academy, they've looked quite good. They're currently 3-1 here, only losing out to young NIP on Vertigo. That's the only game that they've lost so far, and on Big Academy, it's 2-2. Those are the stats now for Dust 2, which is where we are going to see these two face off. And they have actually played each other on this map before. It was a 16-13 in favor of Big Academy. So Spirit may be looking for a little bit of revenge here.
Yeah, I'd say so. An interesting fact is the thing that I don't think we've seen any of those teams play Dust 2 so far in the Academy League in this season, nonetheless. So it's going to be an interesting rematch, right? Last time around, we spoke about all those really close matchups, and for whatever reason, Big Academy, as dominant as they could be in the group stage, as soon as we get into the playoffs, the maps just start getting a little bit closer further. Maybe the pressure starting to tickle in just a little bit, but that does too. I actually believe watching it. And I was hella impressed by the fact that Big Academy, one of the teams that, you know, throughout the entire Season 5, I was praising for their really good structure, their really good ifs, buts, and maybes, the protocols and all of that. They were actually able to play it a little bit looser. And I think this is something that I want to see today. I'm not sure how German CS and loose CS work together. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to coexist, but I really hope they will be. And even though we don't have Sin in the server, we still have a couple players that I'm looking forward to, and looking forward to watching and expect big things of them, right? Because, like, obviously Hype is doing a good job so far, but he's been a consistently good player and he's a great oper overall. I think one guy that I'm really looking into, and I'm thinking to myself, why isn't he as good as he was in the previous season? I think that has to be Aqua, a man that I think last season, after 4 games, was standing on 1.42 rating. Aqua right now is standing on 0.83.
Big fall from Grace, Ted. A big fall from Grace. And, well, they'll have to right the wrongs, won't they? As we are looking forward to this matchup. Dust 2, our first map of the day. No quad ops staring down mid doors. The blockade is in the way, and we are going to be underway with map 1.
You think that's how CSGO devs actually do the edits? They just play Tetris with Dust 2?
Oh man, that'd be sick. I think it's a lot more complicated than that, but yeah.
It's like a Minecraft mode.
Just go into creative and just start putting blockades up left, right, and center. Well, first few frags coming in here. Sky and Aqua are going to be able to use the USPs very nicely indeed, and it's an aggressive play towards middle from the CTs. They take a lot of map control away from Spirit Academy, and I think they're not going to have a lot of room to breathe here. You see, they're making their way back from the B tunnels. They're going to make their way through T spawn, and if they're not careful, this will be heard, but it doesn't matter. Airfrost is going to battle back a little bit with a headshot there onto Process.
Ooh, that's a sick shot from Aqua. Needed to hit that one. He goes down. It becomes a really tough round for the CTs to hold on to. And now, the only problem for Spirit Academy is the fact that they actually need to take the fights. And even though it's a 3 versus 4, Big Academy are not going to give them any space. They're just going to continue pushing into them. Aqua with a lovely pistol round, the triple kill from the man. Said that I wanted something better from him. Oh, he's delivered from the get-go. Pistol round goes in favor of Big Academy.
Starting it off nicely, the big boys. And we aren't going to see the investment here from Spirit Academy. So a little bit more fun to be had by the CT side, you would assume. You maybe hope if you're at Spirit Academy to get 1 or 2 kills with the Glocks. 1 is probably the height of it, I would say. And, you know, we're talking so much about, you know, Big Academy during the pre-game. Spirit Academy kind of went under the radar. These guys, you know, currently 3-1. And look incredible. I mean, Artfrost, Donk, and Owner are the 3 players that really kind of stood out last season. They looked very, very promising, very, very good, and you can see that the ratings speak for themselves here so far in this Academy League. But I want to highlight Zontix yesterday. He finished 34 and 24 against ENCE Academy on Nuke and ended up taking it. He had a massive 3K in overtime. So, you know, these guys, they do have a lot of promise in their ranks, and it's not really, you know, the kind of one-man show that we do see from a few of these Academy teams.
Yeah, it's kind of like a CIS delight for Spirit Academy. You just have a lot of guys that are mechanically really gifted. It kind of reminds me of like the first team of Spirit. I wonder why. But yeah, there's just so many guys that are really good individually, and you feel like as soon as they get onto the team page of it, nothing could go wrong. But yeah, they've added Baz, which is an interesting move. Obviously, we remember last season they had Nodaneki and Hasinator just switching places. But now both of them are out of the project, and it's Baz, the new kid in the yard, trying to make a name for himself. Obviously, a bit more of a supportive role, so we don't really expect him to be put in on the high numbers. But in a team like that, he doesn't really need to be put in on the high numbers, right? You're going to be happy with just being a good enough support if the rest are able to do their job.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the weight isn't really on your shoulders. You just have to kind of do your job, go one for one, and it should be pretty straightforward and simple. And it looks like it might be a little bit of a straightforward short execute here very, very shortly. Spirit Academy, they don't really have a lot of utility, but the bomb hasn't made its way up short just yet, and I don't think it's going to. Artfrost has it on his back, and they creep their way out towards middle. Beautiful flash there. Tizian will find that kill onto Donk. Artfrost doesn't have armor, remember, so he might go down if he peeks into that rifle. It'll rip him to shreds. Hype looking for a shot with the scout is unable to connect, and Artfrost will. Massive headshot. Spirit Academy will take control of the site, but Big Academy, they're fighting back.
Bomb gonna go down. Artfrost with the AWP. This is a massive move from the player that managed to cross into CT spawn, not really allowing the AWP to get a favorable fight. The flash is great. Artfrost gets one, but he's gonna get refragged straight away. And now it's Baz in the 1 versus 2, but Sky and Process with the MP9s are gonna finish it off. That was a really chaotic round there for a second, but Big Academy, it felt like they did handle it quite well. I love that mid-round aggression towards middle to get the information.
Yeah, the flash, the peak was very good. Tizian to find that opening kill. It was almost as if Spirit Academy, I mean, they got the kills, they took the site, but you could see they weren't happy with the control that they had, right? You know, a lot of teams will just plant the bomb, they'll just play for short, but you could see Spirit Academy, they wanted to get aggressive. They wanted to get control of that ramp. They wanted to have a look towards long, see if there was anyone there, take them down, because then the round is pretty much secure. But in that round, you could kind of see they got a little bit, maybe a little bit too aggressive. Big Academy, they were able to refrag 2 more kills, and then it was just a straightforward retake from there from the big side. Hype start things off in this round with a nice kill. Tizian out towards middle, just being a nuisance, looking for the scout of Artfrost, or excuse me, it is Baz, and he will take him down. Donk and Owner towards the lower tunnels will be able to refrag him, but Big Academy have them locked in.
Yeah, that's a great start for Big Academy right now. 4 on the board. You're gonna lose only 1 player this round, right? Yeah, Process with a double kill. Money looking great for the big boys. This is a perfect start. I mean, obviously, for a lot of you, it might come to a surprise. It came to me as a surprise, by the way. After their 16-5 victory against MIBR Academy in the first round, I was thinking, okay, we're gonna get another classical group stage performance from Big Academy. But then you lose to NIP. Then you probably win a game that you shouldn't be in overtime against the Prospects. It was a really close one. Then you lose to Astralis Talent, and there's a lot of question marks suddenly. So I feel like they need a game like that. They need to be able to show domination and comfort. But speaking of comfort, there's not going to be any comfort in this one, as Owner's already picked up a double kill.
Oh, nice shot from Hype there. Owner swinging past that smoke, and the AWP will take him down. Tizian waiting for a flash. He goes on through. Donk goes down, but Artfrost will stand his ground and hold the line for Spirit Academy. Holds control of the bomb as well. Needs to be careful. The upper of Hype was getting a little bit too aggressive. Now he's just somewhat panicked. His teammate has joined him, and he backs away to safety. Both teams happy enough to disengage from this fight, but we're into a 2v2, and there's 1:10 left on the clock. So Spirit Academy, they can really do what they want here, and you can see Big have decided to double up. They're going to stay together, or well, close enough to each other, but making sure that they have all the angles covered for now. As Spirit Academy, they explore some other options out towards mid and Artfrost, but they decide, you know what, maybe long is the best option here.
Yeah, you could tell that they were trying to bait a Big Academy player to show themselves towards middle, right? Even though Artfrost was with the bomb, his only task there was to try and hold a rotation. But now Big haven't moved, so Spirit Academy, they need to rejoin themselves and play together towards the A-bomb side, which is going to be left completely open. So Big, they're more than happy with playing that retake. And speaking of which, Artfrost is going to drop 1, which is going to leave Hyped in the clutch.
Reposition from the AWP as the bomb will go down now. Baz is going to be holding Artfrost as well. Haven't seen anything towards short, so they should be aware that this is definitely a possibility. Hyped, scoped in, doesn't want to make a sound as he creeps his way forward. Needs to find the first, and he does. Second, not spotted just yet behind the box. Artfrost is still there. His head is going to be showing now. Hyped has played it perfectly. A 1v2. Big Academy, they're going to get their 5th in a row. Their 5th unanswered round on this CT side. And it's another retake. This time, Hyped had to do it himself.
Yeah, that was a great move from Hype. First, the repositioning towards CT, finds the first one on the AK, and then decides, you know what? I can lean back. I can fall back a little bit, let him panic, let him get into his own head. I know I have the defuse kit. I know I have plenty of time. That was an expertly played clutch there from the young Oper. 5-0 Jack. That's a good start. You know, Big Academy looking kind of refreshed here.
One of the best starts, I would say, Ted. I don't think anybody's going to have too many problems with the starts. Maybe Process is going to have something to say about the start of this round as he gets tagged up through the wall. At least he's not dead. You know, there is always a silver lining to those shots through the door when you do manage to survive. And speaking about going through the door, the T's are going to make their way in, but Hyped creeps his way forward. AWP drops the bomb and got some molly down now as well. Owner's trapped and he's got no support at all. Luckily for him, he's not going to burn.
Yeah, they don't know he's out actually. Did they clear him out though? This is the question. Because he's been there for such a long time, manages to catch Sky off guard, but Hype with a good reaction on the AWP. Bomb is still dropped. Hype is going to try and contest that. And he's not going to miss a shot. That's 3 on the block for the Oper. The Spirit Academy, they get completely shut down in this one. What a big misplay that was from them.
Walking out with the bomb, it just falls right into the CT's lap. And now this becomes very, very difficult for Spirit Academy to draw back. But what they do have going for them, I mean, Hyped and Process, they're not very healthy at all. You know, they're on their last legs. Maybe, just maybe, a bullet from Baz's AK will connect. But you can see with the clock ticking very, very low, 30 seconds, you can see also Process has not rested on his laurels whatsoever. He's decided to push in and get a load of information. He sees, all right, they're not towards T-spawn, they're not towards middle, they can be short, they can be coming for A, don't worry, I have everything from here. So,
round's over.
Right now.
Time.
Yeah, there's just not enough time. They're just going to flash out. You can see Baz is getting aggressive, and he's going to be able to take down one at least, but no chance of the round. 6 seconds left. Time is just ticking. Needs to get away to safety, but in the end, he just gives up the rifle. Luckily for him, doesn't go down after time, so he will at least get that money bonus. But Spirit Academy, they're looking for that first round. They just can't seem to find it.
Yeah, and Hypes just won them 2 rounds in a row, right? First, the 1 versus 2 clutch around that they probably should be losing, and now he single-handedly won that round towards middle. From dropping the bomb carrier, to then refragging his teammate to the player that was already out middle and hiding behind the cubby, and then finding even the number 3 when he was already low on HP. That's a great start for Hype. Obviously, Dust2 is an Oper's paradise, so you'd expect them to be having such a performance if they want to be successful. Art Frost, I don't want to say that Art Frost hasn't been finding success, because he's been the most successful person in his team, but the impact on those kills from Hype is just insane. First tactical timeout. I guess. It's not a technical, is it?
I think it was a tactical, and it went into a technical, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, our favorite ones. We love those.
Yeah, so a little bit of a delay here. You can hear the clicking, so you can hear the typing in the chat. That usually means that.
Hopefully no internet issues on a Sunday.
Yeah, hopefully not, man. Hopefully not. I mean, it is a little bit of a problem sometimes. I always hate internet issues, right? Because you feel so helpless. You know what I mean?
I don't know a person that loves them, by the way. I don't think I can think of it.
No, but I mean especially internet issues, because like you feel so helpless because you're just like there's nothing I can do physically to help this. Like if your PC, if your PC's overheating or something, if your PC has problems, you might be able to fix it yourself. But
have you tried punching your router?
It
works out for me sometimes. No, this is the Balkan way. Something breaks, you just punch it and it fixes.
Like them old TVs when they started going fuzzy, and
but you need to be a little bit more careful with nowadays TVs, because if you punch it like that, you're probably gonna break it.
No, back in the day, sure, you used to have the TVs that no flat screen or anything like that. Televisions had the big back on them, and you used to just give them a little slap when they weren't working. Oh, man.
Those moments when you would think, okay, how does this man fit into this little box?
Yeah, exactly. It was magic back in the day. I say back in the day. It wasn't a long time ago. But there's definitely people that are just like, what are these guys talking about? I have absolutely no idea.
Zoomers, actually,
Yeah.
thinking of it, let's say a NAVI Junior squad. I don't think they've watched TV on a TV like that. I don't think they have. Because they're all like 15, 14, right?
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not.
So they probably, like, some of them might have been able to see those TVs, but a lot of them might not have been.
Do you know
Type 1, guys, type 1 in chat if you've had a big box TV.
Yeah.
And type 2 if you're a Zoomer.
I remember, what was it? I remember seeing a video of like these kids, and they were like, do you know, like a landline phone? Do you know, like, yeah. They had no idea what that was. They were like, wait, what? This isn't like, it's not, it's plugged into the wall. It's like, how does this phone work? It's like, man, like that's absolutely crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
I bet there's going to be people in a couple years that are going to be like, whoa, there was wired mice for a PC?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, technical difficulties. We hope they're going to be resolved quite quickly. But Spirit Academy, because we went through the matchups for Big. Obviously, we spoke about the really close games that they've had so far. Well, bar the first one against MIBR Academy. But on the side of Spirit, things have looked a lot better, right? Like, you look over that game against NIP, which was... Well, NIP are just a different beast right now. It feels like they're the most dominant team so far in the group stage. Obviously, teams like fnatic haven't really played enough games for us to be able to judge, but NIP so far, they've looked quite solid. They did beat Prospects in the first one, though. Spirit Academy was a 16-11, then lost to NIP on Vertigo, then did manage to beat Astralis Talent in a 16-8 fashion on Nuke, and then once again on Nuke yesterday, the game that you spoke about, they did beat ENCE in a 19-17 fashion, which was, a game that maybe caught a lot of people off guard. I actually watched that game, and I wasn't expecting that good of a play from ENCE Academy, so hence why I'm actually so excited about their game later today, because I feel like ENCE Academy was a team that we were really hyped about last season for the first 2 or 3 rounds, and then they just started losing every single game, and it all went wrong. But Spirit Academy have been on the right path to success, which is interesting. By the way, I have a really interesting stat, and I actually have a really interesting stat for pretty much every single game that we have today. But something that really made me scratch my head earlier today for Spirit Academy. Okay, so you're listening.
Yeah.
There is, what is the normal amount of, let's say, thrown flashes per round for a support player? You'd think something like maybe 0.8 to 1.1, 1.2 best case scenario, right?
Yeah.
In that margin. So Art Frost is the person that's thrown the most flashes for the side of Spirit Academy so far in this season of the WePlay Academy League across their 4 maps. He's been throwing 0.52 flashes per round. They have not been using flashes. They have players that are below 0.2. They have not been using their flashes, which actually made me think about it, because like sometimes you see teams that don't really like, they prefer going only for the flash plays. They look past the smokes, the mollies, and stuff like that. No, Spirit Academy just don't use the flashes. They just dry peek.
We're getting to was it Kawes level?
I think it was Kawes.
Was it Kawes from Fury Academy?
It was Koala. It was Koala.
Yeah.
He had like 0.11.
Yeah, it was like 0.1 flashes thrown per round, and we were like how? It's like you're throwing 1 flash every 10 rounds. Like,
yeah.
How are you a professional Counter-Strike player, and not even that, like you are a good one at that without using flashback? Like that is
Art Frost is throwing 1 per 5 rounds, and he is the person that throws the most flashes on his team.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Like, especially at such a high level that you can actually get away with that, and you're actually winning games as well. Because like if you're thinking about it, these guys are 3-1. Like they've only been bested by NIP, who, as you said, have looked like the best teams so far in the group stages. Okay, a close game against ENCE, beat Prospects. Prospects are a tough team to beat at the best of times. Maybe not in a best of 1 set, and I think Jay and Dwag were talking about it yesterday. They just haven't seemed to get that kind of best of 1 formula right. In a best of 3, you're going to have a tough time against them. But Astralis Talent as well, they managed to beat them, and they're doing it with a limited amount of flashing going on. That's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Imagine if they implement a few more flashes. Do you think they'd be Do you think this would be a different story right now?
Well, that's an interesting. I actually haven't been thinking about this one because, to be fair, I haven't really had the chance to like be really focused in their game and see if there's going to be a lot of rounds that they lose because of the lack of nades like that. So far, obviously, they're on the CT side, so we haven't really seen too many, or rather, they're on the T side, but we haven't really seen them actually use their nades that successfully. I'd say. Well, we haven't really had a lot of setup plays from them in terms of the flashes, but. Yeah, this is an interesting thing that I thought. You know what? That's a fun fact. That's something that you don't see every day.
Yeah, definitely not. Something that you don't see every day though is, you know, the runners up of last season's WePlay Academy League currently 6-0 down. You know, and speaking about this, we have been in a tech pause for quite a long time. I'm gonna come out and say it. You know, this is definitely gonna help Spirit Academy. You know, sometime it's gonna help Spirit Academy more than it's gonna help Big. 100%, because sometimes you really just need, you know, a mental reset. Like that is all you need. Now, hopefully, this tech issue doesn't go on for as long as possible. You know, it's hopefully it is going to be sorted out very, very soon. We don't know if it's internet issues or what it is, but if all 10 players right now that are in the server remain in the server when we go live, this is going to help Spirit Academy a lot more than it is going to help Big.
Yeah, for sure. And it's not even like, I wouldn't say it's even that big of a mental reset thing, because obviously you've just lost 6 rounds. It's not something I'd say too dramatical, but the fact is that Big Academy are building up the pace and building up the momentum. And this is the thing that's actually going to be helpful, right? Because you get them to slow down a little bit. It feels like they've been quite comfortable in the clutches and the high-paced scenarios and moments, and yeah, that's just gonna give them a bit of a break. You'd hope it's gonna give a break to Hyped.
Yeah, you'd hope he cools off a little bit. That's what you're kind of hoping for. But you know, like people underestimate, man. People underestimate these little pauses and these little intervals that sometimes you do get. Even, you know, a 30-second tack pause. It's all you need. Just, you know, sit down. Just breathe. You don't even have to say anything. Do you know what I mean? Just kind of sit there and go, all right.
By the way, this is actually a fun story. You remember when, obviously, right now, like, rules at majors and all of those, like, Valve-sponsored events are really strict.
Yeah.
So players and coaches don't really get to speak too much in technical timeouts. And I think there was I don't remember who it was. It was either Cirque or Poison that told me that. Like, they were in a situation when they had a technical timeout for 40 minutes, and one of them was like, I fell asleep. Because it's like, it's in the studio as well. You just fall, you're not speaking to anybody, you're just looking at your monitor, you fall asleep. But we're not going to be falling asleep because the game is back to action, and we're going to see a bit of a half buy coming in from the T side. Hero up for Art Frost, Scout for Owner, the good old Deagles and Armors for the rest of the gang, trying to find some openers. Need to be careful though, because there's a bit of an aggressive setup towards middle from the CTs.
Yeah, the CT's really not afraid to kind of throw this aggressive setup in here a lot of these rounds, and that's exactly why Hyped is going to be able to connect here. Art Frost with a quick double though, that's really opened up the B site, but once again, the bomb falls right into the CT's lap. Tizian there towards lower tunnels, gets that Molotov down. Art Frost thinking about getting aggressive, going through it, decides against it. Now, Aqua is also there to back up his teammate. In fact, all 3 Big Academy players are towards lower tunnels. Baz with the Deagle is going to make that sing through that smoke and find the head of Hyped. And now, Big Academy, they are trapped. They need to fight, and they're trying to extend these smokes a little bit further so they can create a little bit more breathing room for themselves, but they're not really able to do so. 4 HP left on Tizian as he's tagged down by that Deagle once again. They go looking for Baz, but they're unable to find him just yet. This is getting very messy for Big Academy.
Yeah, it is very messy. Aqua needs to find a multi-kill. There's only 25 seconds though, so they need to get a move on. And Aqua, this first fight is everything. He wins that one. They still have a chance to get the round. A lot of whip shot switches back to the USB. Gonna get the headshot, but Arfrost with the refrag. Tizian in the meantime is gonna be able to drop Baz. And with only 15 seconds, Arfrost can't really go away here. Even if he wants to. There's 10 seconds. He needs to sprint it. No, there's no time.
No time.
The CTs have won it.
Tizian just needs to hide, and that's all that was needed. What a great round there from Big Academy, because, you know, a lot of teams in that situation would have panicked. You know, you could see they don't have a lot of breathing room. They were so confined. They were trapped in lower tunnels. They can't move anywhere, and they took the fights that they needed to. I believe Donk was the first player to fall in that 2v3. Managed to get at least one, and Tizian on the low HP of 4 gets one kill, realizes there's 16 seconds, you have to either come to me or you lose the round. And well, Spirit Academy didn't realize about the time. Arfrost runs down the clock too low, 7-0.
By the way, I want to highlight Tizian realizing that he needs to push lower there and drop the bomb and just cause some havoc when he loses both his teammates towards the B bomb side. That was supposed to be a Spirit Academy round. Arfrost did all the work in the world there with the double kill, but now they have the guns. Now they have the big boys, and it's gonna be long. Sky, obscured by flashes. Does he realize that there's a player already crossed? No, he has no idea. Owner's gonna open up the side.
They don't use flashes often, but when they do, they get their players into good positions to find an opening kill. Refragged by Hype. Donk loses his life. Quick haircut from him from the AWP. Baz on the site is going to try and get this bomb down, as the retake is going to be coming in now from short and CT very, very soon. Zontix is wrapping his way around behind the short players, but it's going to take a little bit of time before he gets there, and it might be too little too late. Aqua and Process, 2 quick kills. Zontix now surely is being hurled from behind as the op tries to get into a position to deal with him and tries to get away to safety. Arfrost with his op makes a lovely kill towards long, but it's not enough. Once again, another retake going in favor of Big Academy, and it doesn't look like they can be stopped on this CT side, Ted.
No, it just feels like it's so uncomfortable for Spirit Academy as soon as they get on the bomb side, right? Even though you get the fortunate timing, you drop the AWP of Sky, you got the opening. It feels like it's supposed to be your round, but then Big Academy, they've been so proactive on the way that they go for those retakes. You're not really giving too much space and time for Spirit to get comfortable in the post plant. You just start a retake before it's too late. And it's an 8th round. Hyped, he's already opened things up. Things are not looking better. Zontix, by the way, we pointed out that Zontix yesterday had a phenomenal performance. They had an insane game against ENCE Academy, right? He's 0-9 right now. And it's not 0-something-9, it's 0-0-9.
Yeah, 0-something-9 in his Donk. He's 0-3-8. You know, that's 2 players that haven't a kill between them. Don't have a kill. 2 kills to rub together. Baz. He's able to find a beautiful headshot onto Aqua out towards long as we move into a 3v3. Is this Spirit Academy's chance? Flash goes high, but Tizian with a massive double, and he just has a knack of finding the bomb in his lap. He takes down 2, and Baz, 7 HP. There's not a lot, really, that he can hope for in this round. 55 seconds left. Maybe if Big Academy walk into his crosshair and give him this, but surely he won't have a chance at all. Spots out the silencer of Process. He's going to be able to take him down. Flash goes over. You can see the op was thinking about going for a peek there on Sky. Decides against it. Big Academy, they just need to play this one safe. And it looks like it's not going to be safe. It's going to be a save from Baz as he goes for the reposition. With 7 HP, I don't think he's going to be too interested at all.
No, and Tizian, he just can't be stopped right now. He's 14-3. It feels like every single person that we spoke about so far has just broken the enigma around themselves so far in the season. Aqua, that we said, had a bit of a tough time, had a really good start to the game. Yes, he's 7-5, but the impact in the first 2 rounds that he had was massive. Now, Tizian has stepped up massively. On the other hand, Spirit Academy, they've been struggling a lot. Zontix yet to find his first kill. Artfrost, even though he's been finding some openings with the AWP, they just haven't been able to capitalize on them, which is always going to be a problem, right? Because it feels like he's doing his job. On a Dust 2, especially with, you know, being slightly CT-sided nowadays, when your Oper is able to get the opening kills every now and then, you should be converting those rounds. But even when they've been able to make it up to the bomb side, it just feels like Big Academy having a way to get in the retakes.
This time it is a tactical from Spirit Academy, as they mull things over and talk things through. AWP on Artfrost, as he has his sights set on the tunnels area of the map. And in a round like this, he did manage to find 2 kills towards B, so maybe, just maybe, he's trying to replicate that once again. If not, I fear that it might be 10 in a row for the Big Academy side. As you see, Arfrost getting very aggressive. AWP versus AWP. If Sky goes for this peek, is Arfrost going to be ready? No, he's not. Sky is going to take him down, gets the better of Arfrost that time. And now Spirit Academy, once again, are left scrambling for a round.
Yeah, that's such a nerdy way to peek the tunnels as well. You know if there's going to be an AWP on the other side, an insane flick will be required. Otherwise, you're even going to get legged. You know, it's a really hard shot to hit when you're on top of that box and there's an op on the other side. So Sky playing it quite well. Not a primary oper, but still a good secondary oper. And this is another round. I think this is maybe the 4th round when we've seen the double up setup from Big Academy. It's something that they're really comfortable with on that dust to pick. And now they've lost the big green. Well, they've recovered it. Owner is going to be able to pick that one up. They have an M4 as well in the hands of Zontix. Problem is, he doesn't really have armor to it, so headshots will be required.
This is dangerous, though. Hyped is completely alone here. I mean, Aqua is just too far away to do anything. And if the run boost works out, it might bait him out, but Hyped is too clever for that. Waits for the first, gets the second now as well. And looking for now Zontix with that M4. Jumps up, misses the flick, but his teammates are now there to lend a helping hand, but not much of a helping hand as Zontix will find the second, taps the bomb. This time, decides to stick it. Needs the ace. If Spirit Academy want their first round here and now, but a monster HE lands on top of him. Zontix trying to isolate the fight, but he will lose the first. The process takes him down. 10 in a row. 10-0 dead right now for Big Academy. And where do you go here for Spirit? What do you decide to do? What do you decide to call? I know that is the closest round that we've seen in a while from them, and it was only from a few deagles and an AWP. At least you're going to have the investment in this round, but the gun rounds in the last while, they haven't looked competitive at all.
No. And that's the problem. Even if they start looking competitive at this point, even if you're getting into those 1 versus 2s and stuff like that, this is a 1v2 that you get into because of a double kill in a 1 versus 4 scenario. It just feels like even though you're able to get the bomb down, you're just not competitive. And look at that, Sky just speaking into Arfrost. It's not even hype, it's the secondary AWP of Big Omen Academy just winning the straight up Ob Duel. This is the Big Omen Academy from seasons 5, 4, 3, 2. Well, I just started counting downwards, but yeah, you get the idea. This is the best looking Big Academy we've had so far this season.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's the Big Academy that we've seen definitely last season a lot of. You know, we covered a lot of their matches where they were so dominant in the group stage. And they're out to get a little bit of revenge. Let's not forget, you know, this is a rematch of the lower bracket final, right? I mean, Spirit Academy managed to get the best of Big Academy on that day. And, well,
Great nade.
Revenge is a dish best served cold. As Big Academy, they've been ice cold right now. Sundays are ice cold, and they are sweet like this victory would be for Big Academy. Tizen with a beautiful headshot onto Zontix, owner. He's going to burn a little bit in that Molotov. Hype still playing around that smoke, looking for a little bit more. The smoke's eventually clear as the second AWP is rotated in, and both AWPs on the mark there. 2 quick kills. Raz is now alone, the new kid on the block. He's going to be joining the rest of his new teammates in spawn for the next round. 11-0. Big Academy, they're unstoppable right now.
Yeah, Spirit Academy's mental is just down right now. It feels like there's no way back for them on this map. Even in a round like that, you could see how Big Academy are just really well drilled and letting them on the bomb side, but not really letting them feel comfortable in getting the bomb down. There's just so much utility going on. You're kind of telling Spirit Academy, okay, so you either need to wait and push and find the kills, or you just eat all the nades in the world and you just lose the round. You're not really letting them play the T side in the way that they would want to, and you've made them play a default now. This is the first time, I think, on a full buy round we've seen Spirit Academy just play a slower default, and even in the default, you're gonna get Sky to drop the op, or rather the bomb.
A lot of information as well, just from that kill alone. You know, you've dropped the bomb. All right, it was towards lower tunnels. They were towards B early on. And you can see Big Academy are setting up just in case it is going to be maybe a mid to B hit coming in, but Spirit Academy yet to make up their mind. Artfrost looking for anything at all. Oh, Flash is going to come in here from Tizian, spots out that AWP, unable to find the kill, but that HE should do a little bit of damage, and it has landed on Donk. 13 HP taken away. Flash goes over, and Spirit Academy take control of short. But Big Academy, once again, they're set up very, very nicely. You see Hyped playing towards the car. AWP is on top of it, in fact, so difficult shot for Artfrost to hit if he is the one to take the duel first as the smokes do go down. Here comes the swing, but the AK, it's an easy shot for that. Wide swing, Ferrari peak, Donk takes down Hyped, and now Aqua has to win this 1v1 towards long.
Yeah, this one's everything, but you can see Bass on the other side. He doesn't really want to take that fight. He can just stay alive. They're going to try and pinch him from both sides, but he's going to turn around and win that fight against Process. This is massive from him. This is the most comfortable post plant they've had, and maybe the first round of the game so far. Artfrost is going to drop another one towards short. It's a 2 versus 4 now, and they're too close. They've committed to it.
That's the first round. Finally, Spirit Academy best big. And you can see there, I mean, it was the most comfortable post plant, yes, 100%, but it was because they were able to take control of that long position, right? You know, they had somebody there. They knew Aqua was there, right, towards long. They had a player along doors, but, you know, they cleared out all the way towards pit. They knew that the Opera wasn't going to be there. They'd already killed them. And that's what Spirit Academy are looking for in those post plants towards A. Fast out towards long. Aqua shuts down. Baz, owner, needed to find that kill. Because if he did not, the bomb would have been dropped. Spirit Academy were a little bit too far away to even trade that one out, but they will take control along. And now, Big Academy are going to have to make some kind of adjustments, and they're going to have to go for a little bit of information, exactly what Sky is doing. He'll clear out tunnels, so Big Academy will have every man that they need over towards A to stop this push.
Yeah, pieces of the puzzle. Mid-round aggression has been insane from the CT side so far. Really effective this time around, and Process is going to be so close. AWP from the back of the side as well from Hype. This is a perfect setup for Big Omen Academy.
Dropping smokes as well, just making things difficult. Waiting for a flash peek to come in. Process is going to shoot just before that smoke fades. Just give away his position a little bit. Oh, Hype has to drop down towards CT, so they're giving up the site here. But Tizian is going to be trying his best now from Gandalf. A nice nade there. The boost is going to be good enough for Hype to find that pick. Donk on the site as the molly does go down. Donk is going to peek in a beautiful double. Doesn't realize that Tizian is towards Gandalf though. That's the element of surprise. But it's a 2 versus 3. The bomb is going to go down. Sky has to take first contact. Flash goes over, but Donk is going to peek out, rips Tizian's head off. Sky gets 1, gets 2. Now 1v1 versus the AWP, but it's a 1v1 that he loses. Artfrost comes out on top as Spirit Academy come out on top for the 2nd round in a row.
Oh, you absolutely needed that, and this is an insane recovery from Donk as well, right? He's only 4 and 12 so far, but that double kill was absolutely massive. Him taking the initiative. I believe he even had the bomb on his back when he went for that double kill towards CT. So if he gets dropped there, there's a good chance of the bomb actually falling down, and you know, that's pretty much the round in the bin. And for the first time this half, and something I didn't really believe I would say until the end of it, Big Academy have no cash. They go for the forest buy, but it's a scrappy one.
Yeah, but those MP9s, they can be very, very annoying, as Sontix will find out. He loses his life, and we're into a 4v4. Tunnels, control taken now from the big side. As Spirit Academy, they have no other option but to rotate away and explore some other extremities of the map. And it looks like long is on the cards once again, as Tizian has cleared out all of short. Big Academy, they're going to have the players and men over towards A. And they will hear that flash out towards long, so that will be a little bit of a giveaway of to what kind of stage Spirit Academy are at in the round.
Yeah, once again, they have all the pieces, but at this point, Spirit Academy, they realize they need to be taking the fights, and they know there's a low buy on the other side, so prioritizing long might be the best scenario, but Hype with the AK is already here. The support flash is perfect. Aqua finds one, but now it's the AK of Hype that needs to deliver.
Oh, and it's a HE that finds Donk. Look at this little gap in the smoke here that Hyped is going to try and use. Owner creeping his way forward. Oh, but it's not going to be spotted out. Hyped can't use it to his advantage right now. Flash goes in. Owner blind. Spots him out. Drops the bomb. Looks for the second as well. And it's messy from Artfrost. Gets the first kill. Needs to find the second. Tizian's just going to swing him with the deagle. Absolutely no respect shown to the Spirit Academy Opera on an AK. 12-2. Big Academy, they want 13 if they can get it, and they might just do so because the money of Spirit Academy is in the bin once again.
Yeah, you could feel that Big Academy deserved at least 12 on that CT side for how dominant it was, right? Because, like, if it goes to an 11-4, 11-4 is a score from which you could bounce back on the CT side. So you could see a world where Spirit Academy are still going to be able to contest those two, but with 12 rounds here, Big Academy, they should be good to go.
Could be, but it's not as simple as that. Counter-Strike is never as straightforward as that, as Owner will be trying to prove. Quick double towards lower. And a man advantage for Spirit Academy now to work with. And are we going to see them head towards B for one of the first times? Oh, Artfrost, that's beautiful.
No look.
No scope through the door. Bonus points, Ted.
Yeah, he's just styling on them. He just had a Panenka.
Little dink. Now, Big Academy in a 2v4. Their retakes have been pretty good towards A. Let's see how they are towards B. And, well, we won't even get a chance to see that round play out. Donk will not allow it. 12-3. Still a very, very dominant showing from Big Academy. Spirit need a massive resurgence here in this second half if they're going to stand a chance in this best of one. Big Academy, they only need 40 rounds, and a pistol would be a great place to start.
Well, to be fair, we've had some wild comebacks in the WePlay Academy League. Do you remember? I think it was even Spirit Academy.
It was
Spirit, last season on Vertigo. Was it a 14-2 or something like that they managed to win in the end? It was a crazy score that they managed to bring back. So, yeah, let's not ride those guys out, especially when Artfrost starts feeling it. And to be fair, he actually had a good first half. You know, most of the rounds he actually did his job, but it was just his teammates to get rolled down. But now maybe winning the pistol round could set you up for at least a bit of a fight. Still, you would need those Glocks to go down. If Big Academy get the pistol, you'd feel like this one is already done and done for.
Artfrost needs to connect with a few of these bullets, unable to do so as the flash goes out towards middle. It's a fast T-pistol now as Sky finds the opener. Owner down, and they will retreat happy enough towards short with that opening kill. But Spirit Academy, they're getting set up. They're getting into position here for this pistol. Sky gets another double. Baz now still on the side, tapping away, looking for another head if he can find it. And he is going to find it. He finds 3. Baz is shutting it down pretty much on his lonesome. Donk is too far away to do anything. Baz is in a little bit of trouble though. He's trapped behind the box. No room to breathe. But Donk gets there in the nick of time. Baz really does it all there and keeps Spirit Academy in the game.
Whoa, that was a clean pistol round. What a step up from Baz. New kid on the block. What a round from the young man. Single-handedly keeping his team in the game. They lose the first fight towards middle. Big Academy fall back towards short. Get both kills into CT spawn. Baz is all alone towards the back of the side. Look at those 2 shots. That was absolutely insane. Wins enough time for his teammate to arrive to the scene as well and get the refrag on the final man. Big Academy, they'll have to fight a little bit more for this one. It's just gonna be the eco. Okay.
Yeah, it's just gonna be the eco, but there's
sometimes
one
you don't
there.
need more.
Owner should have an absolute field there towards long, especially if they line up like that, and he will do exactly that. Owner with the ace gives Spirit Academy their 5th round. Stat
boost alert.
Yeah, just a little bit. I would like to point out, you know, that Donk, I believe, was 0-8 or 0-9. I think he was 0-3-8, is now 8-13. Hasn't been the best of times for Zontics in the last while, but they are picking up a few kills, so they are finding their footing maybe a little bit in this game. Maybe that has something to do with... Well, speaking about finding your footing, Artfrost can't find his footing towards short, and at least it's only 5 HP damage.
We can make a point about those guys being gamers, and you know, for gamers, this is actually an early game, so it's... Maybe he hasn't woken up, hasn't had the time to hit the KZ before this.
Maybe, just maybe. Well, This is a fast round here from Big Academy. They're up very, very close. They find 2 quick kills, and they're just going to swing dry without any second smoke. Hyped is going to get across with the bomb, and Owner is the last player here. A 1 versus 3 needed if he wants a 6th round for Spirit Academy here and now. As he looks for a 1v1, he's going to get it. Looks for a second. Owner's got 2. Looking for the third. Knows where Aqua is, but he's out of bullets, and Aqua takes him down. Oh, that was so close.
He even
goes down to the wire. Yeah, he got him so low, Ted, but in the end, that bloody M4, 20 bullets. Bring back to 25. Bring back to 25.
I was just about to praise the code from Big Academy, right? Because this was a code that's straight out of Tapson's strat book. That contact out long, no flashes, no smokes, no nothing. You just white peek. You were able to get closer without the CTs really realizing. You didn't really make any noise. This is a really sick round. But then that play in the end, oh, that was such a close one. Spirit Academy. Gotta be feeling a little bit outdone by this. And now you need to eco. Well, Odiga won a 50-50 in the mix, but majority USPs. Donkey's gonna be able to find one. This should be a cleanup for the T side, though.
Especially if the CTs turned their back, not realizing that there's another player there. And Process is going to clean up very nicely indeed. Sontix, is he going to be found out here? Oh, Aqua's looking at it. Luckily, Tizian is quick with the reaction. 14-5, Ted. 2 rounds needed for Big Academy, and this is one. I said this is one of the last chances. This is the last chance Spirit Academy really have. Money is just not going to be there in the next round if they do lose it. They've got Art Frost on a glass cannon. That is their hope in this round. They need him to have another big round, another big performance if they want to stay in this game. But it's going to be very, very difficult to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. It would recover an insane comeback here, an insane streak in Big Academy. They're going to try and shut it down completely with the B play, it looks like. They've just left 1 player towards middle. That's going to be Tizian.
Boost?
Yeah. Haven't seen that in a while. Oh, and they're going to find a kill. Oh, nope, never mind. Hype is going to miss the chance, and Donk is actually going to punish Sky through the smoke there. So Hype doesn't really only miss the shot. He kind of kills his teammate there as well.
Oh, Tizian, the timing doesn't work out. Didn't think there'd be anybody in CT, and Owner is going to get a 2nd free kill for Spirit Academy in such an important round. They probably cannot believe their luck so far. But they need to turn it into a round win here. Big Academy still a massive threat, still a massive danger. Aqua swings out, spots 1 player, and is aware that the Opper could be there now as well. I don't think he spotted him, but he might have done. 40 seconds. Aqua going to try and jump in towards CT. Here comes the double peek. Aqua gets rid of 1, but the second, Arfrost still stands tall. Process creeps his way out towards B, tries to clear out Donk, unable to do so, and it's all left on Hype. The MP9 spots him out. That's enough for him. Doesn't want to see any more, and he won't see any more. Donk through the smoke once again. His 2nd through that smoke. 3rd in the round. 6 on the board for Spirit.
Yeah, that's another great round for the City side. You know, you're starting to build up the pace now, starting to build up the confidence. There's the replay as well. Donk, as you pointed out, with the double kill through the smoke, looking a little bit better. That was a good play from Aqua, you know. Had an idea on where the Oper was as well. Anticipated that 2nd peek. The Op just a little bit too quick on the trigger. Art Frost, he's been having a good game so far. There's the mid push though from Spirit Academy. You want to clear things out, but another buy from Big Omen Academy on the other side means the AKs are going to be well drilled and in position to deny this. Tizian with the refrag, a 1-for-1. Aggression denied, but not really stopped entirely for this round.
Donk has massively woken up in this game. Beautiful headshot there once again. Oh, some of these peaks from these AKs are absolutely ridiculous on the T side. Tizian, Ferrari peaks, Baz takes him down. Arfrost in a little bit of trouble. Sky with the Deagle is going to find a headshot. And we're into a 2v2. This is not a safe round for Spirit Academy at all. Smokes need to go down for the cross. Sontix has a smoke of his own down just to make sure he doesn't burn to a crisp. And Molly on the plant spot is going to make sure the big academy do not get the bomb down just yet, and the CTs might go for a little bit of a boost over the smoke. That's exactly what they're going to try and do, but they hop off the head. HE is going to go over, chips away a little bit more health at the Opera. No idea that two players are coming from CT. Sky is going to fall at the first hurdle. Hyped only gets one. Donk takes him down. Nice retake from the CIS side as they do get 7. Big academy are really, really struggling to put the finishing touches here on this victory on Dust 2, and definitely not a team that you want to give confidence to are Spirit Academy.
No, especially not on the CT side, you know. And Spirit Academy going for those split pushes towards top middle, towards tunnels. Let's not forget, every single lost round from now on is pretty much going to mean the lose of the game. So for them to be able to actually make those calls and go for those aggressive plays time and time again, it just shows that right now they realize, okay, if we get into our heads and just start playing way too passively, way too defensively, and just think about, okay, we shouldn't be losing that round, we're not going to get anywhere. So right now, Spirit Academy are playing to win the rounds, rather not to simply not lose them. But, you know, this has a couple risks to it. There's going to be a couple closer rounds than what you could imagine. Previous one being a great example, and now even though it's just a half by an M4 has already been recovered, so Big Academy might actually go for the maximum damage here and might be able to find a couple kills, which in the long run is going to be alright. You can see that Spirit Academy are going to be struggling financially just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you're losing rounds against the CT side, it's okay as long as you keep taking weapons away, and that's exactly what Process is going to do. And maybe we might see a round win, Ted. Maybe we are writing Big Academy off before they even really get going in this round. As they do get going towards B, they're going to get the bomb down, and Spirit Academy,
they might save.
2 versus 3. Yeah, I just thinking that, yeah, they're not going to go for this. They can't.
Nope, you can't. It's a 2 versus 3. You have no money left in the bank. You have an A to BP on the retake as well. This is a complete disaster right now for Spirit Academy. This is exactly what you didn't want to happen. And you can tell that they wanted to build up the confidence, right? You can see that they even want to pick up the fights towards middle against the Pistols. You don't really want to give any space whatsoever to the T side. But then you lose that first player towards CT spawn. We have the drop. I think it was Tizian that jumped down from short and killed the second player that was rotating from CT. That means that even if you want to try and go for the round, you're not going to be able to catch anybody before they make their way onto the B-bomb side. Bass is going to get 1 kill. Doesn't really make a difference for Big Academy. Just guarantees him holding onto his M4. And 8 rounds required for the Spirit boys to take this one into overtime. Looks like a tough task now.
It does. And to be fair, he needed to hold on to that rifle, right? I mean, like, look at the buy coming out here from Spirit Academy. It's not great at all. Nade goes in for Hyped across. Arfrost trying his luck, going for a few wild shots, but it is going to be Baz to connect the first few bullets with that MP9 as Aqua does fall down. And Big Academy, they have quite a high pace and quite a high tempo on this T side. They are not waiting around really for anybody. They reposition, they get up towards short very, very quickly. Arfrost was thinking about going aggressive, but that piece of utility is going to deter him. Flash goes over, and Sky finds a massive headshot. The opposite out of the round. They need to find a second kill onto the player towards long, but Baz doesn't really want to take this fight. He's low HP. Bomb is going to be planted. It's a 4v4 retake, and it's for the map.
Yeah, Owner up close with the MP9. He's been spotted. Doesn't really want to go down here. He needs to hold on to his life. Bass is low on HP as well. They need to wait for the short cavalry to arrive, but Tizian is going to shut it down completely. 27 kills for the veteran, and it looks like this is going to be Big Academy getting their revenge here. Spirit Academy, a team that's been a revelation so far in this season of the Academy League. The runner-ups from the previous season, they get completely shut down on Dust 2.
Absolutely dominated in that first half, and they just left themselves with too much to do against the big boys, who now go 3-2 here in the group stage of the Academy League, and that's Spirit Academy handed only their second loss. Both teams 3-2 in fact, and it's a great performance from the big side, as they weren't messing around at all, Ted. You could see that, you know, starting very, very well. And you know, when you give away such a big lead in the first half, it's always difficult to overturn.
Yeah, absolutely. Big Academy, those 10 unanswered rounds that they won in the beginning of the games, or in the beginning of the game, those clutches from Hype, those rounds from Hype overall, the amount of impact that he had on the AWP, the amount of impact that Tizian had on the rotation as well on the CT side, that was the best game from Tizian so far he's played with the Academy team. And it comes in the best possible moment, right? Because it feels like NAP, the Young Ninjas, they've already established themselves as the best team in Group B. But right now, Big Academy said, hey, hold on a second, we're just getting started. We want to fight for that second position against Spirit Academy, and we want to try and contest maybe the first one of the Young Ninjas. This was the Big Academy that we love to see. This was the Big Academy that we watched in the previous seasons of the WePlay Academy League. And this is a Big Academy that's here to play for everything.
Real statement coming out here from Big Academy on a Sunday. It doesn't matter what day of the week it is. It's not a rest day for the big boys as they go to work, get the job done. But man, some worrying signs there for Spirit Academy, because that is not going to be a way to play if you want to be getting, you know, into the finals of the WePlay Academy League like you were able to do last time. Very disappointing day from Zontix. You know, I highlighted him. He had a great day yesterday, and it's just a two-sided coin, really, isn't it? You don't know which one you are gonna get, but there was only one player in the server, and it's a player that we were highlighting that was struggling, Ted, so far in the WePlay Academy League. He is showing his experience. He is showing his prowess. Tizian, 27 and 14, 110 ADR, a cracking game from him.
Yeah, it just feels like as soon as you give them the freedom, right? Because he is a guy that loves just moving around, and we saw that pretty well on the CT side of those two. I think him just moving around short, just playing the rotation, being able to get back into CT, fall back and support his A players, that just gave him the space that he needed to be able to close it out in the end. And 27 kills for him. This is a stellar performance. This is what you'd expect from a person of his caliber, from a player that's won 5 Tier 1 tournaments in the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe this is, you know, something that we are going to see a little bit more of from Tizian as we move forward in the WePlay Academy League. And Ted, we're going to have to move forward, and we're going to have to move on to our second game. We are going to take a little bit of a break before then, but coming up very soon, we do have NAVI Junior taking on MOUZ NXT. Both teams currently unbeaten in the WePlay Academy League Season 6. One of them will continue to go undefeated, but the other one will lose out. Make sure you join us in around 10 minutes time when we'll be going live with our next game. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going through some matchups today here at the WePlay Academy League Season 6. Myself and Ted have the privilege of casting these, and a cracking first game, Ted. Man, I mean, that big Academy game, they looked very, very good. A real performance from them after a shaky kind of start to proceedings here at the Academy League. But we'll move on to our second best of one of the day, and it is going to see NAVI Junior take on MOUZ NXT. Both teams unbeaten, and both teams maybe with a point to prove.
Yeah, we're moving from a game in Group B between the second and the third team to the same game but in Group A. MOUZ NXT and NAVI Junior, as you said, both of them yet to lose a game, but both of them haven't really played that much, have they? So in the end of the day, we're yet to see them actually show us their bad sides, I'd say. Some big mistakes. But both of them have looked quite solid. NAVI Junior obviously winning their 3 games, 2 of them against Flame Ascent, 1 against Apex. And on the other hand, we have MOUZ NXT that did manage to take down OG in the first one. It was a 16-4, and then a 28-26 against Flames Ascent on Overpass, which was a game and a half. That was a long one. But yeah, MOUZ NXT going through a lot of changes. Obviously, ENCE is the only one that's still in the roster that played in the previous season. On the side of NAVI Junior, though, Jack, we have some changes as well. We have Randy, who's replaced Headtrick on the AWP. And I think we're having a bit of a 6-man roster from the NAVI Junior side as well.
Yeah, I mean, Headtrick has also made an appearance as well at the Academy League. So they've used 7 different players so far, and they've only played 4 games, or 3 games. So it's pretty ridiculous so far. But I believe Headtrick was only standing in, of course. Randy is now the new opper in this lineup. We'll jump into the veto. And is there any map that you're really expecting after seeing those first 3 bans now from MOUZ NXT?
I'd say Mirage. I think Mirage is well on the cards. Obviously, those 2 played twice in the previous season. They were in the same group, and MOUZ didn't really make it into the play-ins or the playoffs, so we didn't really get a best of 3. But the 2 maps that we did watch were Inferno and Mirage, and I think with Inferno getting removed here for the MOUZ NXT side, maybe Mirage is still on the cards. It's always been a comfort pick for the Navi guys. They've loved playing it even outside of the WePlay Academy League because, as we know, they're participating in some of the CCT tournaments as well. I actually did have the chance to watch a Mirage of theirs a couple days ago. It was against the Bulgarian side of me, Doctor. Not surprised by this one, I guess, are you? Yeah, they actually did a good job. Nipple's in form right now. He had a good start in the previous season, but then started to fall off just a little bit as the season was going on. But I don't think we're seeing that happen here. I think he's found his form. And taking a look at the pre-match stats, we're going to find out, even though those teams are really, really close, NAVI Junior do have a bit of an edge, Jack.
Yeah, I'd say a massive edge, to be honest, Ted. Only 1 win out of 5 games for MOUZ NXT, whereas NAVI Junior have only lost 1 game on this map. It's the first time that we're seeing both of these teams, though, face off against each other on Mirage. Well, both of these teams play it in the WePlay Academy League, so anything can happen. I don't really like reading into the stats too much on these things because we just don't know. We've never seen these lineups play against each other, but I think it's going to be an interesting matchup. As if we're kind of looking at the individuals, I know Nipple and Yimpahat, we could compare those 2 all day, and we will continue to compare them until the cows come home. But the comparison I kind of want to make is Crizzen, coming up against Randy. I think that's going to be a very, very intriguing matchup.
Yeah, it is, right, because Crizzen is doing the IGL duties for the team as well, right? It's not like he's just focused on his individual performance. And he was one of the players that I think a lot of people were really excited about, right? Because in the end of the day, I think when MOUZ NXT announced this roster, there was a lot of people, including myself and yourself, we just said to ourselves, okay, that doesn't look as exciting as the first iteration of it. But I think those guys can prove us wrong, and I actually really like some of the choices that they make, right? Because obviously Adix coming in from the prospects, we know that the Romanian scene is on the rise right now. He's a really stellar or a really stellar rifler, sorry. Crizzen is a really good player as well, and he's one of the brightest Danish prospects out there. So maybe we have something to be looking forward to, and well, I say maybe. We surely have something to be looking forward to. This is going to be the first time for both myself and yourself watching those MOUZ NXT players, and it's going to be Mirage to start it off. Money in the trunk.
I wish the back of my van looked like that, to be honest.
Do you have a van?
I don't. But
yeah, because you'd be an old man with a van, which is not a great combo.
But if I bought a van, I'd hope that it would be filled with cash. Just any car in general.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. Just want money, to be honest. Makes the world go around. It does.
Yeah. I can get you one for your birthday. It's going to be a remote car, though.
Well, beggars can't be choosers, as well. Infahat won't be begging too much. He will be just waiting for those kills to come his way. He'll take them down nicely, unbroken, getting close and personal with Crizzen as he finds a quick double towards CT, and it's a great start now, or rather a great comeback from NAVI Junior as they begin to find all of these kills. ADEX flanking in from ramp. They need to clear out the Palace player, and they have done so. Yimpahat with the headshot onto Head Trick. He is going to be taken down, and well, unbroken, he is very, very far away really to do anything, and ADEX is just going to be holding. He is going to spot him out. The 10-second defuse is going to be pulled off. 3 kills on the defuse for Yimpahat. A great way to start things off as we look at the lineup of NAVI Junior right now, and Head Trick is in the mix.
Yeah. You know what? I actually spotted him in Twitch chat in our first game, so he was actually scouting. I was thinking to myself, okay, does he play or he's just watching the games? But yeah, apparently he's going to be playing in this one, which, you know, it's as much as I hate it because I wanted to watch, I really wanted to watch Randy play because I find him really exciting. And I actually had a bit of a talk with Nipple the other day about him. And I asked him if he thinks that with Randy and obviously with the other new addition that they have of Yaboku, they're going to be able to be as good as they were. And he was like, yeah, they're sick. He thinks that they're becoming better and better with time. So I guess I was excited for Randy, but Head Trick, seeing Head Trick in the server kind of sucks for MOUZ NXT. I'm not going to lie.
It is a little bit disappointing. I was looking forward to it, but now it's a very
we don't want to sound like we don't enjoy watching Head Trick, by the way. I love him as a player. But at the end of the day, I think MOUZ NXT are going to hate the fact that actually Randy isn't playing now. You were thinking, okay, we get to play against a more inexperienced Oper. Oh, screw that. There's a guy that's played tier 1 events. Well, how do we deal with him now? Well, you're gonna have to ask ADEX about this one. AWP in hand already. Second round out, by the way. That's a hefty investment. You don't see that every day of the week.
Yeah. Anchor is going to be wielding that one. Head Trick swings out towards middle as he will get safely behind the boxes. Nexus doesn't want to over commit into a fight. And MOUZ NXT, they don't want to commit into any fight really towards middle at all. They've a player in connector and a player in jungle. They're going to double up soon. But that is about the height of the mid control that MOUZ NXT are going to be trying to hold onto. But NAVI Junior, they're just waiting for that aggression. It's a very passive default to start things off.
Yeah, haven't really spotted the AWP either. You can see that MOUZ NXT are more than happy with playing the long range fights, just letting the Oper be the element of surprise. As NAVI don't really have the nades to actually take middle control with the utility, so I guess you could understand why they're going for the contact play right now, realizing they need to get a lot of that space just by dry peeking. There's the smoke, there's the molly, and the B split is on.
Little bits of damage going in from either side, but Atimpa had to find that first kill. QQ close with that MP9 rips Unbroken to shreds, and Yimpahat will find a second. So this short split is being shut down and dealt with by MOUZ NXT without any issue at all. And the only bit of damage is going to be taken by QQ. 3 HP is all that NAVI Junior could output in that round, as MOUZ NXT will put a second one on the board.
Yeah, that's a great start for the CT side. Once again, you were able to capitalize, and actually the Oper doesn't really get too involved. They managed to make it work only with the rifles. And speaking about making it work, we're going to see how they make it work into this one.
Palace rush. One.
I'm needing Palace.
I left mid.
I'm just gonna stay backside.
Palace two.
Palace,
Palace two. One more. Are they out?
I'm holding.
No, go CT. Not out, guys.
What's that
Okay,
con? Hold con Alex.
I will go
Maybe
back to
boosting
B.
window.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, go hold it, go hold it.
Carpet
I'm
window,
holding con.
carpet
Not holding
window.
palace right now.
Can he be
Think
short
it's
or no?
going to...
Can he be short?
On timing, yeah.
On time here.
Ramp dead.
Nice.
Nice.
Come on,
Swing
he's
ramp.
crouching.
I'm watching balcony. Nice,
Good.
I have bulk. Cash out
I'm
timing.
playing below
Jimmy.
mid.
Swinging close palace here.
I will take short.
Yeah. I don't see him.
Don't see mid.
Don't see him palace.
I am holding market if
Yeah, I'm
he's
going
not
on the
window.
box. I'm going on the box.
Can it be market? Like, the timing?
No, I don't think
I
so.
push palace, care ramp.
Don't see ramp.
I'm picking mid. Can you pick mid?
Nice.
Nice, good job.
So they have tech 9?
Nice.
Yeah, they're
Eagle.
eco.
Eagle.
Who doesn't love a good TeamSpeak round on an anti-eco?
I was just gonna say, mate, you know, I miss them. I miss them. You know, I really, really miss those TeamSpeak rounds.
Yeah.
It's so nice, so nice. You get to hear a lot of thoughts. You also get to hear somebody's mechanical keyboard, which is very, very clicky, might I add.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah.
nothing hits like the good old Mister.
Yeah, oh
Yeah.
man.
The good old Season 5 classics.
Exactly. Sadly, no Shuey in the server this time, but MOUZ NXT are doing very well without him, it would seem. Not in this round, though. 2 quick kills for NAVI Junior. Demon drops the player getting aggressive towards Palace. Nexius has to go exploring out towards middle, but he will not get past that connector smoke, or rather get into connector at all. B players are the last players left alive for MOUZ NXT. It looks like NAVI Junior have found their first T round.
Yeah, a much needed one as well, and it's gonna be a fairly clean one, even though the bomb is still to be recovered. And yet to go down, but it feels like they're already on the hunt just a little bit. Headtrick's already closing out the distance towards the apartments. They know exactly where the 2 MOUZ NXT players are. Question is, do they really want to lose too many rifles? I'd say no. You can just let them save at this point. A round like that with 5 AKs surviving, that's going to be massive for NAVI Junior. And it's a team effort as well, right? Frozen gets the double kill, but it's Demon as well to find one more. A lot of space taken towards middle. Impahat, he's going to try and double up and double down. Doesn't really get the chance to do so. QQ, the only one left. By the way, do you think that when he created his nickname, he actually tried to make it look like an emoji?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. They look like a pair of eyes, don't they? Just
Yeah. I think that's what he went for. Obviously, if someone knows the story behind his nickname, actually tag us in chat and tell us. Or maybe it's like, you know, you've seen those compilations of just, what if a certain CSGO weapon sounded like that while shooting? Maybe he wants the AK to do those sounds, like Q, 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 whenever it shoots.
Oh, maybe. I mean,
You know, there's been some really, really nasty ones. You know the goat that's screaming. Imagine that on the AWP.
oh no, that video had that. Despise that video. Oh, Adex. He's gonna be able to find this opening kill onto Headtrick. He's making that AWP work here. As Crizzen playing close under Balk. Was looking for somebody to explore out through that ramp smoke. He's not going to get it. Nade is going to land perfectly there onto Frozik. He's a little bit short, actually, in fact. So he only comes away 30 HP less, but another HE chips away at just a little bit more, down to below half. Step maiden connector as well. So MOUZ NXT will definitely have heard that. Nexius surely is relaying that snippet of information to his team as Adex finds a beautiful shot onto Nipple, who tries to peek out from that ramp. The AWP, he's anchoring it very, very well. And this is a fantastic round for MOUZ NXT. Again, they don't lose a single player. The last time we had a clean round from them, they took 3 HP of damage. This time, they take 4 to get 4.
Yeah, and that was a great readjustment overall, I'd say, from the MOUZ guys, right? In the previous round, you saw that the NAVI Junior fellas are going to be trying to fight middle most of the time and just go for those late balls that are really good to actually punish the CTs later on if they've already established middle control. But MOUZ NXT, after they lost the first player, they were like, nope, we really don't want to be fighting into this one. Or, well, after they found the first player, I should say. They just fall back, hold for the contact piece of NAVI Junior, and punish them. A bit of a force buy now, switching things up. Back to the B-bomb side we go. But ADEX has been moving around with the AWP, and he's going to be posted on the other side of the B apartments.
ADEX unable to connect with that AWP. And it's an interesting one.
Okay, Jack, we just got a
confirmation.
We just got a confirmation on the nickname of QQ. Apparently, it's a crying emoji, and the little ends of the Q are tears.
That's what I was going to say.
I just got called a boomer as well for not knowing that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, fair enough.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can't really argue with that.
Nope.
At all. We are getting older, Ted. So all these Zoomers making fun of us. It's all right.
Respect 21.
Respect your elders, that's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, I know.
21.
Yeah, you keep hanging on to that, mate. You keep hanging on, because trust me, it goes quickly. It does. This round will fall away from NAVI Junior very quickly if they don't get onto the site and get this bomb down, even though they do have the man advantage still. But they're looking for the players. They're looking for Krizen, but they found him. Don't like what they see. Bomb is going to be planted here. Here comes the swing from QQ. Is he going to make NAVI Junior cry in this round? He might just do so, as he will find one. fnatic now creeps out of Palace to get it down into a 2 versus 2, but Nipple has to be the man to be the big heavy hitter. Looking for the headshot onto Krizen, spots him on the cross. As now Nipple waiting, just waiting. The smoke is going to be only up for a limited amount of time. QQ is very, very low, finds the headshot, and now a 1v1, 9 HP versus 19 as QQ swings wide, knows he was towards Palace early on, taps the bomb. It's a great reposition here from fnatic. He's going to spot that he is not on it, swings wide, takes him down, and NAVI Junior will get 2.
Yeah, you can see the moment of relief as well on the camera. fnatic knows that if he peeks and he's getting held for, he's probably going to go down, but that was a lovely readjustment, as you pointed out, getting the first kill from Palace, then making his way onto Tetris. A lovely round from Nipple overall as well. From opening things up to then getting that kill onto Triple, tagging down QQ, and the 1 versus 1 to close it out. NAVI with a much needed second round here, even though the start was really good for the CT side. Money started to dwindle already. Another buy coming in for both sides. Demon only on a deagle, but winning this one for NAVI Junior is actually going to help them out massively. You can bounce back here. Gotta win it against the M-Force and the AWP though. 2 A4s on the side of MOUZ NXT, by the way. Not the greatest fans of the silencer meta, apparently.
Which is surprising.
Respect for that. I love the A4 as well. I'm just too bad to use it right now.
Well, he's going to be able to drop Krizen through that smoke, as ADEX now with this AWP playing very, very up close, and he's going to continue to push. This is definitely not a favourable fight for him at all once that smoke clears, especially because there's 2 players on the other side of that smoke. He needs his teammates to rotate over and help him out. He's the only player towards this B site right now, as ADEX, he looks for the player, spots out the boost, is only able to find one head trick over the top of the bricks. He's going to take him down. QQ on the back of the site now for the moment, as Nexius, he is going to lose his teammate and lose his life as well. Cannot help at all. Shut down NAVI Junior. They will find another round, and Yimpa has to go and save. What's interesting to me, Ted, was, first time we get to have a look at MOUZ NXT with their new lineup, is, Krizen was, I'm not imagining that, right? Krizen was on the AWP for Tricked. Like, I'm not imagining that, correct?
I think he played it a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, before they picked up Lucky, right? Okay, no, I just want to.
No, it was Larson before Lucky, but Krizen, like in the
when he was standing in for Tricked, he played the off.
Yeah. Yeah,
no, I thought it was going crazy. I thought my old age was getting to me. That's what that was. But it would be interesting to see if they actually try and bring out a double op on Mirage if they want to go for it. Of course, ADEX is going to be the primary opper, but if they want to bring out a double AWP, maybe we might see that brought into fruition, because from what I remember, he was quite prolific on it as we jump into the TeamSpeak of NAVI.
Ходуем на миду.
Не видел. Смотрю кон пока.
Давай. Я вам ничего не скидывали,
Но он тебе ремог упасть аккуратно.
Пора обоснешь.
Я ничего не скину.
Вроде бы сазик, вроде бы сазик.
Окей, я сейчас пикну туда. Подожди, дай окна,
Может
дай
быть,
пикать.
да.
Одно окна?
Да.
Да, ничего не скидывали.
Я фоне
Он упал вроде с буста.
Дайте нежку, дайте нежку.
Я дал.
Возможно, на линейку
Всё
играют.
готово.
Яму ничего не скидывали. Подожди, будет глубоко, Даня.
Не надо.
Убил буш ковры.
Идите.
Юсп. Я отхожу. Окно дым проходит, Даня, аккуратно.
Можешь еще уйти, да. Или гокон просто зайдем, не?
Давай.
А го на Б забейте, Дима уже ушел.
Да, да.
Я не
Бомба
жму.
в утре.
Голову бил.
Хорош.
Я ухожу, я красный.
Окно аккуратно надо.
Хорош.
Кольт еще жив. Бэксайд. Го вместе тут. Бэксайд? Бэксайд.
Нас кольт убили.
Хорош. Как я его зачитал, блядь.
Под окном?
Так и был. Да.
Да. Хорош.
Well, I don't speak the language, but I'd say that Unbroken just said something like, "Whoa, you should have seen the way that I killed this guy."
Yeah, maybe. Just maybe. I'd love to get a translator. We might have to start, learning, man. We might have to, start brushing up on new languages. But there's just going to be so many of them to learn, so we have an understanding. I was getting a few nices in there, and Yusp. That is, of course, very easily to translate. 4-4. Let's see if NAVI Junior can translate this gun round into a lead.
Yeah, once again, going towards middle. MOUZ NXT haven't really been contesting middle so far, but they're going to switch it up this time around. That's a lovely flash from Imperhat. Gets both Nippo and Frozik. Crescent is going to even pick up a second for himself. Head tricked Nippo and Frozik out of the round. And it's only Unbroken and Demon right now. And you can see they're pretty much isolated towards middle. They don't really have a lot of options. But there is a bit of a gap to work with. You win that fight against the short player, you can actually make yourself onto the bomb side.
If you're able to find a kill, you might be able to make your way up. And in fact, they're going to make their way up regardless. They have the util to do so. So bomb will be planted and there's nobody to contest it at all. So money bonus coming in here from NAVI Junior, but they'll be looking for a little bit more. Just sitting in that smoke waiting for it to clear, but ADEX is ready. AWP in hand, and it's all left onto Demon. Finds that first kill. Second player now shows himself with a few bullets. ADEX is going to swing wide. Demon isolating the fight. 1v1s. He's winning all of them. A 1v4 nearly. Only gets 3. AWP will be saved by Crescent as the defuse should be gotten out. And MOUZ NXT, they will take the lead 5-4. Man, oh man, that was very, very close though. As MOUZ NXT, I don't believe they're going to be too happy with losing as many rifles as they did.
No, this is a 2 versus 4. Both players isolated towards middle. They pick up the bomb from TV. They make their way into the A-bomb side, and they end up getting 3 kills overall. Whoa, Demon ends up getting 3 kills overall. And I'd argue, if he knew that the last player was coming in from CT, he had a fair chance in winning that one. You could see that he was in the zone. He was just hitting everything. MOUZ NXT giving him maybe way too many 1v1s. Too many fights here. Just knowing where he is, everyone's just like, yeah, I'm gonna peek him and kill him. Well, doesn't really work out. Money not gonna be in the best state for the CT side. NAVI Junior once again showing some presence towards middle, but it's gonna be the B play once again. QQ only the MP9. Imperhat with the FAMAS. Utility is looking good for the CTs though. If they get the right idea in time, they might be able to deploy those Molotovs and slow things down. There's the first one.
Didn't work out last time NAVI Junior went for a play like this. And, well, We'll see if they'll make their way in now. HE in hand. He's going to chip away at a little bit of help, but Yimpa has lost his life towards shore. And QQ with an MP9 from long range, he is going to make it work, but fails the second test. His Demon will take him down. Bomb site does fall into the hands of NAVI Junior, and the round might do as well, as MOUZ NXT are going to back away. They are going to save. We're going to be leveled up once again here on Mirage, and this one is quite difficult to kind of predict who's going to pull forward, because these teams are very, very close in the start of this best of one.
I've liked the B split so far, by the way, from NAVI Junior. And one thing I actually want to commend, it's something that a lot of teams could actually change in the process. The fact that MOUZ NXT switched things up in the previous round, go for the middle aggression with the flash through the connector smoke, clear them out. NAVI Junior don't seem to be afraid of that happening a second time, right? Then you would assume that this is just MOUZ NXT trying to condition Navi to not be that quick in taking middle control, because they've been getting it for free so far. So you're kind of trying to make them respect you in a way towards middle. But NAVI Junior don't really do that, right? They pretty much did the same. They were like, yeah, no way, they're going to focus middle once again. They don't have the weaponry. They don't have the utility for it. They're going to be too afraid of losing that round. Money's not going to be great for them. So we can just go for the B split. Make it work perfectly. Another buy coming in for MOUZ NXT, but that is because of the save in the end. A to BP once again for Adix. But NAVI are keeping this one quite close. And considering they're on the T side, I think they're happy with how things are going right now.
Rozik chips away a little bit of health onto Nexius. He does get out of there alive. Still has a little bit of health to do some damage, but the smokes are going to be down to make sure that he is not going to have any vision. NAVI Junior will take control of middle without any real issue whatsoever. Unbroken going to be boosted up now, and he is going to be left in a position maybe to have a little bit more impact later on in the round.
That's
but it's Rozik to find first blood. Nexius peeks out towards middle, gets some information, but the window player is now down, and Unbroken can play here.
Yeah, that's perfect. Unbroken can go for a kill towards me. That's going to be great because they're going A right now. He's going to seal the fake completely. They're not even going to use that. He's just doing maximum damage. Gets one kill, and now he's just going to be holding his back. This is perfect. Unbroken is just taking them down. He's tearing them apart. They have no idea the bomb is going towards A, and why would they?
Oh, quick switch cost him his life, but it doesn't matter. We won't fault him for that. It's a great, great round from NAVI Junior. Expertly played. Frozik was the man to start it all off. And now, who's going to be the man to finish it? That is the question. QQ trapped, and everybody's hunting him. Absolutely everybody might go down in the back, and Frozik started it. Frozik is gonna end it. 6-5 NAVI Junior. They do have the lead, but man, that's an incredible round out there.
Yeah, middle control has been just eminently going in favor of NAVI Junior. Feels like the only way that MOUZ NXT actually stop this is if they just invest at least 3 people towards it, which they haven't been doing. You could even see in the previous round, they were so afraid of that potential B split. The short player was just playing from the back of the side. He was just joined up with QQ. Impahad doesn't really get aggressive towards short because he doesn't really want to risk getting isolated. He was the one with the rifle towards B as well, so doesn't really have that option. And that was just an eco. We're getting reset. A bit of a save time. We're going to be able to catch a breather. Chill a bit.
Little bit of a break, all right. But if you're NAVI Junior right now, you know, when you're going to be at halftime, you know, when you have a little bit of a break, reflecting on the first half that they've had so far, you're going to be quite happy, right? I mean, you've taken 7 rounds on the T side so far, with possibly the chance of maybe like they could take 10. You know, we just don't know, but 7 is going to be more than enough, I feel.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's I feel like they haven't really been tested so much as well, because as soon as rounds started going their way, well, obviously the first 5 rounds were really dominant from MOUZ NXT, right? And we had a couple clean ones as well, and that's going to be some good damage on the eco. But in the end of the day, as soon as Navi Junior's mid control started working, it feels like MOUZ just haven't been able to answer it back. And every single round that Navi has won so far has been thanks to that middle control. So maybe it is about time to start contesting that, or just start pushing other areas on the map. You know, want to see them proactive towards B apartments. We had one of those rounds where I think it was 8x went aggressive with the AWP towards B apps but missed the shot. You want to push ramp, you want to push palace, at least have the intel if you're going to let them play with middle. And that's a lovely round from Navi Junior, switching things up completely. You've been exposing yourselves towards middle. You've been focusing towards middle so much, and now you're going to completely switch it up. Just go for an AXE.
8x is going to try and play around the one way towards Ticket if he can, but Head Trick is going to be very wise to the trick that the Opper of MOUZ NXT had up his sleeve. Flash goes through, his Frozen gets aggressive. Yimpahat is going to go down, but QQ at least gets the refrag to keep this round competitive for MOUZ NXT. They have to really commit to the retake here, but if they lose another player, they might just want to back away and save, and now they might just have to. QQ is going to swing out and try and get out of there, but they're locked in, and Nipple is going to see to that. They'll have to save towards CT, but Nipple finds a massive headshot onto Prison looking for QQ. What is that peak? I've absolutely no idea. And yeah, that's a tilter. That's an absolute tilter for QQ. Not a lot you can do about that. NAVI Junior, 8 rounds, and might just get a 9th because money is not looking great for MOUZ NXT at all.
That's just great protocols, by the way. That just comes to show how good of an understanding Navi Junior have to what they need to achieve with the execute. As soon as they get on the bomb side and they don't find the initial couple kills, they just start pushing, right? First, you had Frozik jumping through the CT smoke with a flash. Then, as soon as the jungle smoke fades, they have a top connector one and a flash for Nipple to get aggressive and kill the stairs player. This is just some great and methodical T-side CS from Navi Junior on the T-side so far. And now, knowing it's going to be a bit of a bad buy coming in for the CTs, they can just hold and wait for the pistols to push into them. And even though you've lost Nipple, you've been able to recover that with a double. Okay, Head Trick. Yeah. Rest in pepperoni.
Not a lot Prison can do in that scenario whatsoever. I feel for him, I really do. As Navi Junior begin to pull away 9 on the board, 10 on offer as well. And it's been a kind of lackluster CT side from MOUZ NXT, and it does feel a little bit like, you know, they are letting Navi Junior play their own game. You know, they're not really, you know, getting aggressive on the CT side, trying to stop them in their tracks. You know, they're giving them mid, usually for free. And that's what's cost them in a few big important rounds. They decide to switch it up here and get a little bit aggressive. Flash goes over. Yimpahat is going to be able to find that first kill, and maybe that's a step in the right direction. That certainly will be, as 2 more kills come in towards A. Maybe Head Trick will fall as well, but he just about survives, but he is trapped towards Tetris right now. He's going to be tagged down on the cross back towards ramp, but he does at least get away with his life.
Yeah, that's massive. Just hold on to the AWP. He's going to be able to get the bump as well. It's a 2 versus 5 though, so this round should be going in favor of MOUZ NXT. That was a good one. You know, Imp had taking the initiative, going for the peak towards middle. 12 and 9 for him. Looking like the best player on his team for this first half. 8x as well, trying to switch it up with the AWP jumping towards under. Nippo is going to find one. He's high on HP, by the way, so you don't really want to be giving him too many chances here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're in a 5v2, but you're up against Nipple and Head Trick. I wouldn't put it past these two.
That's a combo that I think five games into season 5, both of them were above 1.4 rating, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure that was the case. That's the standard. That's the ceiling we were speaking about.
Oh, Head Trick down to just 2 HP, and Nipple will fall. Yimpahat will find the last, and 9-6 half is where we complete this CT side for MOUZ NXT. But I think Navi Junior are going to be the happier of the two. We'll see what Navi Junior have to bring on this CT side as well. We'll see if Head Trick has anything to bring on that CT AWP. He's usually quite the performer on this map, and the same with Nipple as well. But Looking at the scoreboard there, Ted, you know, across the board, it's everybody having a decent game from NAVI Junior. There's no real standout performer. But before I get your thoughts on that, Ted, we are going to be jumping into the MOUZ NXT TeamSpeak for this T-Pistol, and we'll see what they're up to.
Okay. Come on, guys, let's go.
I don't know, I don't need bump.
It's the bump to me, I think.
I'm ready with smoke.
I'm not pushing mid right now. I think you can go.
Where's the jump out?
We're in a smoke, smoking.
Jumping out. Ticket one.
Let's
You can nade him.
Nade him,
He's
nade
right
him.
side, right side, right side,
Right
right
side.
side.
Yeah, nade it right side.
I'm pushing jungle. Jungle one.
I can flash him.
Jungle, yeah, flash.
Pushing.
Watch that triple.
I'm
Don't
with
see
you.
short.
CT
every
midi,
smoke.
CT like 3.
He's
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm not
out,
mid.
out, out.
Yes, I'm as well. Take a B out, CT, guys.
Out.
He's
CT.
one. Every
Don't
smoke.
see
Yeah,
con,
out,
don't
out.
see con.
Every smoke.
They're out.
I have flash
Out
if you want to
CT.
pick.
Let
I
us
have
clear.
flash. I have flash.
I don't see
So,
jungle.
swing on my flash maybe.
Yeah, we can.
Flash.
Mini CT.
Default. Default. They have
Nice.
skip.
What box? Oh, too good. One
Peeking.
drop.
Triple.
3.
Jungle dead.
Maybe on bomb.
Maybe bomb. Maybe on bomb with kit.
Not. Top default and sandwich.
He's using
Sandwich top default and defusing.
Let's try.
Let's try.
Beep, beep, beep. Oh, man. Well, I mean, it is always MOUZ NXT that we get those, you know, those funny interactions.
You know
right?
what? I actually want to know, because I know they're doing some work with their psychologists and whatnot. I really want to know what the mental coach is saying to them before a game like that. Okay, guys, so whenever you feel like you're on the mental edge, whenever you feel like you need to get the mood up, just start making random noises. Random robotic noises is going to work out. Obviously,
I mean,
joking about this, but, you know, you're keeping the atmosphere in good shape.
exactly. You're keeping it nice and light. You know, you can see that they're, even though it's not really gone their way, you know, they're not really too worried about it. They know that it's still a very close game and all they need is a few rounds. But with the investment that they've made here, you think that they need this round to go. And starting it off, it has been an opening kill that has gone in their favor. Nexius takes down Frozik, and he is just underneath the window here. It looks like there's going to be a flash over and a peek out towards middle here from NAVI Junior. They are going to take the fights, and they are going to win every single one. 3 players fall for MOUZ NXT, and they try and creep their way out on B on a timing. Demon. He's going to just smoke off one player, but Hetrick has moved into position. Yimpahat falls. Adex goes down as well. They lose one player initially, but they win every single fight afterwards. 11-6, and that is a statement of a round from NAVI Junior.
Yeah, a bit disappointing as well for MOUZ NXT, a stomp and a half, especially after you got the opening kill. And that's one of the M4s out of the equation as well, right? You have 3 rifles in the round. You lose one of them in the first 10 seconds, jumping towards short. You would feel like NAVI Junior have to go for a play like that. And even though for a second there it felt like MOUZ NXT were ready for an aggressive play, in the end of the day, they were just caught off guard completely. So now is MOUZ NXT only with the pistols. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a good old palace pop. How many does he get here? 3? I'll say 3. Okay, 2.
You were close. You were close. 2 kills. Adex will take him down and will knock in any more by the looks of it. Hetrick sees to it. 12-6. As right now, MOUZ NXT need to double their rounds if they want to tie this game up. And it's a difficult spot that they find themselves in. But AWP in the hand of Adex, AKs in the hands of the rest of the MOUZ NXT team. And no AWP on the other side for Hetrick. So Adex, he should have a little bit of a free reign here and needs to maybe find this opening pick early on. He is going towards B to look for some kind of aggression, but none is going to come in.
Yeah, a bit more passive with this one, both teams. NAVI Junior on one hand realizing winning this round is going to set them up for a quick success here on Mirage. MOUZ NXT going through the same realization, maybe not such a pleasant one for them though. Losing this is not really going to make life harder, it's going to make it impossible to recover nearly. You have Adex on the AWP though. One thing that I actually want to highlight about him, he's actually been mobile with it, right? I mean, yeah, success is another thing to speak about, but you can see that you can tell that he's trying to move around and be effective and be the difference maker. Not going to be him to pick up the opening though. Nippo executed and connector through the smoke from Crizzen is going to open up a lot more space, but you still need to do with the player towards window. And oh, the quick switch. Oh no, Nexius, you're going to be having nightmares about this one, buddy.
Oh, he should have got the trade. He should have had the trade. It should have been MOUZ NXT with the man advantage intact. They will eventually get it as Demon goes down towards ladder. But NAVI Junior have 3 players towards this A site, and that's exactly where MOUZ NXT are going to go. There's still problems here that MOUZ NXT are going to have to try and figure out together. Head trick on default. Is he going to be found out? Yes, he is. Yimpahat will take him down. The ramp player is now going to be the only player, but he is going to be able to drop the bomb. Nexius goes down. Yimpahat goes looking as Prison is going to pick up the C4. And MOUZ NXT are going to pick up the round before it needs to be planted. 12-7 is the comeback on for MOUZ NXT now. We'll have to wait and see. NAVI Junior, they still have money to reinvest in this next round.
Yeah, that was a great kill on Nippo, and you can see this is the big mistake here. Frozik even manages to tag down the player, but great awareness shown by the T side, expecting the second player towards ladder and then unbroken. Even though he had a prime position, he was left all alone, so not really a lot you could do there. Can't really blame him. MOUZ NXT win themselves another go. Although middle control once again going to be contested, but you can see NAVI Junior, they're just putting up some attention towards middle, but not really investing too many bodies there. Crizzen gonna try and walk his way out towards short, as he's waiting for Nexius to join in from under. Another default, another mid-control orientated default. There's been a lot of those, by the way, from both teams on their T sides. A bit of a meta, obviously.
Yeah, you can see NAVI Junior this time around are not really too interested in getting that much control in the middle, right? They're letting them play. They're kind of just playing from the sides here and now. We'll lose control of connector because of that top con smoke. Crizzen decides to give it up. 55 seconds or around that left on the clock as MOUZ NXT will make their way over towards this B site, and we are going to see maybe a little bit of a B split come in once again. Head trick is going to be holding, but Crizzen takes him off the angle. Beautiful shot. The operator is going to be taken down. And now NAVI Junior, they need to kind of batten down their hatches on B. They could be in a little bit of bother.
He's going to find the first one. Adix is going to double up on Frozik, and now it's just Demon towards the back of the side. Gets one, has a smoke to work with, but the Yimpahat is going to find him too many people to be worried about. Unbroken in the 1 versus 3, and this could be a save here for Unbroken. It should be a save for Unbroken. No money in the camp of NAVI Junior. Maybe we have a game on our hands here. AWP going to be recovered, and truth be told, the big difference maker is head trick going down there. Well, I'm gonna put that in another way. It's not head trick actually going down. It's just an insane peak from Crizzen. It's absolutely impossible to react if you're a head trick right there. And we know he's hella fast with the AWP, but that was a peak and a half. And then you had the AWP step up. When you know head trick is down, that means that Adix can actually be a lot more free in the way that he goes for those fights. And MOUZ NXT getting their 8th round in the game, showing us they're not going to give up without a fight. And by the way, an interesting fact for you, Jack. Those two teams, because they did play twice in the group stage of the previous WePlay Academy League, the Mirage that they played needed 29 rounds to give us a victor. The Inferno had all 30. So those two are really not accustomed to having a quick game.
Well, I mean, you know, to be fair, it's when the Orgs have played each other, a completely different team, right? So, you know, maybe just maybe it's just, you know...
No, it's history, you know?
Yeah, of course, Yimpahat is going to be, you know, he was there for that. He knows that this is going to be a tough fight, a tough battle. Adix starts it off with a nice shot with that AWP. Head trick has an AWP of his own. He's the only man on a rifle.
Playing against the youngsters of the youngsters. It's funny when you think about it, right? Because NAVI Junior is the youngest team in the WePlay Academy League. Again, I believe.
Yeah, I think you always kind of forget that, though, don't you?
Yeah, you can't really compete with the 15-year-old talents and stuff like that. But they do look so experienced in the server.
They do indeed, and well, they're going to have to use some of this experience to get out towards B. Demon gets only one, but Nexius burns, so that's actually a 2-for-1. That's actually very nicely done by the man with the CZ. 50 seconds, bomb is going to be planted without any real issue, and there is still the AWP in the hands of Headtrick here, so although there isn't a kit available, maybe, just maybe, there's a round available for NAVI Junior if the chance is given. And Headtrick, is he going to post out on the angle? Here comes the swing. They spot out Adix. Adix might go for the repeak, but he's happy enough with one. And why wouldn't he be? As he stopped Nipple, and now NAVI Junior need to get out with his AWP alive. No chance of the round whatsoever. Headtrick is going to try and take somebody down on the cross back. Try and take away a few rifles if he can. The AWP has been picked up. But Frozik put under the cosh here, passes that first test and will be able to get away to safety. Holds on to the AWP at least. We will need to hold on before we crown a winner in this game, because MOUZ NXT, they are bringing this game back.
Yeah, now it starts looking a little bit lackluster, and you know, that gives you a lot of flashbacks from previous games that we've seen from NAVI Junior. It's always been a team that's been really good on the T side, but CT sides have sometimes been a bit lackluster. Obviously, we haven't really seen too many buy rounds from them so far, so maybe give them a bit more time. We're going to see a tactical timeout as well. I believe this is a MOUZ NXT tack, which I like. You know, another round where you could reset the economy of the NAVI Junior boys. Bring yourself back. Headshot rate. I think it looked quite nice for Unbroken, if I'm not mistaken there. You know what I actually figured out? I don't know if that's the case for everybody or I'm just really terrible, but I rarely have above 50% headshot in my face games. Most of the time it's something like 15.
Tough, Ted.
Yeah.
Need more DM, mate. That's
you know what's the
is.
thing though? Even if I get a 30 bomb, I'm like, oh, I'm so good. I press tab and it's like 8% headshot. Has this happened to you guys? I just feel demoralized when I look at it.
Never dropped 30 in my life, so I would never know.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Well, I don't think we're going to see any 30 bombs in this game from either side. Maybe he's 13 kills away. If this game continues to go on long and he continues to have the performance that he's having, maybe, just maybe, we might see it. But it's 3 kills going in favor of NAVI Junior here as they look to get on to 13. Adix is going to fight back with the AWP. There's a second as well. Unbroken's head is going to be broken up by that AWP bullet. A minute left on the clock as MOUZ NXT need to get this bomb down. They will be able to do so. The smoke begins to clear towards CT, but Headtrick not playing as aggressive just yet. As NXT, both players trapped on the site. They feel eventually Nexius is going to be able to cross. Nobody's going to be able to hold it. So a decent enough post-plant position, but site gets smaller with that Molotov. Adix is definitely trapped. Headtrick could peek into him, but they're running down the clock very, very thin. The only kit is on Headtrick here. They need to find both of these kills. They are going to take care of the player on default. Headtrick just needs to sprint forward and get onto this bomb right now. Is there going to be enough time? No, there is not. They run down the clock way, way too thin. And now MOUZ NXT come away with 10.
Oh, Headtrick was so afraid of not going down there towards CT that he absolutely forgot he had to go for the peak there. I mean, you could see the moment of realization. I think someone calmed it for him where he just realized, okay, I actually need to go for this. So he pulls out his knife. He starts running towards the bomb side, but it's way too late. Even though he gets the kill, even though they get the refrag onto the ramp player, MOUZ NXT, they get away with the round that they shouldn't be. That was a 2 versus 5 there. What a phenomenal play from Adix with the AWP, though. The multi-kills from him, the recoveries have been so good.
Very close, but close doesn't win your rounds, Ted, as we all know well.
Yeah. Adix right now is just thinking, prospects, you watching that, guys?
Oh, well. Where do you go from here? MOUZ NXT looking to begin to punish.
The call actually doesn't work out for MOUZ NXT in the previous round. It's just them winning a round that they shouldn't be. Like the scenario that they shouldn't be. Which, in a way, is disheartening for NAVI Junior. But if you look at it from the bright side of things, you're going to be like, you know what? We actually had the right idea. We did what we had to. We had the read on them. We got the initial kills. We just screwed it up after that. So I guess you don't really need to switch things up right now for NAVI Junior. The only problem is that money is not really great for you.
Yeah, this is MOUZ NXT's a chance to really punish NAVI Junior and pick up a few kills, and that is ridiculous. Crazy.
That's the second time, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Hedrick is like, what is this? What's this guy been eating? I need to get me some, because all Hedrick has been eating is bullets from Crizzen. Now, MOUZ NXT have that B site without any issue at all. Unbroken eventually is going to be the only player from NAVI Junior to fight back, as NAVI Junior have to hope they fight back in the next round, because MOUZ NXT, they've got another one. I said that MOUZ NXT had to double their rounds to get back on level terms, and now only one more round is going to be needed. 11.
Yeah, those 2v5s are the rounds that you know you're not going to be getting away with, right? This is the worst feeling right now. Think of it. Just a minute and a half ago, you're in a 5 versus 2. You're thinking, okay, we destroyed them. We annihilated them. Everyone's happy. Everyone's saying nice in TeamSpeak to just responding to the kill feed and seeing his teammates pick up kills. And now you've been completely stomped. Yes, you hold on to the AWP and to the AK, but Hedrick's been... I think he's been doing all right, but every single time Crizzen's on the other side with the AK, he's been dismantling him, so that's not going to be great for his mental. And overall, we haven't really seen NAVI Junior being able to put on a fight here on the CT side. That's why we're going to see the tactical timeout come through. Obviously, a really experienced coach behind those guys is going to be Crush. For those of you that don't know him, well, he's one of the old school CAS guys, right? He was, I think, the last team he actually actively played in was Unique. He was a part of Hellraisers, Pro 100. I know him from his time in Vegas Squadron, and he's actually a guy that has a major under his belt. Well, a played one, not a won one, but did play in the Faceit Major in 2018 with the team of Vega. Astralis won that one. Interestingly enough, by the way, beating this same organization, but just the first team, beating NAVI in the finals. But that was the good old times. Well, I say the good old times. Good old for Astralis and for Danish fans, when Astralis would just win finals 16-8, 16-5, and not really give you the vibe of a final.
Yeah, I mean, for the Astralis fans, they were able to actually win games back then. Imagine that.
Yeah.
You know I only do that to tilt you. Of course, Ted has a soft spot for Astralis. If he actually has the kiss of death, pretty much. If you let Ted buy the merch, the team pretty much falls apart. So
I don't think so. I have the ENG jersey on the wall behind me. You're doing quite well right now.
Yeah. Only took them how long? But anyway, that's a story for another day. As
you know what, Jack? You're a really negative person. I'm a glass half full.
I know that. We balance each other out, though, as now the teams will not be balanced. The numbers not even whatsoever, as Hedrick finds an opening with that AWP. Maybe this is the round that NAVI Junior are after. Maybe they're just luring MOUZ NXT into a false sense of security, and they're going to snatch maybe this game away before MOUZ NXT have a chance to tie it up. 38 seconds, and
that's ballsy.
A readjustment from MOUZ NXT. They'll make their way over towards B. They'll leave Yimpaha alone to sell out the fake, but they're realizing, all right, maybe this isn't the best option. They'll double back. They'll make their way out through ramp, and it's a great call because they've gone silent here completely, and they've fooled NAVI Junior.
Yeah. Game changer could be Nippo, though. There's the peek towards middle. This is a massive kill. Frozen gets it, and you could see that QQ was going towards A, so they now have all the information. Hedrick is going to turn his attention away, gets one with the AWP. Nippo and Unbroken join up, and it's going to be an easy-peasy round for the Navi guys. Not only at 13, not only they win one, but they do it cleanly, not losing a single member. This is what they needed. A mental boost, a money injection, and saving up that lead. That was the round for the equalizer. You denied pretty well. And a tactical timeout to respond for MOUZ NXT.
Yeah. You were so close. You were so close. Well, I believe it is a technical, as we have lost the player. So we'll wait for Crizzen to reconnect. But yeah, I mean, that was your chance, MOUZ NXT. And what I will say is actually the fact that MOUZ NXT have won 5 rounds in a row prior to that NAVI Junior round, the money wasn't fantastic on MOUZ NXT. I mean, it isn't fantastic, really. Yes, they'll have another buy, you know, another comfortable buy, but I believe Kristen doesn't have all that much in the bank. I think he's around 3k, so I think he needs a drop. So after this round, MOUZ NXT, they might even be reset themselves if they're unable to get a bomb plant.
Yeah. By the way, you can see how balanced the entry work is on the side of MOUZ NXT. This is something that I actually wanted to bring up before the start of the game, because obviously, like, ADIX is the one statistically that's initiated into the most fights on the T side, or like overall on the T and the CT side. And I think we saw a great example of that in the first half as well, with all the peaks that he was trying to go for towards BAPs, towards short, towards under, even with the AWP. But now you can see that everyone's just trying to get engaged into the same amount of fights on the T side, which is really healthy when you're able to get the kills. And for NAVI Junior, something that was kind of interesting for me to realize as well, you could tell that Nippo is a really, I'd say for him, there's no question he's going to be the guy to attempt like 30-40% of the entries on the T side, but then they move on the CT side, and it's suddenly the AWPF hat trick, which is, again, pretty healthy for a team, especially when it works out. Quite decent. Just an interesting thing to have on the back of your mind.
Big round, very important for both sides, especially MOUZ NXT, as they go out and take mid control here. frozik is going to be boosted up on top of the blocks.
I don't think the boost worked out perfectly.
No, not at all. Kristen shuts it down, opening pick goes in favor of MOUZ NXT, and they go looking for a little bit more.
Yeah, there's so much space left open right now in Kristen. He's going to get himself into a really comfortable position. Demon not really going to burn towards window, but I believe he's been hurt. So they know there's one guy towards jungle. They know there was one more player towards B to give the boost to frozik. It looks like it's going to be the A-bomb side to be targeted. And Broke is just playing this one on a retake scenario, but Demon, or rather Nippo, is really the difference maker there towards stairs. If he's able to deny that presence from Connector and then turn around and help out his teammate, NAVI Junior might be onto something. Or no.
What a headshot to find here. Nipple, though, drops Kristen towards Connector. Head trick, only able to find a refrag as Demon falls towards short now as well. MOUZ NXT, 30 seconds. Are going to try and clear out Nipple from this angle. Easier said than done, as he will hold the line and hold his nerve. Headshot landed, Yimpahat out of the round. Flash goes over, Nipple trying to peek now from the stairs, waits for the second flash. ADIX is going to be burning, has to swing out wide, and that's going to be a free kill for Nipple, down to 18 HP, but he will still continue to move forward. Headtrick picks up a Galil, he's the high HP player. They have to find out QQ, and Nipple is going to be sent in first on a recon mission, a scouting mission. Now they know Headtrick's position, and QQ was completely unaware. 14-11, NAVI Junior, they are going to be able to take it. Two more, and they'll take the map as well.
Whew. Okay, what a round that was from Nippo. That was close. That was extremely close. I want to highlight the peak from the first player coming out of ramp. I think that was the Impahan that straight up executed Unbroken towards Ticket, right? And you can tell that Unbroken was trying to get back and just jump spot and play that setup that we spoke about, right? Let Nippo take first contact, and then you can play with him. But he gets executed, which means that if Nippo goes down there, they lose the round, but he does so much there, finding that double kill. Pretty much securing the round, and Headtrick winning the 1v1 in the end. Tough buy, tough times for MOUZ NXT, and it's going to be the B play to try and get them back into the game.
Very, very tough here to get out onto this B site. They need the flashes all to connect as well. frozik and Headtrick, they connect on a kill apiece. Kristen eventually is going to find one in favor of MOUZ NXT, but it might be too little too late. Mac 10 is dealt with by frozik as the Infat burns Demon to a crisp. 2v3 now as smokes litter this B bomb site. Is going to make it very difficult for anybody to see anything. And Kristen up close and personal with that Galil is going to be able to find yet another kill, but now has to do it alone as frozik goes down. Unbroken, 23 HP. Kristen has a great chance to win this round. He's already got 3, needs to make it 4, but hasn't spotted Unbroken on the cross. Unbroken is going to see him first. Headshot is going to be landed. Nice retake from NAVI Junior. Very, very messy indeed. MOUZ NXT at least get a plant, but they lose out, and it's NAVI Junior on map point first.
Yeah, that's been such an impressive couple rounds for the individuals on the side of NAVI Junior. Even though they've been so close, even though they've been rounds that they probably shouldn't be winning. Unbroken getting down 1 versus 1 now with the double kill overall. Nipple with the double in the previous one. NAVI have been extremely clutch, even though MOUZ NXT did their best in that scenario. Now it's 15-11. And it looks like NAVI Junior just needed that initial injection, right? I mean, we had that crazy 5-round winning streak from MOUZ NXT that did manage to bring it that close. It was a 12-6, then to come and be a 12-11. But we had that 2 versus 5 in the process. We had a couple close rounds. It feels like as soon as NAVI started winning rounds, they just can't be stopped.
Took them a while though, didn't it? Took them a while to kind of get going, get the ball rolling.
Came a bit too close there for a second, but you know, you love an entertaining Mirage.
We do.
I actually want to hear your opinion on that, you know. Are you a Mirage hater? Are you one of the people that think Mirage should be removed from the from the map pool? And I actually want to see what people in chat think as well. Guys, type 1 if you want Mirage to get removed from the pool. Type 2 if you think that this is BS and Mirage is a great map and it should stay here forever and ever and ever.
I think it's not my favorite map, right? I'm going to be real with you. It's not my favorite map, but I'd watch 100 Mirages before I'd watch a Dust 2. That's, like, Dust 2 has to go first, in my opinion.
Okay.
If we're talking about changes, do you know what I mean? If we're saying, like, you know, what map we move, Dust 2 has to go, Mirage stays.
Okay, I get your point.
Ideally, though, both of them would go. Well, both players go out towards middle for MOUZ NXT, and both players will fall. Frozik with a quick double, and is this the round that NAVI Junior are going to seal it and stop MOUZ NXT on their unbeaten run and push them down to 2-1? Adix. Oh, Frozik doesn't spot him, but doesn't matter. Great reaction. Headshot landed. Yimpa has to try and fight back. Himself and QQ are the only 2 players left standing, and NAVI Junior look to continue on their winning ways, on their unbeaten streak, on their unbeaten run, as they look to make it 4-0, and they will. 5 kills. The ace from Frozik to finish it off. 16-11. They topple MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, what a great performance from NAVI Junior. Both these teams came into the series unbeaten. Both these teams looking for a great start here in the group stage of Season 6, but it's going to be NAVI Junior to prevail, taking down Flames Ascent in the first one, taking down Apex in the second round, Flames Ascent again in round number 3, and now it's MOUZ NXT, the next ones to fall once again. A game that could have gone both ways. MOUZ NXT, they were competitive for the biggest part of it. They had the better start. They had that comeback in the start of half number 2. But it feels like as soon as NAVI Junior get rolling, as soon as they get into their comfort zone, MOUZ NXT just couldn't get them out.
Not at all. Not at all. I thought that was going to be a different story in that second half. You know, I really did. And then it was just like something kind of, a switch kind of flipped it, wasn't it? It was just NAVI Junior like, all right, MOUZ NXT, they're getting close. Let's just turn it on now. Let's just, you know, get it over and done with. We got unlucky in a few rounds. There was even that round, of course, that they didn't have enough time for the retake in that second half. But it's a close game between 2 teams that I would fully be expecting to, you know, make it into the playoff stages. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure maybe about MOUZ NXT. I'm not completely sold on them. I think there's a few close games in there. They're still a very young side. Maybe a little bit of a, you know, a teething process going on at the moment. But NAVI Junior, if they play with Hetrick, I think, you know, they're going to be a tough team to beat on any given day.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like whenever Hetrick has a day, they're guaranteed to win, and even if he doesn't have the best performance of his life, just the experience that he brings in is absolutely insane. But that was a team effort. NAVI Junior, they just had everyone turn up today. Nippo had a couple really good rounds. Demon and Broken, Frozik in that final one with the ace. Everyone was just stepping up and delivering to the plate. NAVI Junior absolutely deserved that victory, and with that, they're going to be moving forward. 4 games, unbeaten still, and they're looking quite solid, you know. A team that, right now, I can't wait to see facing off against Fnatic Rising. I think after this game, we have the answer of which is going to be the derby of Group A.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very interesting matchup. You know, that's coming up later on today as well. So we we'll definitely need to see you guys joining us for then, or sticking around indeed. There's a look at the scoreboard as we finish off our second best of one of the day, and it's a great performance from Frozik. Really, he was the MVP, but yeah, it was a team effort today. Nipple and Unbroken close behind. Headtrick had his performances, and Demon, he did what he needed to do. 4-0, they go ahead of Fnatic Rising, in fact, in Group A, as they are now on 12 points, and we'll see if they can make it 15, if they can beat Fnatic Rising a little bit later on, Ted. But sadly, we're going to have to wait for that matchup. I'm definitely excited for it, though.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for this matchup, but we have another one coming up quite shortly, and it's going to be Big Academy for the second time today, taking on MIBR Academy. Yes, ladies and gents, we're just switching up, jumping from B group to A, and now back to B. Is going to be Big Academy after their victory earlier today, playing against the outsider of their group, MIBR, who are yet to pick up their first victory, to see if the Brazilians are going to be able to get themselves their first W. But until then, we're going to be heading into a short bit of a break.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 6 with myself and my good mate Ted here, bringing you through 7 best of ones. We're currently down 2, but we still have 5 more to go, and our next one on offer sees a team that we've already saw today. It was Big Academy, already picked up 1 victory, looking to get a second against a team of MIBR Academy who have had a poor start to their first ever WePlay Academy League, I believe, and you know, they're currently 0-4, yet to pick up a win. So maybe, just maybe, today is going to be the day, or else it's just going to be an unbeaten and a very happy day for Big.
Yeah, you know, I think I heard something from Dweg and Jay, you know, comparing them to maybe an Eternal Fire from the previous seasons. Obviously, I really hope that's not going to be the case. I really hope that they just need that time, because obviously they haven't really played any EU tournaments before this one. So you'd have to assume them being an academy team from South America, they're going to need some time to pick up the pace and, you know, feel the surroundings, so to say. And I feel like they're going through that period right now. They're just trying to get the best out of every single experience that they have in the server. Doesn't matter if it's a bad or a good one. Most of them, or all of them, have been bad in the WePlay Academy League. But you know, I'm actually excited about watching that MIBR Academy team. I feel like whenever we have a team come from abroad and start playing EU tournaments, we kind of have to give them that visa of, you know, a couple months to get sorted out here. And even though you're playing against academy teams and not against like proper like first squad teams, you're gonna have a tough time. So yeah, I don't think today is gonna be any different, to be fair. I'm not really a big optimist for the boys, but well, maybe they could surprise us.
I mean, these teams, they've already faced off against each other as well. The first game for both teams, it was a 16-5 on Mirage in favor of Big Academy. And, well, we'll get to see what map we are going to end up on, because, you know, it's going to be the choice, really, of MIBR to where we go. Mirage is still in there, but I don't think they're going to be leaning towards that at all, considering how much of a one-sided performance it really was, or rather a one-sided match that one was. Do you think that they go for it, or do they pick something different in your eyes?
Well, so far they've shown us that they're leaning towards either Mirage or Inferno. They've played, as you said, they've played 4 games so far. In 3 of them, they've played a Mirage. They've had just 1 Inferno. And I think that we're going to see another Mirage. As much as I really want to see them switch things up, I feel like they've chosen the 2 maps that they want to be playing, and they really want to get them polished right now and show us that they're good on it. But apparently there's going to be a bit of a switch up. Okay, there's something new. We're going to see them play Dust 2 for the first time, and that's interesting. You know, that's a really ballsy call, because we saw what Big Academy did earlier today on Dust 2.
Yeah, and Big Academy, again, are going to have the choice of sides. So Big Academy are going to start on the CT side.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen them, win 10 rounds in a row, unanswered rounds to start things off.
And that was against Spirit, that arguably are a better Dust 2 team and a better team overall than MIBR Academy up to this date.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very weird one for me, but I can understand it. I mean, I can completely understand it that they don't want to play them on Mirage. You know, they maybe don't want to play them on Nuke. Maybe they seen something. Maybe they seen something in the last game. No doubt they were going to be watching it anyway. But you know, maybe they saw, you know, gaps in the defense that Spirit Academy weren't able to exploit. I will say though, if Tizian has half the game that he had in the last one, it's going to be a very, very tough day for the Brazilians.
Yeah, that was what I was about to say. So far, I think we've seen MIBR Academy go for the veto of a lot of the South American teams, right? We know that Inferno is a pretty signature pick for a big part of, especially Brazilian teams, let's say, more specifically. Dust 2 is another pretty comfortable map for them. So I guess right now they're showing us that they're following the example of the first team, but I really do have a lot of questions for this one. And the first one is going to be, they've played 4 Dust 2s in the past 3 months. They've won only 1 of them, and that's not against EU teams, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, that's it even speaks for itself, right? You know, it's very, very tough to see, you know, them getting a victory, especially against EU teams. We know the gap is so big. You know, not only really,
no pun intended.
Yeah, no pun intended at all. But you know, it's just something that we have to kind of address as well. It's, you know, it's some of the teams that MIBR Academy were playing against, you know, they're definitely not on the level that, you know, the teams that Big Academy were not only playing against, but, you know, are beating rather comfortably as well. So it's very difficult. I think MIBR are going to be waiting a little while longer before we see them pick up their first victory, even if they do. But I'm hopeful. I'm always rooting for the underdog, Ted. You know that. But Dust 2, it's a wild card now. You know, I haven't seen MIBR Academy play on it, so I don't know. I don't want to judge too quickly. But Big looked great on it earlier on, so it's tough.
Yeah, David versus Goliath in the making, but
Yeah.
I am afraid that this time around we might not see the pleasant surprise of the David taking down the Goliath. Big Academy just looked really solid in that first matchup of the day. Again, obviously, Tizian had a great showing on the CT side. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to kind of get his rotations under control, because he's been really good at delivering multi-kills whenever he's been able to put himself into a good position, which, you know, was the most of the rounds he was in a really good position. It was either towards middle, towards short. He was just moving around, constantly supporting his teammates. Obviously, Hype had a good game. Had a lot of impact. Everyone was delivering from the side of Big Yeoman Academy. So MIBR Academy, you'd want them to step up. You'd have to step up.
They have to
be moving over to Dust 2.
We are indeed. Well, we'll have to see what is going to be in store. The Tetris block does come down.
Imagine how confusing that would be if it happened to you in real life. You're just standing there and you see a wall just dropping. It's not even a wall, it's a box.
That's how they should start off every Dust 2.
cube.
Do you know what I mean? The T's should see that come in. Just say, yeah, you know, you used to be able to see it. Unlucky now. Same pistol from Big Academy, really. They get aggressive towards middle on this CT side. This time, though, they don't come away with any kills like they did earlier, but it's Card to have the first say as he drops Aqua.
Yeah, the A-bomb side completely free for the bomb to go down, actually, but Lup is in a really good position. He's going to be able to take down Sky, and now it's a 3 versus 5. Sure, they have the defuse kit, but it's going to be such a tough retake.
Flash goes in. Oh, Card is going to be able to find a second. He is going to be dropped by Tizian. He is the man with the kit, but it won't get that far at all, as MIBR will take the first round. T-pistol goes in favor of the T's, or rather the first pistol goes in favor of the T's. Money, not great for a Big Academy. If they will go for the investment, we will have to wait and see. I believe I've seen a technical pause head, so not best pleased about that. Hopefully, whatever issue it is, it's going to be sorted out very, very quickly, because we have seen a few of these already today.
Yeah, and I haven't actually started doing my podcasting, you know, where I start speaking about food and stuff, but it's not going to start either.
Yeah,
right
I prefer if you didn't, because, man, it's very
You're hungry
early on
again. You're always hungry, by the way.
But it's very early on to be getting hungry. Do you know what I mean? We have a long day.
I get you. Yeah. I'll hold on to it for now.
Yes.
You know, myself, I'm not that hungry yet, so maybe later on. I don't have, like, my food imagination is not out yet. It comes out like an alarm. Speaking of alarms, there is going to be an alarm for a forest buy on the side of Big Omen Academy any moment now. Question is if it's going to be a pleasing one for the T's or not, because there is the CZ being aggressive towards lower. Sky in a good position. Does he get a kill here? Oh no, he's going to get cleared out. They're ready for it. Still manages to get one, which is quite impressive. Lup is going to go down instantly with the refrag. And the Pistols have actually gotten themselves into prime positions. You have Aqua aggressive towards long. That's another position for a 1-1.
Minute left. And MIBR do not have a lot of map control at all. They have to make their way through long, and Aqua, as you said, he's in a great position to get one and maybe more if Spinny isn't able to clear him out, but Spinny does so with ease. And while MIBR Academy, they're going to hightail it up long. Smokes are going to allow them to cross as well. Hype does have the scout in towards CT, so he isn't going to have much to say at all, as Tizian rotates in towards Gandalf, gets himself tucked in behind the box. Process goes down towards middle, and MIBR Academy, they're taking their sweet time with this round, but They're making sure they don't make any mistakes.
Yeah, that's a great approach as well. Tizian is still towards the back of the side, though, towards Gandalf. So if they don't clear him out, this could be dangerous. They have only 10 seconds. He's going to drop the bomb. This is going to run extremely close. They don't have time. There's no time for the plant. I think he's missed it.
No,
Does he get it?
just has it.
Oh my goodness, that was so close.
Oh, that was down to the wire, and it's not even done just yet. Spinny,
Sure.
AK in hand, hyped from CT. They know exactly where he is, and they're just going to set up in a crossfire. Yeah, it's very difficult to deal with here. You're not going to be given a chance here, hyped, unfortunately for you. But fortunately for MIBR, they're going to be able to pick up a second round. Spinny won't get out of here alive, and Hyped is going to make sure of it.
Yeah, Hyped is going to go down.
Or maybe he will.
I think Spinny survives. Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lovely co-friend one. Great play from Card. Obviously, he's going to be the one wielding the AWP. A good start for MIBR. As we might have been able to convince ourselves so far, pistol round victories are quite important when it comes down to a best-of-1 format, right? In a BO3, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. But in a BO1, you get both pistols, you get the conversions, you're pretty much halfway there. So I'd say that MIBR, this is what you should be looking at, especially after such a successful CT side from Big Academy earlier on. Because you know it's going to be a really tough game as soon as Big get the guns out. So you want to win as many as possible before that happens. Tizian is going to get aggressive. Nice dink. Actually gets the kill onto Card. That's a great peek.
Not the start that Big Academy were after or had in our first game of the day. But we're still waiting to see them have the guns out, and we will do so in the next round. Aqua trying to line up a headshot. Eventually connects on a few bullets, but Insane will take him down with that Mac 10. He's 5-1 currently, as MIBR do get 3. But now we've got the guns up. Hyped on an AWP as well. He's got armor to back it. And we'll see what kind of a round is going to be called here from MIBR, right? They still have the Mac 10. There is only one of them, so we mightn't see a quick round. But you never know. Brazilian CS, they are going to take a tack to think about it, but
yeah,
these crazy rounds, Brazilian CS is definitely no stranger to.
Yeah, just get someone on a Bison or a P90, run out long, hope for the best. Not like we haven't seen it happen before. But you know, MIBR Academy is actually a bit of an unorthodox Brazilian team. Or, well, at least the stats say so, because Card, who is the Oper, which normally, you know, South American CS is still stick to that, you know, hyper-aggressive Oper meta, right? Opers are still initiating a lot of the opening drills. He's only attempted 8.8% of the entry kills on his team so far in this tournament, which is ridiculously low, by the way. That is ridiculously low. Normally, a lurker would have around, like, let's say 14 or 13 or something like that. But yeah, they tried to switch it up a bit, you know? You weren't far from the truth. They switch up the pace, but it's going to be a quick 1-for-1 here. Even though Insanity managed to pick up one, he got completely annihilated after that. Well, refragged by Aqua. Now they group up and go back towards the B-bomb side, and it's been left completely open for now. Process is going to start rotating back, but he's going to be all alone. And help isn't really close. He needs a multi-kill there.
Does indeed. Process waiting for anybody to make their way in, but the smoke is still up, so nobody is going to risk going through it at all. Now, MIBR are going to go exploring a little bit. You can see Begod is going to be sent out towards mid, drops a hinge smoke as well, and the molly towards short is going to fake that they are going. Only a flash thrown. Process is completely alone. He's completely isolated here, so if MIBR are able to find this kill, they'll find the round here surely, but Process peeks out. There's Card down. They're clearing out these close angles, not realizing Process is completely alone. Begod misses that first shot. Process goes for the reposition. Begod is going to spot him out, but it doesn't matter. Process gets all three. Doesn't need any teammates, doesn't need any backup, because he can do it all himself, and he will do it himself to get Big Academy their first round as Club saves.
Yeah, that was really awkward there for the MIBR Academy players. I don't think I think Card was the first one to go out and go down. He didn't realize where he was getting shot from. They didn't know if it was side. They didn't know if it was middle. You can see the second player goes out. He doesn't know where to look. They were maybe expecting a second player to be peeking on the contact of the side player as well. But, you know, the fake worked out perfectly. But then you just walk into the solo B defender and he takes down 3. That was an insane hold from Process. You could say that. Obviously, the spacing wasn't great. And, you know, they gave him 3 1v1s. But Process winning every single one of them. Even manages to get a cheeky reload in between. Make sure he doesn't run out of ammo. Bit of a miss shot from Card, and he's gonna get punished for it. Typical Big Academy.
Yeah, the double AWP.
Yeah, you win 1 round on the CT side. Let's bring up the double up, guys.
Yeah. Why not? I mean, both players are confident with the AWP. And both players have a great reason to be, because they very rarely missed so far today. 2 kills to the good. As MIBR left with very few options in this round. Whatever option they decide to go with, they have to really do it together. Need to make sure that they're going to be able to trade out, but need to find a player, maybe alone, maybe isolated. Very difficult to do so, as Lub is going to creep his way forward. Process is going to spot him. Smoke is going to be deployed. Molly as well. And nobody is going to push past that just yet. But MIBR, they're still going to go towards B. And Lub is just going to lock off the rotates if he can.
Yeah, that's a great position for him. But look at Aqua. He's in such a prime spot right now. They're going to get slowed down. Lub finds 1 kill. B-God is going to get the kill. But look at Aqua. He's in such a good position. Process, he just needs 1 kill and they've won the round. Surely this is impossible. Process, he's just going to slow them down. Aqua's already behind. He's going to drop 1. Now needs to stay alive. Going to deploy the smoke. He's just trying to be a nuisance right now.
Sani tries to put the bomb down, but Hyped is going to swing wide through that smoke, make sure that no plant does come in, no money injection at all for the MIBR Academy side. And that means that they will have to eco this next round. They're only on Glocks or maybe an upgraded pistol or 2 where they can afford it, but Spinny might be told to save for the AWP in the next round. So maybe nothing at all. There is going to be a smoke purchased, but that is about the height of it.
Yeah, you're that player on a team. You get a lot of money, you're thinking, oh, I'm gonna get myself the helmetless armor and the Deagle and go for some kills. And then you realize you're the guy that needs to save for the AWP and drop it over. A quick cleanup here for the big boys. Money looking solid. It was a shaky start, but now you're starting to get back into your own. Starting to get back to that first Dust 2 of the day. Spirit Academy for sure, remember that. And Big would want to remember it as well. It's been a bit of a slower start. Well, I was about to say a bit of a slower start for Tizian. He's actually top ranking his team, but hasn't really been shining as he was in the previous game. Hyped, once again, showing us that he's not really having the best of times whenever he needs to get on that boost towards short. Does manage the jump this time around, though.
Ooh. Nice headshot there from Insani. Height will not play a further part in this round. And one of the AWPs has been sorted out now by this T side. Flash goes in. Oh, Sky's going to be off the mark that time. Will not get overly punished for it. But down to 7 HP. He is going to be too happy about proceedings as Aqua gets only 1. The refrag is going to be there. So man advantage kept in play for MIBR Academy. And they've actually forced 2 players over towards this B site for Big. So it means Tizian's completely alone and MIBR are going to double back and make their way out long.
Yeah, that's a great round right now. You know you've dropped one of the opers. You spotted the other one towards the B-bomb side. You know he's been tagged down, so he might be a little bit afraid to move around. And you can see Sky's going to stick towards middle. But Big Academy, they've actually decided they're going to bet on the A-bomb side. And it's going to be the right call here. Even though they have the AWP still leaning towards middle and kind of lurking towards B, they still have Process and Tizian. Was cleared out short, picks up the AWP as well. And now they know exactly what's going on here.
20 seconds, not a whole lot of time to get up onto the site, especially with Tizian holding with the AWP. looks for the first shot, but is not going to be quick enough to react. Insane, he takes him down. Should be planted here. Process can't do anything really to stop it. On the retreat, on the fadeaway, tries to pick up a kill as he backs away in towards CT, but he will just about get away safely. Both sides now keep their players up, and Process needs to hang on to this M4. MIBR Academy will regain the lead, and they keep 4 players alive in doing so as well. Fantastic round from the Brazilians.
Yeah, really well played. You know, I think maybe this round that they lost towards the B-Bob side made them think about their spacing a little bit more. And you could see how one of the players, I think, was in position. Time is running low as well. One of the players is already towards the ramp, towards A, but they're like, okay, I'm going to stop myself, wait for my teammate. We're double peeking this angle. You don't want to risk going down and letting JWP tuck himself back towards Guardian, right? Even if he gets the first kill, you want to refrag him straight away. So, yeah, really well played there from the MIBR boys. You know, nice team play, showing us what they're made of. I actually wanted to make a really bad joke. Just, oh yeah, I remember. You know, I think I just saw a player with EG stickers on the M4. I'm not sure who it was. I think it was Process, maybe. So bonus points for that. Respect. That's the second EG sticker I've seen today. You reckon we're gonna get an EG Academy anytime soon?
I mean, they have the...
Well, they have like 10,000 rosters, but maybe 10,001 for the next season.
Yeah. I mean, they have the EG, what is it, white and black? I think they're calling them now.
Yeah, now, yeah. It was EG Carpe Diem and EG Party Astronauts before that.
Yeah.
ENCE is insane, by the way.
One of them played Big Academy in the final of Philadelphia as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was EG
White.
Yeah.
We're completely glancing over this round. We got sidetracked, which is definitely a problem that myself and yourself have a few times. But the problem for Big Academy is they're down to just 2 players, and MIBR look quite good on this T side. So we were questioning this Dust 2 pick. Looks like MIBR Academy, they had a few tricks up their sleeve, and they're putting them to good use. Insane is having an insane game, excuse me for the pun. Aqua only able to find a kill as the swing up short did commence. Peek behind the Molotov. Card is going to take down Process, and it's 5 on the board for the Brazil side.
Yeah, great entry work from ENCE, as you pointed out. Is it ENCE or Insane? Maybe Insane.
Insane, I think, yeah.
Insane. Okay, yeah. Great work from him, you know, getting that first kill, then walking out of middle, taking down Hyped as well. The peek onto the car player. All of those shots have been really crisp, and this is something that we've known the South American scene to be really good at, you know, just shooting heads. Whenever they get an aim fight, they're really good at it. Oh, Card doesn't get a kill, but that's a lot of information. And actually doesn't get tagged down so low. There was 4 HEs raining toward, oh, well, 3 HEs raining towards him. Goes down to 42. Still good enough. Should be around in the bag for MIBR Academy. And it's actually impressive that they've been able to turn the tables, right? Because they did win the first 3 rounds, but then it felt like Big Omen Academy would just start buying and start winning and again build up that momentum that they had in the previous game against Spirit Academy. But MIBR did manage to do I'd say the toughest task, which is to get Big Academy out of their comfort zone once you've let them in.
Yeah.
And now it feels like it's a fair matchup. Well, not even a fair matchup. Now it feels like MIBR Academy have the upper hand. Currently,
yeah. I mean, scoreboard, you know, it's gonna tell you the story of that. And while this scoreboard is going to increase on the side of MIBR here, and maybe Big Academy might find an entry kill, maybe, just maybe, but we'll have to wait and see. Or an exit kill, excuse me, not an entry. See the double stack, but I don't think anybody's going to be making their way out through long doors. The run boost comes in. Oh, Card is alone here for the minute. Oh, he goes down, but luckily his teammates are going to be rotating in. There's one more kill for Hyped, and I mean 2 kills is a decent bit of damage. Makes 2 people reinvest.
Yeah. It's been a really good start. By the way, some inside info on Felipe Yuji, which is Insani, obviously. An 18-year-old Brazilian with, by the way, I think he's got some Asian origins as well, which is quite interesting about him. He's actually played only on one team before MIBR Academy, and that was a Brazilian team called Rush, where he did have a short stint there in 2021, I believe. But that was about it. So not really the most experienced guy, but surely a man with a lot of individual prowess. He's been showing it so far on Dust. But another buy round coming in for Big Academy. And the reflash towards Long Aqua. Now he's in a really tough spot. He's lost his Oper. He's all alone. And they should know there is a possibility, although it doesn't look like Card knows it. Yeah, now they know.
Oh, well, now they definitely know, as Aqua will find one, Tizian with a second, but Spinny is going to trade out both, and Spinny with 3 is going to rip heads and take down Big Academy's Long Hold.
You spin my head right around.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Process. Now, he's looking for anybody that's going to make their way up onto the A site, but MIBR, they have control of B. Why would they go there? They have the rotation locked down. They're just going to make their way out, plant the bomb, and it's 7 rounds, Ted. 7 rounds for MIBR Academy.
Okay, well, yeah, that was a great round from Spinny. I mean, he's been fairly quiet so far this game, but you know what a good way to bring up the attention a little bit. An insane triple kill from him. And the MIBR Academy fellas, they shut him down completely, and that felt like it had to be a big Omen Academy round, right? I mean, well, it felt like the long fight had to go a little bit better for them, especially after losing Hype. I was thinking surely Aqua goes down, but no, Tizian with the peek from the side gets the first kill. Aqua then with another. Tizian lining up, I think it was 2 or 3 players, tagging them all low, but then Spinny just headshots all of them. A great recovery from the young Brazilian side, losing their first 4 games. 5-16 against Big Academy on Mirage in the first round, 9-16 losses to Astralis Talent and ENCE Academy, and then a 4-16 against NIP. 3 of those matchups on Mirage, only the Astralis game on Inferno. First Dust 2 match though, trying to prove themselves as a bit of a force on this map. We're going to get a look at the entry frag statistics. Obviously, we spoke about ENCE. He's been really, really good. Card as well with the AWP has had his fair share of opening jewels. I think right now we can apologize to MIBR Academy for, you know, even mentioning them and Eternal Fire Academy in the same sentence. MIBR are looking really solid. I know it's just 7 rounds, but it's been some great CS from them.
It has. Now, I would say don't count your chickens before they've hatched. That's
and you would be right to say that.
Yeah.
But I'm the zoomer out of the 2 of us, so I'm the one that's gonna speak initially without thinking too much about it.
Yeah, I've seen these good games really turn sour very, very quickly. But right now, it's very, very sweet for MIBR Academy. 2 more kills left to find in what would seal the half win, and maybe more. Let's not forget there was a 12-3 half earlier on for Big Academy on the CT side. There's still a chance that MIBR 12-3 them in return. Get a little bit of revenge for Spirit Academy, maybe.
Imagine
the storyline.
Yeah. I guess if you're a Big Academy, you watch it, you look at your matchups for the day, you're thinking, okay, we're going to have a tough battle against Spirit Academy, but we should be getting a free W against those MIBR Academy lads, right? And then you annihilate Spirit Academy. Well, you annihilate them on the CT side. After the switch, Spirit were able to pick up a couple rounds, but you win the game quite comfortably. And now against MIBR, you really have to hustle if you want to get the victory. Another buy round coming in for the CT. Single up this time. Finance is not really allowing Sky to go for the secondary one, and the contact play towards the B-bomb side is going to switch things up massively. Lub, he's try peeking already. They're not going to be ready for this.
Oh, Sky gets taken down. Love on the double entry. That's beautiful. He eventually gets dealt with by the HG of Tizian. There's a molly down in front of the tunnels, so Tizian might push past it, but deploys a Molotov of his own. And now Tizian is going to go in with a flash. Oh, insane. He just holds down MOUZ1. That's all he needed to do. Finds that kill. Tizian unable to prevail in that fight. And Big Academy, once again, unable to prevail in a round. MIBR, they will take 9.
You know what? That's actually really scary now for Big Academy. They've been completely shut down in so many of those rounds. It's not even like or rather MIBR are playing the defaults and slowly executing, and Big Academy are doing something wrong, right? It just feels like every single time you're not ready for the pace. You're just not ready for the next idea that MIBR Academy is going to have. And they've been so good at just switching the tempo between being really like default-ish and slow and going for rounds like that. This is such an insane call from them. It's the perfect timing to go for a shutdown round like that as well, because it's a later stage in the half. The CTs don't have a lot of money. You know, if you get the first, even if you get the first 2 refrags, it could be a save, right? You just need 1-man advantage. And Lub just going out of the B-bomb side, no Lub just destroying both of them. That was crazy.
One way to do it. Just found an unbelievable timing, really. I mean, just goes through without the flash. Just Big Academy not ready for it at all. It's perfect for MIBR, and it's been a near perfect first half for them. This is something that I was definitely not expecting at all, to be honest.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, I've been caught by surprise, but it's a nice little surprise.
Oh yeah,
maybe,
for sure.
Maybe not if you're a big fan. But
no, I bet all the South American fans in chat right now are really happy about this. And to be fair, it hasn't been a scrappy game where you look at the score and you're like, how are they 9-3 up, right? It feels like they've worked for it. You can say that they deserve it, but Tizian is going to switch it up a little bit. Goes for an early peek. Lop is going to go down. Pros is going to try and answer back with some kind of aggression himself. Has Sky to back him up for the refrag. And it's kills going in favor of Big Academy in this round. So maybe finally we're going to see them get back on the track.
Yeah, might just see that. It's a beautiful flash that Card was not ready for whatsoever. Gets blinded completely by it. Sky might even find a second out towards mid, and he does. 3 in the round for him, 4 on the CT side for Big Academy, looking to make it 5, but they have to do it the hard way because of the sheer amount of money on the side of the T's. They are going to be very, very comfortable with the buys in these next 2 rounds, looking to get into double figures if they're able to do so.
Yeah, they'd hope to. I mean, you've already done more than enough considering it's the T side, but another round might put you in an even better spot right now, and you don't really want to be giving Big Academy the comfort of a 9-6 half here. Well, I say the comfort. It's a bit discomfort-ish, but considering the situation that they were in, I'd say a 9-6 would be really good for them right now. And once again, MIBR Academy going back to the defaults. You know, one thing that I've actually noticed, they've been taking the necessary precautions, right? I mean, every single time they're playing the defaults, it just feels like they have really good protocols in terms of knowing where the aggression could come from on the side of Big Academy. So they haven't really been caught off guard way too much. The previous round was a good example, but outside of that, they've been really methodical in the way that they're clearing out the map.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can see that there's a lot of thought going into, you know, the movements around the map, why they're doing a certain situation. They all know why. They all are making sure that they do not get caught off guard by any of the plays of the big boys, and they won't be in this round. Maybe Insane will, as Hype takes him down. Flash comes out towards middle, surely. Big God is going to be dead to rights, and this is looking a little bit better here for Big Academy, as they are going to try and put a stop to MIBR, who are trying to creep their way up short. Lub is going to be taken down. The bomb drops into CT. Process drops Spinny, and Card will fall as well. 9-5. Big looking to recover in this first half in the last few rounds. They've got 2 out of the last 3, and they'll be looking to get the final one now as well. 9-6 half, Ted, that wouldn't be terrible, all things considered, for either side, I would say.
Yeah, for MIBR Academy, obviously, it's going to be a little bit better, but Big Academy, considering the position they were in at one point, it's still fine. Make it a bit less bad for yourselves. Card is going to go for an early peek now, and it's another default. It feels like they've run out of ideas on the T side, though, right? I mean, you've had all those, surprising calls and contact plays for a good like 4 or 5 rounds, but now you're just back in the default and hoping to get the opening kills. But Big Academy, they've been winning those fights. A couple better rounds from the Germans.
Been a lot better. A lot better in the last few rounds. But they'll be open to get a little bit more. A few players going to burn a little bit because of that Molotov. Causes a few problems and pushes MIBR to go a little bit quicker. Now, luckily for them, Lub isn't going to be forced into an angle that somebody is holding. And the smokes are going to go down here for this B split. 2 players on the B site. One of them is Process. Tizian finds 2 quick kills though. HE and Span through the smoke will reward him with both. Now, 30 seconds left on the clock, and they're going to crunch on the upper in mid. They're going to take him down. The bomb is still in play for MIBR, but both players in tunnels now behind the smoke. The flash is going to go through. Lots of damage through it from Sky as he looks for maybe more than one, but it's Process to find the first. Sky will get the second. And Big Academy make sure 6 CT rounds is what they will come away with.
I'm not gonna lie, for a second there I thought that MIBR Academy would try and fake the mid to be split because they realized that there was no presence whatsoever from Big, and I was thinking, you know what, you've been able to get Tizian back into City spawn. If you run back short, because the bump was in front of long, right? If you run back short, this could actually turn out to be quite a decent round for you, but they decided to try and capitalize on the gap towards middle and just use it a bit more proactively there, a bit more directly towards the B-bomb side. Doesn't really work out though. Big Academy managed to recover quite nicely towards the latter stages of that first half. And a pistol round now will actually put them in a competitive position. We're yet to see how the CT side of MIBR is on Dust 2. Reminding that we haven't really seen them play the map in the WePlay Academy League so far, and we haven't really seen them play the map against a European team so far.
Unanswered questions right now of this CT side, and well, I can tell you one thing for sure: Big Academy are definitely going to ask some questions on this T side. Sky is asking a lot of them, and well, Big Academy, or rather MIBR Academy, they can't come up with an answer. Not right now. 3 kills. The clock overwhelms the USPs. So now Flash goes in through that smoke Process with that P250, finds a quick and easy kill, knows that Spinny is there as well. Oh, don't want to give him any chances. Process is the only casualty on this T side though, as Big Academy will take this second pistol. Now, are we going to see the investment from MIBR, or is it just going to be the eco and save for next? You see a lot of teams go for kind of scouts and deagles in this round, and MIBR might go for the same.
Only one scout though, and apparently Lop is going to be okay. Yeah, I was thinking he might be saving money for the O, but no one's saving cash. Everyone's gone for it. Flew on. Process, he's gone for it as well. That's a really aggressive peek towards long. Does manage to tag down the Deagle of Spinny quite low. But now they're going to slow it down right now. You spotted the player falling back. Doesn't really give you too much information on what the buy is from MIBR Academy, but you know for sure that even if they go for the first, they're not going to have the rifle. So long is always a viable option. Especially when you have the AKs and the Galils.
Especially then.
Yeah.
The scout could cause a few problems. Taney, nice headshot onto Sky. Looking for maybe something more. He's just trying to be clever and play around these smokes, play around these one ways. That one might be a little bit too deep for him to see anything. So, mightn't get anything more. Oh, he is still playing around it though. He is quite wide. He will be seen in this angle. Tizian just baiting out, trying to find the headshot, and well,
Hello.
yeah, beautiful from Tizian. Cracking, scout down, and now it's only Deagles and a 5-7 in the way of Big Academy in their 8th round.
Look at card. Okay, don't look at card. Okay, you can look at card. He's gonna be able to get that kill into process. That one went north and south a couple times in a matter of seconds. He's picked up an AK as well. Spots the second player, taps away, but doesn't really manage to connect. And that should be the round done and dusted, even though they know there's a player trapped towards Scar. They're going to finish off every single one of them. Big Academy back to winning ways. 8 rounds now. And what was that? Was that a 9-2 or a 9-3? I think it was a 9-3. It was a 9-3 score. That's 5 consecutive rounds for Big Academy on Dust 2. And it looks like it's going to be 6 as well, and them leveling things up, because now we're going to see the eco come through from MIBR Academy. So Big, they've been able to bounce back. As worrisome as those first couple rounds were in the first half, now they've come back to themselves. That's interesting. You're dropping all the HEs to one person who's going to throw them over towards long. Is that right?
That's right. Oh,
Okay.
I'm excited for this. I am excited for this.
That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen this, by the way.
You see the nade stacked, you know, like you see them dropped over and have them in towards CT. Oh, he's a little bit early.
Oh.
He's a little
Is there
bit
one
early.
more? There should be one more.
I think it got lost somewhere.
Where is it? Ah, that was such a great idea. And even though he was way too early, he still tags down to severely low, right? If there's a third HE, he probably gets maybe a couple more tags.
Yeah.
I really hope that they find that last HE, by the way. That's just going to be $3,000 spent. Well, 300, sorry. Imagine a $3,000 HE.
It did need
Explodes
some
like a
explosion.
bomb.
Yeah, it did need some explosion, alright, to cost that kind of money. But Big Academy, they are still very, very weak. You pointed out, they're going to try and make their way across, and the first kill does go in favor of the Brazilians, but 2 go back, make that 3. The boost over towards CT, and well, Process will just clean up a little bit of a mess there. 2 kills though for MIBR Academy is not all that bad. You know, they keep Big Academy's money a little bit honest on a few players, make them reinvest, and we are going to see the first time that MIBR do go for a pretty big investment. They've got the guns out, the rifles, and an AWP in the hands of Card, as we are level right now, 9-9. Who's going to pull into the lead first? Hype to whisker away.
Yeah, once again, quick for the long fight. The CTs are going to try and fight back, though, and Lud is going to pick up the first one. Hyped with the AWP, though, to fight back. So a quick 1-for-1, but you can see how much more proactive MIBR Academy are on their CT side right now. It's not like in the previous rounds where they would just play from the back of the side and assume what's going on. They've actually taken the initiative towards B. They know exactly what's going on, but Big Academy, realizing that they've taken their time and they have no further presence on the other parts of the map, need to commit right here and right now.
Oh, Card only comes away with 1. He is going to be taken down. Sky and Process, they're going to be able to find refrags and get it into a 2 versus 2. And it's a 2 versus 2 that they're going to have very good positions for a post plant coming in. Now, because Shirley has seen Process here, I don't believe so, actually. So this angle might actually catch Insanely by surprise. Process decides to deploy that Molotov. Yeah, there's no idea that both players are coming from short. So this just slows down MIBR Academy. There is a kit in play. Lots of utility as well. They can molly the ramp. They can molly the site. And Sky might be forced into a fight that he doesn't want to take, but the molly doesn't go deep enough. Actually, it does. Burns him up, but not before he finds that first kill. Smoke goes down.
You can't find the bomb.
Trying to find the bomb. Oh,
no way!
So awkward. It wasn't even in the smoke.
No
He
time.
didn't know where to look. No time. He's going to go down as well.
Oh.
Big are going to take the lead, man.
Oh.
It wasn't even in the smoke either. That's the...
Oh, you have to feel it. You have to feel it. I think he went on top of the box and then smokes it off and goes, or just walks above the bomb. I have no idea what happens there. He just misses the mark completely. Tries to look for a bump in the smoke, but is just outside of it. Right next to him, and it doesn't really matter that he gets the kill in the end. Not enough time. That Molotov bought enough time for Big Academy to be able to go down and still win the round. And it's another half bite. The series continues. Well, the streak continues, actually. 7 in a row on Dust 2.
Tough. Very, very tough to take MIBR. Now, I don't know if he would have won it anyway, but he made a good go of it. Now, the Deagles are going to have to try their best to best the big academy boys. But right now, Hyped and Sky with the AKs are going to be able to do their best.
Yeah, he's not going to buy it.
Not going to bait Sky out like that. Good attempt, though.
That's one of those ones, you know, you watch a Banana Gaming video and he's like, hey guys, check out this cool trick on Dust 2. You can fake the drop into CT spawn. Yeah, it's a good idea. It might work out occasionally. Like, if it's a bit more chaotic, sure, why not? But if it's straight up a 1 versus 1 like that, yeah. We rate the try, though.
If you're getting caught out by that, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
You know why? You know why I'm being so politically correct about this? Because I think I've been caught off guard by it once.
Yeah. I guess that.
Don't really want to be throwing dirt in my face, but Big Academy have been throwing a lot of dirt in the faces of MIBR Academy. What was a really surprisingly pleasant performance from the Brazilians, I say we could describe it as, has now turned out to be a horror movie for them.
Well, 11-9. An attack called from MIBR to discuss what's been going wrong in the last few rounds. They've only given up 5. It's been 5 in a row on this T side, or rather the CT side for MIBR Academy that they've lost.
Yeah.
So the second half, the problems have began to show. But I'm gonna say this, regardless of what happens for the rest of the game, this is a good result for MIBR Academy. This is a very good result. They had Big Academy very, very panicked. They really did. And I think they have impressed me with their Dust 2. Now they know, okay, we're giving a good team on Dust 2 a run for their money. You know, it's definitely not been easy for Big. And anything more here is going to be a bonus. But they're still in with a chance of winning this game.
I really hope they get at least double digits here, because they haven't. I don't think they've gotten double digits. Well, they haven't gotten double digits so far in the Academy League. But Big Academy, they're going to go for the B contact play. AWP leading the charge. AK is already making their way out on the side. Instantly gets one, but Sky with the refract, Tizian and Hype pick up 1 apiece. And just like that, it's another shutdown. It should be another save coming in from the CT side, even if they find that kill towards top middle. The B bomb side notoriously too hard to retake. So even with that kill, that's just going to be an AK upgrade for Elub. It's going to be a 12th round for Big Omen Academy. 9 in a row, Jack.
Nine in a row. Where do you go from here?
Yeah, and if that was a Dua Lipa song, I would say, and we keep on counting.
Well, we do keep counting them up. We keep racking up the rounds here for Big Academy. MIBR, let's see what their money situation is going to be saying after this. Max loss bonus, of course. And Lub and Card will probably be able to drop over, you know, an M4, so they won't be strapped for cash on a few players. Utility might be lacking on 1 or 2, but should be pretty alright. You can see there, 104 ADR from ENCE, but when we move down lower on the scoreboard for MIBR Academy, it begins to kind of fall away a little bit.
Yeah. Another buy, though, coming in from the Brazilians. AWP for Card. Instant is actually going to go aggressive. He's went a bit too quiet. That's a good opening. Love, once again, is going to be able to find the first kill. No one to answer back, but look at Sky. He's taking so much space. Decides that he wants to go down middle, though, and this is the right call. They found the gap. MIBR have gone aggressive towards tunnels, but middle is completely free for the use here.
Oh, Aqua, massive headshot onto Begotten. There's B-bomb site. That is it. ENCE might be able to find something, but Hype turns around just in the nick of time. He thought he had a little bit of a timing to creep his way behind. I thought he had the timing, but very, very unfortunate. Tizian only finds 1. Spinny takes him down through the smoke, and a 2 versus 2. MIBR they're going to have to go for this. You feel Flash goes over, Spinny completely blind, Lub is going to go down, and Sky has the information on the second one as well. They don't have to look at tunnels, they just have to keep their eyes making their way up towards that ramp and B. That's where Spinny is, but now alone, a 1 versus 2, no chance in the round. He's going to have to get away and save, and that's exactly what he is going to do. There's an AWP now at his feet. He gets his hands on that. As Big Academy, they're going to get their hands on a 13th round. Spinny lucky to survive. They're very, very close, but another one. DJ Khaled playing for Big Academy, it would seem.
Okay, you're hoping on the music references.
Yeah.
Alongside me now. That was a great mid-round readjustment though from Big Omen Academy. If we've been praising Big Academy for really being, especially in the previous seasons, we've been praising them for being really well structured and being really composed, right? Really methodical. Apparently they can be successful on the fly as well. That was a great adjustment, and it wasn't something that they wanted to go with originally, but just a great reaction to the play from MIBR Academy. This is a great start from the Brazilians though, and it might be the switch that they needed, but Aqua is going to pick up that dropped AWP and drop one Lub. He's been spotted, needs to get out of there. He's going to try and bait his escape with the smoke. Does manage to get one, but Process on the refrag is going to get another 1-for-1. Big Academy not really willing to give away a round here, and Spinny, he's going to go looking for more.
Three versus 3. Best chance that MIBR are going to have at a round in a while. Card needs to be ready for Process, who is up close. Needs to connect on the AWP. Oh, he misses that shot. That might cost him his life. And the second one definitely will. Big Academy now have control of this A site. Both players are towards B, so they'll get the bomb down without any real issue. Aqua is just going to be posting up towards CT.
That's a save.
Is it a save once again? Big Academy. At the moment, Ted, they're red hot, and like the chili peppers, they just can't stop.
Okay, I think now we can stop with the music references.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah. Think might be a good
I'm having fun with that.
Yeah, I know, I can tell. maybe save some more for the next few games. We still have a lot more action, but yeah, Big Academy. That's been a recovery and a half. You know, we're gonna take a look at how clean a lot of those rounds have been, right? And yeah, we can see the observers actually focused on the fact that MIBR have been made save a lot of these rounds, and this is simply because of how invested Big Academy have been in their takes, right? It feels like everyone's just focused on the bomb side, everyone just executes it, they get the kills, and most of the time you have like 2 MIBR players completely isolated, trying to hold on and trying to take care of the money, which, you know, it's something quite positive for them. This is the reason behind us seeing so many buy rounds from the CTs, even though they've been losing so much, is the fact that most of the time they've been able to save, so they continue reinvesting, but in the end of the day, you need those rounds. Money is good, but if it doesn't lead to winning rounds, it's just a little bit useless. 9-14, tactical timeout for Big Omen Academy, and don't fool yourselves, this is not a tactical timeout that's focused on, okay, we need to fix some issues. This is a tactical timeout that's leaning a little bit more towards, okay, this is the easiest chance we're going to get to close out this game. We get this round, they have no money whatsoever. Now we can go and hunt as well if we guarantee ourselves the round, and they're going to have nothing left for the next one. Oh, and that's 11 in a row now for them as well.
Pass out towards long. Oh, look at Aqua go. He's just going to swing through the smoke, trying to deal with the pit player, but Spinny is going to get out of there alive. He is still alive, and now they've doubled up towards this side of the map. A Process and Tizian. They found 2 quick kills. Carrot gets a refrag, throws a HG, and backs away into CT to now hold on. Big Academy, they have taken long control, but it has cost them a lot in terms of men. Luckily for them, they've given as good as they've gotten. But MIBR now are just walking. They're free roaming around the map, just clearing absolutely everything. And Big Academy are locked in towards long.
Yeah, that's what they've been missing in the previous couple rounds as well, right? Because now there's no way that an MIBR duo or a player gets locked out on the other side of the map and having to save, right? Everyone's going to get involved into the round. They have a 3 versus 3 towards the back of the side, but That swing towards long is a little bit risky. Card still gets that kill, and Sky's gonna miss the shots a little bit. The AWP needs to find a refrag, but Card is gonna be able to find a double. This is massive from MIBR Academy.
Hyped now. Alone. Looking around. Seeing if there's any smokes available to him to cross, but nothing of the likes, nothing of the sorts, and this is difficult to clear out. It's a high-low right now. He's running out of time as well. Knows that there's one player close trying to bait out a few shots. There's no AWP on the other side, but he needs to isolate this 1v1. If he can find it, misses the first shot, surely that's going to be his death, and indeed it will be. The God takes him down, and MIBR, finally, Ted, finally, they pick up a 10th round. They've been waiting so long to see themselves hit 10. But it might be too little too late now as well. They only survive with 2. Money isn't going to be all that great if they do lose this next round. So still massive threats here for the MIBR side.
Yeah, that's when you needed it though. You lose that round, you're pretty much out of the game. So at least showing us that they're not willing to give it away without a fight, without a proper one as well. First time they reached double digits in the WePlay Academy League Season 6 as well. So a bit of an achievement itself. And it's against one of the really good teams that they have in their group. And you can see, because of how close some of those rounds have been, and because of Big Academy losing some members, even when they were winning, money is actually not going to be great. So after this buy round, MIBR Academy might actually get to chill a little bit, but they would have to convert it first of all.
Oh, a little bit of aggression there. Lub, without a flash, just peeks dry into that, finds a quick kill. Hyped is going to be able to trade it out. Spinny close by. Hyped not ready for him. Jumps out with the op and jumps to his death. Insane. Now drops the bomb towards mid. And MIBR look to get 11. They might just do so. Aqua needs a monstrous recovery in this round. Has to recover the bomb first. And he's no idea where the CTs all reside. Nobody in tunnels. Nobody towards short. Everybody pretty far back if we're looking directly at the map, as Insane is looking directly ahead for MIBR Academy as he pulls them through that round and gets them 11.
Yeah, by the way, that's a bit of a... I'd say that's a bit of a discovery that MIBR have gone through. Pretty much all the rounds that Big Academy haven't went for long control, or they've been denied long control. They've been trying to get fast control of short and middle, right? So that's the purpose of that entire setup that they had running towards the short area, and it works out quite well. Now there's no money, as we pointed out, a half buy coming in from the Germans, even though we know how dangerous they could be, especially with that amount of utility in their hands.
These rounds, man, Big Academy, I'm just thinking back to even last season. These rounds are where Big Academy are so dangerous. They're always in with a shout of a round like this. A little bit of a set piece, a little bit of a set play. We'll see what they have to bring.
Yeah, it's just a team that you know is not going to be throwing any random nades. Every single nade has its purpose, and let's see if they're going to be successful towards the B-bomb side.
2 quick kills, 3 for Bigod as he shuts it down, and well, no chance in the round. It said, you know, usually they are quite good in them, but MIBR Academy were very well set up for a round like that. 14-12, it's getting close. MIBR bringing it back slowly but surely. Buy round here for the German side. Hyped has an AWP, and himself and Card might have to battle it out. We'll see what kind of impact that's going to have on the round.
Yeah, one of the closest games we've had so far today. The closest game so far that MIBR Academy have been involved with. For sure. A 4-man stack towards long in the beginning of it. Well, 4-man setup. ENCE is now going to rotate back towards middle. Make sure there's not going to be any Big Omen Academy members taking a bit of a freebie. But it's slow default once again. You can tell that Big Academy have went into full tryhard mode when they start defaulting in that way. Just playing it slowly, methodically, as diligently as possible. You don't want to get caught off guard. A bit of presence shown towards B now. Gonna try and drag some rotations away, but that might be our Academy. They're just running the setup. They're not gonna move. You've left middle completely, you've left short, you're just relying on your bomb side holders, and this could be a problem. The B split on the cars, there's just 2 players. If they go down, this should be a save.
Oh, they're sitting ducks here, but Bigod will find a first kill. Insane with one as well, and Bigod will get a second. So, Big Academy, they won't get onto the bomb site with ease at all. It's a 2 versus 4 now. To swing through the smoke spin, he gets one, and that's more than enough because Aqua is alone on his endeavors. Oh, nice headshot though. Beautiful control of that spray. And he's still in with a chance. Aqua, you said he's had a disappointing performance so far, and he has done so in the WePlay Academy League. But what a round this would be. Waiting for the smoke to clear, looking for the Opper on the other side of it. But the Opper sees him first. And, well, it will be MIBR getting on to 13 rounds for the first time in the Academy League. They're looking to tie up this game, Ted. And look at the bank accounts of the big boys.
Yeah, B-God has been totally spectacular with the multi-kills towards the B-bomb side in the past couple rounds, right? He hasn't been the loudest member so far, hasn't been the brightest shed in the tool for the side of MIBR, so to say, but those past couple rounds have been really, really impressive.
The brightest shed in the tool.
Yeah. I'm actually so glad that you rate those jokes from me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Well, I rate Big Academy's chances in this round, but not after losing Sky like that. They're going to sprint out towards mid, and Card isn't going to be able to stop them, so another big hold from the B players needs to come in once again. This time, Insane is going to drop the smoke. True they come. Insane will get only one just yet. Bigod will be taken down, but luckily Spinny's going to rotate in to help out Insane, and they will hold on. 14-14. We are going the distance, Ted, in our third game on this Sunday. A bye coming in from Big Academy as well. Could they be in big trouble? Is this MIBR maybe getting onto map point for the first time?
Yeah, they could be. I mean, the past couple rounds, they had the right idea, right? Especially in the previous one. They had the idea with the split. There was just 2 players that they need to take care of, but just hitting the ground. But now you need to convert it, and look at Instantly. He's going for an aggressive play towards middle. This is so dangerous. Has the support of the AWP as well. This is a great setup, but if the ult misses a single shot, Instantly, he's going to be in such a tough spot. Sky has no idea. There's the first kill. Card is going to take another soul. MIBR Academy, they're dwindling them, but Process and Tizian fight back.
Oh, it started so well, but now it's all falling apart. Process has got 2. Aqua gets 1 onto Spinny, and it's all onto Bigod. They know he's the B player. He's caused them so many problems, but not a problem at all for Process. Takes him down 15-14. Big Omen Academy get onto map point, and it looks like they might just survive a scare, but the money is in a great state for MIBR Academy. They've got a fantastic buy for the last round, and they have to hope that they're able to force it into an OT. And to be honest, Ted, I think they deserve that much.
What a close recovery that was from Big Omen Academy, though, losing the first 2 members and then being able to fight back. And now they're going to try and close it out. Tizian making a lot of noise towards long, but the bomb is elsewhere. The bomb is towards the B-bomb side, and they've pushed towards top middle, but have no information of the tunnels. Insani, how much do you find here? And is it going to be accounted for? Surely it will. And oh, he misclicked. He actually shot.
Wasn't heard.
Aqua doesn't realize it. Is the silencer? Aqua has no idea, and he's heard that. He's heard the rotation. He's going to get a free kill. There's one. Does he get a second? No, he's not ready for the second player, but the shots are going to be off the mark. This is a madness.
I'm seeing why they call him Insane. What are these peaks going on here from him? Gets aggressive, tries to make the play, tries to take matters into his own hands, and does so. Now has the man advantage intact. He's got 29 kills. Might even drop the 30 in regulation if he can only find 1 more. And Tizian alone is going to go looking for a few players. He has to make this play first here, as his teammates are going to make their way out towards B. But God and Card, they find a kill apiece, and this kill's going left, right, and center. All of a sudden, it's Hype left alone. A 1 versus 3, and he's going to try and send it through the smoke, but Spinny shuts him down. OT on the cards for the first time for MIBR, and they are still in with a chance of picking up their first victory here at the WePlay Academy League Season 6.
Oh, and that was so disappointing from Big Omen Academy's perspective as well, right? Because the only reason Aqua actually goes back towards despawn is because he wanted his teammate to give him over nade so he can send out Tizian to go for a kill towards A and seal the fake, right? Aqua just realizes he doesn't have any utility left, so he can't really support Tizian there. This was the reason he goes back. If he had a flash, if he had the smokes, if he was able to actually set up Tizian without going back, that would have been Insani probably going towards A, and the fake would have worked out perfectly, but it doesn't. MIBR, they're not giving it up. Overtime number 1, round number 1. Big Omen Academy still on the T side, and this time they found the gap.
They have. They threaded the needle here up towards short, and Tizian is going to be able to find an entry onto Spinny, looking for a little bit more, but Lub is going to drop the bomb, and luckily for Big Academy, that bomb doesn't go falling in towards CT. Tizian does find a second and a third as well. Tizian on form here on this T side in this round, and that might be more than enough to give Big Academy a 16th, and because there's only 12.5k, we might see Card save that AWP and Lub as well, but they're being locked in from Aqua. Card has heard it. Aqua's going to take him down. Doesn't even want to go searching for the second player. Knows his teammates are going to do it. It's Tizian with 4, and it's Big with 16.
Yeah, that's one of those moments you just think, couldn't I have done this in regulation? just the previous round. Yeah, but like, you know what? They still win it. They still get around on the T side. It's a good start. A pretty fast-paced one as well, but again, Big Academy have been quite good in just realizing where the gaps are. And we had a pretty similar round, I think in round number 23 or 24, where they lost the first fight towards long, but then run out middle. Now they run short, but with the same result, worked out perfectly for them. And now they get back to the defaults, clearing out lower, getting middle on their lock and key, but instantly he's thinking about going for an insane play again, and he's walked through. That's risky, and he's gonna get spammed through.
Yeah. They know he's aggressive towards middle, right? They know that he likes that play, so they are going to be ready for it this time. Here comes the aggression towards tunnels. Process taps the first, but Begod luckily gets the trade to keep this one somewhat competitive. As Spinny now alone on this A site, no rotations, has to do this alone. His head has been spotted. And Tizian, how many dinks do you want through the box? I believe it was 3 before he fell to a headshot, as MIBR's A defense is gonna fall, and the money just isn't there for MIBR Academy to even warrant a retake here. They have to concede the 17th without any fight on this retake. And now Big Academy are really showing what they are made of. They're showing their prowess here, and they're gonna try and get 2 out of 2 for today.
Yeah, it feels like we've been dragged back in the past where we had a lot of those rounds where Big Academy, or rather MIBR Academy, were just saving with 2 surviving, right? Just Big executing a bomb site, getting all the kills, and then you see MIBR's last 2 players completely outmaneuvered, trying to hold on to their dear lives and the money. Card wants to hold on to the big green. You're not gonna have a lot of cash for it in the next one. That's a good double kill. You're gonna secure the open the next round. And you would think that MIBR would really want to get at least 1 here. Otherwise, this could turn out to be quite the uphill battle for the Brazilians. And even though they've shown some pretty impressive resilience so far, a 15-18 comeback might be a little bit too much. Big Academy, once again, picking up the pace towards long, but no one's really contested this time around.
Oh, not at all. Tizian has woken up massively today. Not just in this game. I mean, he's the MVP of the last game as well, but especially in this overtime, he has looked absolutely incredible. And so Big Academy, it has not been a fair fight whatsoever. They've been waiting to come alive, and they do come alive on this T side. They're looking to get all 3 that are on offer. Lub is the last player standing, and it is only going to be a little bit of stat padding going on here, but only 1 more kill to add to the tally as another round goes up on the board. And now 1 more needed on this CT side for Big, as they look to go 4-2 here, Ted, in the Academy League Season 6.
Yeah, Tizian picking up kills, picking up big numbers. He ended, I think he finished the first map against Spirit Academy. He finished it with 27. Now he's on 26. That's 53 kills on Dust 2 in just 2 maps for Tizian.
Incredible.
That's great for him. Well, I mean, for a player of his caliber, this is what you'd expect, right? And that's why it's kind of pleasant to see, because he's been struggling, not really having the best time of his life so far with the Big Academy roster. But today he's been showing us why he's been regarded as one of the best players the German region has produced. One of the most successful as well, for sure.
Well, let's see if MIBR can produce a round here, and it looks like they might. That's
Okay.
it. Surely done and dusted. Tizzy and B hopping around. Loses a few toes. Oh, but Spinny has been caught up.
that's
That's
the
the bomb. Aqua has found that kill. Luckily, it is going to be refragged, but I don't think there's going to be any real issue whatsoever. Never mind. Oh, this is getting dangerous here. Hype is going to try and catch him off. There is still a second smoke up. I think they might go for this.
I was just hoping, you could even hear me say please no. I was just hoping he doesn't quick scope him through the smoke or just no scope him through the smoke while jumping. That would have been too much. But yeah, it's a 2 versus 3. It feels like they really want to go for this, even though Tizian is really low on HP. I guess if Hype gets a kill here, okay. If not, Tizian just saves, and yeah, I think that was the shot. 27 HP combined. You just call it a day. You tried. You dropped the bomb in a pretty awkward spot for MIBR Academy, but you know they worked for it. They did manage to control it, and they're gonna win themselves at least one more round here on Dust 2.
Yeah, that's it. You know, you tried, didn't work out. Let's not, you know, throw away chances that you're gonna have in the next few rounds. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the money isn't really there in these 12,500 OTs. You have to be a little bit more cautious of what you do go for.
Did you see that right?
Do it.
The right on the football.
Oh yeah,
That was a great pass.
beautiful. Little true ball.
Yeah. A man well accustomed to the green carpet.
Well, we'll have to see. Of course, Brazil and Barcelona, or Barcelona, what am I on about? Brazil and German teams, you know, they have a great history when it comes to football. So,
Yeah, the
we'll
Barcelona one was a little bit random.
yeah, no, that's my mind is elsewhere. I'm thinking about El Clasico that's on now, but my mind was elsewhere. Excuse me, but yeah, no, Brazil and Germany, they have a lot of history together.
Oh yeah, let's not go that path. Don't go down there.
Well, the path is out towards long for MIBR Academy, and they're going to be trying to follow it and follow up with a second tier round if they can do so, but not going to be able to get all that much. It's a 1-for-1, so neither team comes out too badly in that regard. 55 seconds now for Big Academy to maybe make a little bit of a play here, and they're thinking about getting a little bit of aggressive. You can see the position from Tizzy in here.
I think you just hold on to the setup. But this will either go really well or horribly wrong here.
Oh, well, hyped. He is going to be able to find one kill. Are they going to be expecting Tizzy? And now they are. He's going to deploy a Molotov. Tries to get away to safety. Insane. He goes down towards mid, and it's a 3 versus 2 right now. It's MIBR down to just the op and Lub. And there's only 20 seconds left as well, so they have to make their way up short. And there is utility as well to delay them if they get it down in
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
they're rotating
They're
away.
going back B. They think it's B. They don't hear the steps. Now they're gonna realize it. They started rotating back. They've left the A-bomb side completely free. The bomb is gonna go down. There is a chance they might be our Academy. They might stay alive, and Lup is gonna find the refrag. It's a 2 versus 2 now. Low HP on Lup, but he's gonna go for another. And it's a 1 versus 1. Card on the AWP against Sky on the AK on the other side. Card. He's just gonna tuck in. Hope he doesn't get accounted for, but Sky is gonna clear him out, and that's gonna be it. Big Academy, they're gonna close it out 19-16.
Oh, dude, nearly fumbled the bag there. Oh, man, I'm lost for words with that. That was nearly all over there. MIBR nearly found themselves forcing it to a second OT or 1 round away at least. But man, that is a great result for Big Academy, but it's also not a bad result for MIBR. I mean, this is one of the best teams that you're going to play in the Academy League. You know, maybe not off the results that they are posing. You know, they've already got 2 losses, Big Academy, but trust me, they are one of the best teams, and you'd be silly to not think they're going to be in with a chance of maybe even winning the whole entire event. But MIBR, to take them that close, to have them sweating as much as they did in the first half and just throughout that game in general, man, it's very, very promising signs. And I think that's a little bit of a statement. You know, you said about Jay and Dway kind of making the comparison to Eternal Fire. You know, maybe that's a little bit of a statement showing, you know, we are going to put up some good fights in this. We're not just going to get absolutely whitewashed by every single team. We are going to make sure that we give a good account of themselves, and that's exactly what they've done here today. But sadly, no win, Ted. Sadly, no win for the Brazilian side. They will have to wait a little bit longer. An incredible performance from ENCE. And to be honest, even though Big Academy did win it, you know, he is definitely my MVP.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. He had a really impressive performance, right? Especially on the T side with the opening kills on CT. He was constantly trying to create space and find gaps for his teammates to work with, find information. He was all over the place. But in the end of the day, Big Academy, they're going to pick up their second victory of the day, second victory in an overtime so far in the WePlay Academy League Season 6, and fourth victory overall in the group stage, which is going to make it a lot better for them, right? Now in Group B, they're going to be, I believe, right behind the first team, which is going to be obviously NIP. But yeah, Big Academy now looking like a really, really tough team, a lot better after the first two, well, the two losses out of the first 4 games. And in the end of the day, even though it was a tough victory, it's still a victory.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's not about how you win them. It's just as long as you win them. And Big Academy, I mean, they're 2-0 for today. You can't really fault them for that. But the real good game that they had was against Spirit Academy. I mean, that one was very, very impressive indeed. But it's experience under their belt of playing with Tizian, and they look quite good. They're looking to maybe make a little bit of a late surge towards the top of their group. And while speaking about the top of the group, we are going to be looking forward to Group A, where it's going to be the number 1 facing the number 2. It's NAVI Junior taking on fnatic Rising. Both teams unbeaten. NAVI 4-0, fnatic Rising 3-0. One team has to lose. And who's going to come out on top? Well, we've got a little bit of a break before then, but make sure you join us in around 5 or 10 minutes time when we go live with that one. You do not want to miss it. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 6. It's a Sunday, Ted, but there is absolutely no rest for us or any of the players here at the WePlay Academy League, as we do go all week and we continue all day with some more CS action. And I mean, I am more than excited coming up to this game. I mean, if we had the David versus Goliath there just prior to this one, now we have a Goliath versus a Goliath. NAVI Junior taking on fnatic Rising. What are your thoughts?
Well, we're getting, I think, a replay of one of the most exciting games that we had in the previous season as well, right? Even though the scores might have not shown it, because fnatic Rising did manage to take down NAVI Junior both times. It was a 16-12 and a 16-7, both games taking place on Inferno. I feel like this is one of the most exciting rivalries, especially for me in the WePlay Academy League, and I'm really looking forward to it. Especially after seeing how impressive NAVI Junior were earlier today. They're on a 4-0 right now. fnatic Rising are on a 3-0, and yeah, it's just written in the stars to be a matchup and a half.
Yeah, I mean, this one is going to be very, very interesting. You know, both teams unbeaten. Somebody has to lose, so there's always that. And I mean, if NAVI Junior are able to pick up this victory, they would, you know, pull 2 wins away from fnatic Rising. They currently have played one more game than them, but, you know, they would kind of extend that advantage that they have, and maybe even top the group. Of course, you know, we've already spoken about NAVI Junior and, you know, the new additions that they've made to the lineups. And, well, somebody I wanted to highlight, of course, is on the other side of it. You know, fnatic Rising, they've had the addition of Wolfie, who has been absolutely incredible at the Academy League so far.
Yeah, you know, Wolfie is not a. I think it's a pretty similar choice to the one of the young ninjas picking up Era, right? Because you're not picking up a youngster that's completely unfamiliar and unknown with the scene and with Pro CS, right? You're pretty much picking up a guy that was one step ahead of everybody else, right? Because he had his time with Ecstatic, obviously previously linked the Vikings. He's played with an experienced IGL as per from Sky already. So you think that he's going to bring up the experience, which is quite the opposite compared to their previous choice, which was Depression for Season 5, right? And he did well, but Wolfie is a lot more experienced, a lot more well drilled. So I guess you could tell that he is a guy that could be the difference maker in the server. And Fnatic Ryzen don't really need to rely only on Pebs or Involt doing the hard carry, even though MAZE has been putting on some great numbers as well. But yeah, that's gonna be a really intriguing fight, especially if we get to see Hetrick play once again in this matchup. The Hetrick versus Wolfie fight is probably one of the most exciting ones in terms of AWP versus AWP that we're gonna get. I think in the entire tournament, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. And well, we are going to have a Vertigo. So, you know, we're not going to see Inferno.
Okay.
That was banned out by NAVI Junior. So, for the first time, we are going to see these two face off on Vertigo. And yeah, your offer can have a little bit of impact on the CT side. It wouldn't be an up-heavy map. I wouldn't really describe it as such. But it will still be an interesting battle. And, you know, it was always going to be up for debate what was going to kind of happen with this Fnatic Rising lineup. You know, if they were going to keep Depression, even though they did win, you know, because there was a lot of questions asked of him. He didn't really have too great of a performance. I think Wolfie is definitely an upgrade, and you know, we can see now that Fnatic Rising do look like a more complete team. And I think the proof is in the pudding. They've already qualified for Challenger League there yesterday, I believe. They managed to take down Aurora, I believe, in their final best of 3. So congratulations to them. But they'll be looking to build off that success. And who knows? Maybe, just maybe, Fnatic Rising could be in with a shout to be in back-to-back champions.
Yeah, to be fair, they are the team that has the most experience. Well, not the most experience, but the most success outside of the Academy League, out of all the Academy teams, right? Because right now, I believe they're participating in the CCT North Europe, and they're something like 2-0 in the MAZE Swiss, being teams like Equa and Skate, both 2-0, and their map pool is actually really deep. And that's one of the things that I was looking into, because obviously the pre-match stats, they've been way better on Vertigo compared to NAVI Junior, and I think this is something that Fnatic are going to be really happy with, unless we see NAVI Junior go back to their old selves. You know, back in the time when they had m0NESY on, they were a really good Vertigo team, and I think Vertigo was their best map back in the days. You could still see up to this date, whenever G2, let's say, play Vertigo, it's just the m0NESY show. This is how good he was on that map, but I'm not really sure if they're going to be able to handle it without him in the roster anymore. Not that Hetrick isn't a great opener himself, but Vertigo is one of the really strong maps for that Fnatic Rising side, and with their map pool being so deep, I don't think they would be struggling on any map in there.
Yeah, I definitely don't think so, but who knows, Ted? This
oh no,
Academy League...
I'd forgotten about this. That actually gives me some small form of anxiety, by the way.
Yeah, it's
okay, now it's
gives me a little bit nervous. Woo! Don't like heights, Ted. You know, I'll remember that.
Nope, I don't.
Well, I'm not a big fan.
You know what? I
of it.
like adrenaline, though.
Well, let's see if there is going to be a boost of adrenaline as we have a look and see what lineup is going to be used. And I can already see Yaboko is in for NAVI Junior. Trying to remember who he's in place of. Unbroken, yeah. So it's interesting. They do switch it up a little bit between Unbroken and Frozik, I believe, is the other player that they kind of rotate in and out. Well, they're going to need to rotate over towards A, because this is where the hit's coming in for the pistol. Banjo starts things off as he takes down Yaboko through that smoke. Nipple is going to fight back. Bomb is going to go down. Wolfie surely is going to be spotted out there by Hetrick, and himself and Peps are going to be dropped. Volt and MAZE now have to do it all, and MAZE is going to have to do it all. A 1v4 for the IGL, a very tall order. And it is too much for him to handle. NAVI Junior will take the CT pistol to start things off.
Yeah, it was a great pistol as well. It's a fairly clean one. Nipple with a triple kill. Obviously, he had a really good performance, by the way, on on map number 1 that they played earlier today. Well, I say map number 1 on the previous game that they had NAVI Junior against MOUZ NXT. Nippo had a good showing. Everyone had a good showing, to be fair. And this is an interesting fact, by the way. The lowest tap for NAVI Junior in that game was Demon on 14. Highest one was froZIC on 23. So kill distribution actually quite decent. You know, everyone in the margin of 9 kills, high-low. That's great. Shows that the team is going to be on the same page. And I guess a bit of an advantage that you could say that Navi will have in this game is that they've had the chance to warm up a little bit today already. Whereas for fnatic Rising is their first and, well, not last game, but their first game of the day.
Of course, fnatic Rising have already played today as well. They had a game earlier on against Prospects, a best of 3 that went all 3 maps and went down to the wire. I think the last map was 16-14, so you know it's been a long day for them already. And they still have this game and another to play as well, but no signs of fatigue just yet from the fnatic Rising boys as they fight back and get it into a 3 versus 3. Volt goes looking for something, doesn't realize where he's been shot from. The silencer is a nasty thing. He is able to find Demon, who swings wide and takes down one of his teammates. Banjo falls, Volt is alone, 9 HP, and both players close, so no chance of a plant. He has to go look for a fight. But where is that second player? There he is. froZIC takes him down, 2 in a row for NAVI Junior.
Yeah, still commendable the amount of damage that fnatic were able to do in this round, especially after how badly the initial couple fights went. But once again, Nippo with the multi-kill, froZIC there to help him out. A great start for the CT side of NAVI Junior. Obviously, Vertigo, one of the more balanced maps in the pool. Of course, it's always difficult to say because you know we have different statistics between the let's say top 20, top 30 teams in the Academy League. Most of the time, it's even reversed on some maps. Dust 2 would be a good example of that, by the way. In the Academy League, Dust 2 is one of the more T-sided maps, or at least a lot of the comebacks have happened on the T side, which is interesting. Vertigo, though, especially in the previous season, was a heavily CT-sided map.
Oh, Nipple forced into a fight there because of that Molotov that Volt threw from the underground. Now, Banjo goes over towards B. He's the man with the bomb, and he's completely alone. There's no follow-up there for Demon to deal with, not yet anyway. And he can wait for his teammates to rotate on over. They're going to be very slow, though, and it's allowed a great opportunity for Volt to make his way up. But Volt waiting for MAZE. MAZE finds that kill over from Heaven. And now, fnatic Rising can try and put this bomb down. Yaboku creeping in from behind. Volt does plant safely. MAZE finds a headshot with the first eagle. Yaboku now trying to pull off the 1 versus 2. Volt down to 43 HP. As Yaboku now goes looking for him, finds him, peeks out. 8 HP. It's not a lot, but it is just enough to get NAVI Junior their 3rd round.
Yeah, that was great composure shown by Yaboku, right? You could see that he didn't really panic. He was just holding on to his own. He knew that Volt had nowhere to go. He was trapped towards the back of the box, so sooner or later Volt would have to peek, and he did. Yaboku winning that fight, a 1 versus 2 clutch. A really crucial one as well. Even though it was a massive round from MAZE. Good news for fnatic, though. A lot of these rounds have been close, and they've been able to get the bomb down, find a couple kills, so we're not really going to see an eco from them. We're just going to be playing the buy game here. And the money on the side of NAVI Junior is quite low. So even though they've lost the first 3 rounds, fnatic Rising, they're going to have the AKs out, the utility as well, and one win here is going to reset the economy of the Ukrainian organization fully. So, yeah, pretty important one, but froZIC is going to kick things off with a nice double kill there.
He finished very hot in our first game that we casted between NAVI Junior. He had an ace, in fact, to close out the game.
Yeah. Top fragging style, 23. No, 20. Yeah, 23.
23, I think. Yeah, I think you were dead right the first time.
Yeah.
Don't doubt yourself, Ted. Don't worry.
You know what's the thing, though? I've had this. I actually forgotten about this because you have like 7 BO1s in a day. At some point, you start forgetting.
Yeah, it's only natural.
A massive game. Like, the entirety of it just becomes one game. But you know what's not one game? Banjo getting those kills. That's insane from him. Taking down Demon, the B-bomb side going to be completely open. Bomb going to go down from Wolfie, and another retake is on the cards. And Hetrick with the AWP on the retake might not be too happy about it.
Oh, but he makes it
Never
look
mind.
very easy with that shot. Wolfie doesn't have his trusty AWP, has to use the AK. He is going to be spotted out, finds that first kill, now goes looking for the second, knows Hetrick is on the op, and Wolfie isolates the 1v1s expertly. A 1v2 makes it look very good in doing so. 3 kills in that round for him. And Fnatic Rising finally come away with their first T round. And this comes back to the fact that you were saying, you know, NAVI Junior, their money isn't in a great situation. And it's not. They have to go for a force. And the height of it is an MP9. Isn't that a sad story?
Yeah, it is. It is a pretty terrifying one. You don't really have the money to even go for an eco, and that's when you know things are bad. A great clutch from Wolfie as well. Understanding he's low on HP and he's facing off against an AWP, picks up the headshot fight angle. Sets himself up for success. It would require an insanely spectacular shot from Hetrick to win that previous round, so Wolfie plays it to perfection. Volt, oh, gonna see a lot of people there. Still manages to collect 1 soul, but MOUZ needs to be really careful. He's all alone here, but he's gonna win that fight against Yaboku. 5-7 close range could be really, really dangerous. Quite a demonic pistol, hate seeing it in the server. That's why I play the CZ.
Yeah, dude, I don't get that.
Out of respect for the French scene. Only the OGs will understand this one.
Out of 5-7's just way too good at the minute. Just way too good. Now, these pistols have been a massive problem for Fnatic Rising right now. Volt, the first casualty, but a 4v3, and you can see Fnatic Rising are being very, very cautious about what they're doing in the round. This is a very, very methodical one from the T side, but luckily for them, the A bomb site is completely clear, so there isn't going to be any kind of resistance, and it should be a second round for them.
Yeah, it's just a save. You eco in the next one regardless, so why not just have something to work with? And Hetrick's actually going to pick himself an AK. That's alright. You still have the MP9, you have the pistol for Demon. Better have something to try and do the damage in the next one. A good start from Fnatic Rising. MOUZ is on a good start as well. 5 kills under his belt. One of the... I'd say one of the brightest prospects of in terms of IGLs that we have in the WePlay Academy League. A person that's quite responsible in the way that he's calling as well, right? Because he's not only the IGL, he's the entry. So he's kind of that... Gives you those old school Stewie vibes of a guy that's just going to open up the space for his teammates. Maybe if you compare him to a modern age player, you'd say an Apex for the side of Fnatic Rising. He's a pretty similar player. Well, maybe not that loud and crazy. We'll have to wait and see how he is at LAN, first of all. But at least in the server, it's quite similar. You'd imagine he'd be screaming like Apex?
Maybe.
I don't know if we have such a loud Dane, to be fair. Maybe Zonic, but he's not really a player. So, do we have a really loud Danish player? Magisk is quite vocal.
Hadian.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
the most obvious one.
Pardon me. Yeah, okay. What a question. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I asked if we had a one that's screaming, not throwing things, but yeah, I guess he's just doing everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna be a Cadian, just not an open Cadian, you know, a rifle Cadian.
It's of course interesting to see Fnatic Rising at a boot camp right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's maybe they're that's what they have, the boot camp buff. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, NAVI Junior were boot camping a lot as well in the past. You know, a lot of these organizations now, obviously for other reasons outside of CS, they can't really boot camp right now. But
yeah,
those organizations are really cool in the way that they're supporting the players, because you realize, especially for a bunch of like younger guys between the age of, let's say, 15 and 19, which is the majority of the players that we have here over the WePlay Academy League, a boot camp makes a big difference to the way that you play and see the game and just your mentality overall. It's really, it's a real nice experience.
Not a nice experience for NAVI Junior in the last few rounds because fnatic Rising have picked them up with relative ease, and young Volt might cause a few more problems for NAVI Junior. Might take away a rifle or two. Demon doesn't want to overcommit clearing out that angle, but Volt might go looking for him, knowing what he's like.
Hello.
He might go to investigate. And well, Demon is down. Nickel gets 1. And Volt finds 2. 3 on the board. We're level. As we're 6 rounds in. But there is a buy at least for NAVI Junior, even after losing the few rifles that they had. And we're trying to keep their hands on.
Yeah, some nice shots. Volt getting fired up. We know what he's capable of. Individual skill through the rooftop. One of the
ridiculous.
UK scene's brightest.
Yeah. Oh, but definitely one of the most insane, like, mechanically gifted players I've ever like witnessed.
I'd say it's him and Cypher that are maybe, let's put it that way, they're the biggest revelations of the UK scene in terms of the future of it, right?
Yeah. I kind of have first-hand experience with Volt, so maybe I'm a little bit biased, but
Yeah.
you know, he's very, very gifted, gifted at the game, and not just, you know, one of the best in the UK scene. Just he's a very, very strong player in general. So was Pepsor, though. I mean, he had a unbelievable.
You remember season 5
in
Pepsor?
season 5? That's what I'm literally talking about. You know, that season 5 Pepsor was an absolute monster, and one of the main reasons that fnatic Rising actually won the entire event was Pepsor and his performance.
You know, it's actually a fun fact that fnatic Rising didn't have a single individual player in the top 8 of the highest rated players for season 5, but still in terms of impact and in terms of, maybe that's the amount of games that they played as well, but in terms of just gameplay, they've been spectacular. MACE is going to find another kill towards the A-bomb side, and Hetrick now towards the back of the side actually drops the bomb. That's going to open up a lot of space and going to win time for his teammates to arrive to the scene, and with not a lot of nades left for the T's, they will kind of have to make their way into the bomb side using their bullets. Nipple finds another. Volt and Wolfie pick up 2. Hetrick with a double. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Hetrick taken on Wolfie, but it's the AWP to hit the shot. Wolfie with another classy double kill there to clutch it up, and another 1 versus 1 against Hetrick. That's going to go his way.
And it is fnatic Rising to pull in front right now.
Yeah, they're rising.
Yeah, they are rising through these rounds and rising up on top of NAVI Junior, and they might go a little bit further. Only an M4 in their way on Hetrick, and it's a little bit of a quicker round here. Pepsor out with a Mac 10. It's going to be Volt to find the initial kill, and well, they are just going to swing wide and try and take control. Demon's going to be spotted out. Nipple goes through that smoke, but Volt deals with him. And there's a B bomb site for fnatic Rising, and surely a 5th round as well.
Yeah, it's good to see that they have those quick anti-eco rounds as well, right? Because Vertigo could be a really awkward round when you're playing against the pistols. If you take your time, you lose a couple fights. Especially if you go towards the ramp area, you see a lot of teams actually focusing towards it when they have a bit of a lower buy. So going out of middle might work out quite well for you. You know, picking up the pace, building up that confidence. You don't really want to be giving NAVI Junior the chance to get comfortable in a round like that. Hetrick gonna try and do his best there with the M4, but 1 kill is gonna be everything for him. 5 in a row now. fnatic Rising, since losing the initial 3 rounds of the game, or should I say the opening 3 rounds of the game, they've been completely stellar. Inevitable. Winning every single round so far. 5-3, another buy coming in for the NAVI Junior side. Hetrick back on that hope. M4s for the rest haven't really been able to regain their success. There's a gap smoke for all of you ladies and gentlemen at home. You need that. I'd argue this is the only smoke that you absolutely need to know on Vertigo when you're playing a face-it puck. You need to.
Nah, bottom yellow is so important right now.
Oh
This
yeah,
one,
gap,
that-
well, yeah, CT. I was saying T side.
T side?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe.
D side, this is the only smoke. Like, obviously you need to smoke ramp. I don't think there's, like, that's like, the ramp smoke on Vertigo has became the stair smoke on Mirage.
You need to know that. Well, what you need to know about this round is fnatic Rising have absolutely torn apart NAVI Junior. Fault is going to be found out. He's done his job though, picking up 1 kill. And Hedrick and Nipple try and hold on to the rifles once again, but it's been completely one-sided, really, in the last few rounds or rather in favour of fnatic Rising, as NAVI Junior are really struggling, and, well, they're going to have to try and go forward in the next round without an AWP, as that's been dropped, and Nipple's nowhere near to try and hold on to it.
Yeah, he couldn't really. He needs to hold on to his AK. Just focus on that for now. fnatic Rising have done a really good job at isolating both him and Hedrick. If you just think of the amount of times where Hedrick has had to clutch or has just been left in the safe, that's gonna say enough, right? Avoiding him is gonna be a pretty tough task, but a pretty commendable one, I'd say. I mean, you avoid him, you're gonna have a really, really pleasant time on the T side against Navi. We know
absolutely.
Yeah, we know that Navi's always been a side that miraculously knows how to, and that's just for the junior part, obviously, because the first team doesn't really play Vertigo. But speaking of the NAVI Junior guys, they've always been able to set up their opers for success. We spoke about Molisy and how he's able to transition that even into a G2. Their opers are just really, really good on the CT side of a... Well, I wouldn't say an OP heavy map, right? One of the least used and least favorable maps for an oper, but they somehow make it really, really useful and really meta. But yeah, when you isolate him, it doesn't really make a difference. If you don't, though, even on a scout, he might bite you.
He might. And he gets 2 goals at that as he tags the first and then finds the second. But Volt is going to be able to trade out Yaboku. 158 ADR right now for Volt. And NAVI Junior have rotated everybody over towards B, because usually it is Volt here alone. But eventually they're going to have to make their way back. They've taken a little bit of a gamble. And it just might work out now because they're realizing, all right, we haven't heard anything towards B. We'll get into the position towards A. And fnatic Rising, they haven't gone very quickly at all. So shouldn't be too much of an issue or too much of a problem. Flash goes out as we see Hedrick tries to get a little bit of aggressive. There's a player on the site that needs to be dealt with right now, but that smoke is making it very difficult indeed. Nipple has been tagged down. Pepsor walks his way up, and Nipple playing around that smoke is going to be able to find that kill. Looking for Banjo as well, but gets away to Elevator to safety. Demon with that CZ is being a little bit of a demon. A nightmare for fnatic Rising as they are panicked a little bit, down to just MOUZ and Volt. They need to find the kills. They need to get this bomb down. 20 seconds to do so. And the bomb is going to be picked up. Volt already with 2 kills. MOUZ has left him up to his own devices here on default. Gets 1 more before he's going to be taken down, and it's left onto the IGL shoulders. The smoke goes down. The bomb is going to be tapped. It's not stuck, but it doesn't matter. Nipple over the top of it on default. MOUZ falls, and NAVI Junior, they have themselves a 4th round.
Yeah, expertly played by the young Navi players. I mean, the counter smoke towards the side was everything there. Nipple managing to get himself into a really good position in between the 2 smokes, drops the first one, then falls back towards Con, opening up a lot of space for the C set of Demon, I believe, to strike down from 51. And after that, they just knew there was no further utility left on the side of fnatic Rising. MOUZ, he decided to give himself a better shot of winning the round, repositioning towards ramp, leaving Volt all alone towards the back of the side. 1 kill was everything that Volt was able to produce there. A really tough spot to find yourself in. And Navi, they get one that they probably shouldn't be winning. And this is a bit of a money injection. They needed that after losing 6 in a row for sure. Might be able to give us a bit of a closer game now.
Maybe, just maybe. Big nade actually onto MOUZ. Molly is going to rain over towards Sandwich and Ivy. MOUZ is going to go forward on his low HP and find a kill, but it's Yaboku with a triple. They line up for him and he takes them all down. He still has a few more bullets in the magazine, but it doesn't matter. Wolfie gets the refrag. Hedrick with a massive shot, and now It is Volt alone. Still high HP, 100 in fact. He catches Nipple on the reload, but Demon is there to trade him out. It's a 5th round for NAVI Junior, but fnatic Rising, he do get a little bit close towards the end. Fantastic hold from Yaboku though.
Yeah, fantastic hold. And for a second there, it became quite dangerous, right? Because even though Nippo was towards Gap, I feel like they knew there was a second player. So if Yaboku goes down, Nippo is probably going to hit the ground running as well. And rotations were actually far away. The only reason why Hetrick was there to support and actually get a kill is that Yaboku gets a triple and that slows them down massively. Even if he loses the first, well, if he loses the first fight, they're probably losing the round. Even if he gets one kill there, it's just not going to be enough. So Yaboku, the newest addition, well, one of the 2 newest additions, stepping up to the occasion. Haven't had the pleasure, and won't really have the pleasure of watching Randy today. But Yaboku's been doing a really good job so far. That was a good round. Well, I say so far, it was a good recovery. He didn't really have the best start of the game. He was 2-10? No, 2-9 because he went down. Yeah, he was 2-9 before that round. 5-10 now. A lot better. 5 rounds CT side. Now Junior trying to bounce back. Money for the side of fnatic starting to dwindle just a little bit as well. Round not really forgiving, but Mason's going to try and switch it up with a really quick play towards mid of Frozik. Already on top of the box. Going to be ready for this. Executes him and falls back. Nowhere there to refrag, so NAVI Junior will have the comfort of playing that in a 5 versus 4.
A little bit too quick for his own good there. And exactly what NAVI Junior are looking for to maybe tie this game up. Volt has been a nightmare towards yellow. He's found kills left, right, and center. And there's another one looking for Nipple. Maybe is he going to be expecting it? Good refrag. Gets away. Now the man advantage still in play for the NAVI boys. Banjo hoping for some aggression. Maybe towards the B stairs, but surely that is not going to come in. There was a player close. I believe that is Demon. But he will back away safely onto site. You don't need to do anything because Frozik is making the play right here. He's heard the bomb dropped and he continues to walk his way behind. Wolfie lining up a flash. He goes down and now Pepser turns
now
around.
he spotted the bomb.
Yeah, well, he has the bomb, but he's no idea where the other player is. Oh, Pepser's legs are going to be spotted. And well, Frozik, he's made a massive play and he will tie this game up now.
Yeah, that's a good push from Frozik. Especially after them getting the first kill onto MOUZ. I feel like simply because of that aggressive play from MOUZ, fnatic Rising were really thinking that Navi would follow it up with a push, right? So Frozik going for that push, that was a great decision. And even though Banjo's going to be able to find the kill and recover the bomb, he doesn't really have the time for it. Might just want to go down. Nope, going to pick up the AWP, try and hold on to it, and they're going to let him do so. 3 surviving for NAVI Junior is going to be big success for them as well. A big play from Frozik is going to get them another one. We're leveled up once again, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty interesting to see because fnatic Rising, they were holding there, right? I mean, they knew that there was a little bit of aggression coming in. You can see Banjo was waiting for it towards the B stairs, but they just didn't have middle cover. Nobody was holding behind. Wolfie had to go into a position to set up the flash, and that gave Frozik an unbelievable timing to just creep behind and find 2 kills and the round. Now, Wolfie, he's going to be off the mark a little bit there. Doesn't cost him his life, but unable to find an entry in a pretty important round here. I mean, they don't have all that much to work with. It is pretty much only the AWP, unless we want to consider the Tech 9s.
Yeah. Nate's not really of plenty either. Only 3 flashes in the smoke there. So you'd hope that Wolfie is going to be successful in one of his opening kill endeavors, but NAVI Junior, they're actually facing off towards the ramp, so Wolfie might get a chance here.
Oh, Nipple goes down. There's the opening kill found, and the rifle as well, let's not forget. So they will be able to get their hands on that. Volt is going to be wielding it. Might want to drop that over to Banjo. He's the man with armor. But the flash goes in, and Volt is going to find a free kill as well. Might just drop that one behind after he takes control of Ivy and Sandwich. 40 seconds left, and fnatic Rising are making this round work completely. Op creeps his way out onto the site. That's going to be head trick. Is he going to be spotted out just yet? Wolfie unable to find him. Pepsor is now down as well. Back into a 3 versus 3 as things begin to heat up. But if you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen. That's exactly what the bomb is going to do. MOUZ is going to hightail it towards B. But that's what NAVI Junior think. He's made all the steps, he's made all the sounds, he makes his way back, and it's bought enough time for fnatic to take control of the site. MOUZ needs to get across safely. He's lost 2 teammates, he taps the bomb, he's waiting for the swing out from Hetrick. It's not going to come in, there is not enough time for MOUZ to win this round. It was a nice attempt, a valiant effort, but in the end, NAVI Junior, they come out on top.
Yeah, that was a massive kill from Demon, by the way. Him going for that peek is so risky as well, right? Because if someone is holding for him, if he loses that fight, it's a 2 versus 3 retake for his teammates, and the T's have the bomb site, they have a player towards gap, and they have the other one towards ramp, and the AWP holding for it. So it would have been a really comfortable post plan, actually, for the T's if Demon goes down there, but he still wins the fight, which makes it a lot more favorable there for Navi, and as you could tell, there was not enough time. So even if Hetrick goes down there, they pretty much win the round. And now Hetrick is actually going to switch it up a little bit. They have the double push towards middle. frozik flash not going to be great, but no one to punish him on the other side. Has the support of Hetrick, but he's missed the shot, and that's going to cost him. MOUZ takes down frozik. Not going to be that successful in his middle endeavors this time around. And an early man advantage for the fnatic boys. This time around, MOUZ is not going to be solo towards middle. Has some support, but look at Nipple go.
Finds 2. He even got the second there through the tower.
I thought that was Iboku, to be
fair. No, it was Nipple. He gets 2 quick and easy kills. NAVI Junior have an advantage once again. It's gone very stale for fnatic Ryzen in the last few rounds.
Yeah, I think NAVI Junior have found their success in just mid-round and early round aggression so far, right? I mean, most of the time, they've been really good at denying fnatic Rising from going for those fast-paced plays. And in the meantime, whenever fnatic have tried to play the slow game, it's been Navi to just take a lot of map control in space. But this is still not an unwinnable round, especially with Banjo picking up that first kill and the double up. Okay, Demon and Nipple going down, and now it's a retake. And Hetrick, he's already low on HP. Same for Iboku.
Yeah, I mean, Iboku's already very low on HP. He's been headshot. Banjo takes him down. He's got 3. Hetrick backs away and save. And, you know, we were writing them off a little bit too early. That's fantastic double N3 from Banjo. And he even gets the 3rd as well. All because of him. fnatic Ryzen are going to tie this game up. Hetrick looking to hold on to the AWP. Very quick to take down Pepsor. Not going to be caught off guard by a player going for the hunt. But fnatic Ryzen, they do not have the money to keep going for this hunt altogether. They have to just concede that AWP, let them have it, let them play out the next round, but at least the game is gonna be level, and it's really anyone's head, to be honest, who's gonna take this first half.
Yeah, this is a massive recovery from fnatic Rising. It's just a setback, even mentally, for the side of NAVI Junior, right? You start winning consecutive rounds. It feels like, okay, it was fnatic's game for a second there, but you've turned it over. And now you lose a position. You lose a round where you had the man advantage. You had a lot of the information as well, because they had ramp cleared up. So knowing what's going to hit you, having the upper hand, and still letting it hit you and going down to it is surely going to be disappointing. That's a cool one-way for everyone at home from Volt, but Hetrick is well aware.
Well aware. And Volt's first half cut short, as he's the first casualty in this round. Advantage for NAVI Junior, and they can play safe if they want to, but they don't want to concede the ramp control too much. I mean, they'll give up deep ramp control, but they will play close by. The Sandbags and Crane. Oh, Sandbag shot. Not going to connect, as Hetrick needs to deploy that smoke to get away safely. Won't be able to do so. Wolfie is going to be holding it. Iboku can't really help out his opera too much, but needs to help himself by picking up a few kills. Nipple is on hand to lend a helping hand, but is it going to be much of one? Only finds 1. Wolfie with a double. 3 kills in the round, and might go looking for a little bit more. fnatic Rising, the ball is in their court, but frozik has to make a big play here. Creeps up, Creeps gets a massive flash as Wolfie takes him down once again, and Wolfie on a tear might just seal the half win for fnatic.
It's Demon in a 1 versus 3. Doesn't have an HE. He would have loved to have one, or at least a Molotov. Only a smoke and a kid, though. At least it's going to make it possible if we see someone overextend from the side of fnatic, but he will need some mistakes from the T's. First one there. Nice headshot onto Wolfie. Banjo is low on HP. Trapped towards the back of the side. Demon doesn't realize it. He's going to tap the bomb there. He's actually going to stick it.
Oh. You always get nervous, even though you know that fnatic Rising should win that. They know where the bomb is planted, but once that smoke goes down, especially if you're close in it, you can lose yourself very, very easily. But fnatic Rising do not do so. 8-7, fantastic first half from Volt. 17 and 13, and Vertigo, one of his best maps. You know, in the Academy League, he's put up great performances on this time and time again.
It's a bit of a UK map, isn't it? I mean, Endpoint used to like it quite a lot as well.
Endpoint very good in it, yeah. You know, well, when he was playing on Fambit, they used to play it all the time. Vertigo was one of their best maps.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
Nuke.
I know that Fambit used to play a lot of Vertigo as well.
Yeah. Back when he was on Coalesce as well. Same team, but different names.
Coach Jack.
Coach Jack. That was a long time ago, Ted. A long time ago.
Well, it was 1 year ago. It wasn't such a long time.
That's a long time in Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
You're fool to say otherwise.
Yeah, true point. Yeah, that's true. In CS time, that's 1 year is a lot, you know? 365 days.
Indeed. Well, T-Pistol for NAVI Junior. Pretty similar to the one we've seen from fnatic Rising. They're going to try and get this bomb down. Frozik burns an awful lot, down to half HP, and he is going to be taken down. Pepsor swings through the smoke. His teammates are accompanying him, but the kills just keep going in favor of the T's. Yaboku finds 2. MAUZ will eventually take him down and put a stop to him. It's MAUZ and Wolfie versus 3 players on the side of NAVI Junior. Smoke goes down on the bomb. MAUZ is going to tap it. Doesn't have armor. He's the man with the kit as well, as the pistols are going to get close and try and deal with him. MAUZ goes down. Wolfie is now alone. He gets goosed up, and that is going to incite the swing, and that is going to be second pistol going in favor of NAVI as well. We continue to be leveled, and the game just keeps getting tied up. Nobody wants to pull ahead.
I don't think we have a stat for that. I'm gonna try and look into it for maybe tomorrow or the next day that we're doing. But NAVI Junior, I think, is one of the best pistol teams that we have in the Academy League. Their conversion rate on pistol rounds is horrendously high. And once again, when we're speaking about a bo1 format, that helps you out so much, right? Especially when you convert. Like, they converted the first 3 rounds in the first half. If you convert 3 here as well, you're pretty much halfway there. And considering you've been able to be fairly competitive in the buys as well, this is what you need to win a game like that, especially when you're playing arguably the best team in the tournament, right? Well, you're playing the reigning champions. Yeah, good pistol shots. Kind of reminds me of you.
Me?
Yeah.
What, receiving them?
No, low sense king.
Oh, low sense king, yeah.
You're playing quite a low sense, aren't you?
Nah,
what sense are you playing on?
Oh, I don't even know what I'm on right now.
You don't know your sense?
No, I haven't played in a while, to be fair.
Yeah. I actually upped my sense recently. Actually, a fun fact. I asked Nippo about it. I was like, should I be playing on a fast sense, like a high sense, or a slower one? And he was like, yeah, high sense kings, rise up.
I trust that man. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he told me that I dropped like 5 average on Face It. I don't really believe in him anymore.
Yeah, it's not down to just the sense, Ted. It's
I don't think so.
More than that.
Yeah, I was hoping, but I don't think that's the case. First buy round of the second half, though.
Yeah, and already Pepsor's out of the round. Oh, missed that first smoke, but it doesn't matter. Somebody is going to pick it up. Well, put it down. Now, it's Banjo alone here as he picks up 1 kill. Head trick's been dealt with, but surely he's going to be swarmed by T's in just a matter of moments, and it's going to be the HE of Frozik to take him down. Now, NAVI Junior can just settle themselves, and to be honest, it's a massive switch up of the tempo. You know, they play very, very quick on the first buy round, and sometimes that does catch the CT side off guard, you know, when the T side do play as fast as that, and that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, that's a great first buy round call as well, right? Because you're rocking a little bit of a bonus. You have the Mac 10, you have a couple Galos in the mix. There's well enough money for you to go for another reinvestment with the AKs if you lose it. So why not try and go for something outside of the box, right? Try and switch it up a little bit. Go for a cheeky fast mid play. You know, there's not going to be an AWP in the hands of Wolfie on the side of Fnatic. So try and find the gaps. Well, you did find the gaps. MOUZ was completely unprepared for that fast play. Goes down, only 1 kill found in the process. A good start to that half for NAVI Junior. They're going to extend the 3-round start that they had in the previous one. Well, that's unless they lose now, because Fnatic still end up saving a couple guns, and Wolf is going to get his hands onto an AWP, and they're actually going to get a decent investment here.
Yeah, they are. I mean, you know, coming back to that quick round, as an IGL, usually you want to kind of stay away from those kind of set rounds in the first gun round to just try and get a feel for what's going on. But it looks like a little bit of a set piece here from the CT side, as they're going to get Volt very aggressive down yellow. And Wolfie trying to just play around through the gap, spot anybody. But nobody is going to be seen. However, there's a player that is trapped in the corner, just gets out from right side ramp to safety. Volt seeing the AWP shots, I believe, whiz by his head. No. Oh, yeah. Well, he did get tagged, but I don't know if it was from the op or if it was from an 8 or something.
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
Might have been a HE. Might have been a HE.
Yeah, probably it was the HE. But yeah, that was scary. Iboku gonna start contacting his way out middle. Has the support of Frozik, but Frozik doesn't really want to pick up the next fight, especially with Nippo getting a kill towards A. It's kind of a 1-for-1, even though the kills don't really happen at the same place. Still right for the T's. They can slow it down and group up and play it together. Banjo, he's going to be all alone towards the B-bomb side. The solo holder of the gates needs to deliver, but now players are going to rotate back towards him. If Navi actually commit here, there's going to be 3 Fnatic players towards B.
Banjo finds that kill onto Demon as well. The bomb dropped and Banjo finds another one as well. Frozik alone out towards middle, and while Wolfie is playing such a passive angle, just holding the crossover towards heaven, Frozik needs to be ready for it, but he turns away at a pivotal moment, and it is going to be Fnatic Rising getting on the board on this CT side. It was very limited invested in that round as well. I mean, they had the same rifles, right? But yeah, Peps are only on a deagle, and you know, if this round doesn't go their way, you find yourselves staring down the barrel of losing maybe the next 1 or 2 rounds as well to NAVI Junior. So very important that Fnatic pick it up, and I think, dare I say it, that we might be tied up once again after this round if Fnatic Rising have their way.
Yeah, it's just been a really close game. This is exactly what you would expect from a game like that as well, right? I mean, we said that we were a little bit disappointed with how this matchup went in the previous season a couple times in the group stage, because Fnatic Rising had it way too comfortably, but now it's been a real show match here, and Volt, he's gonna continue clicking heads here. Top of the board for his side. 18 kills for the young man, but he's going to be isolated. They're going to molly him off. Smoke to extinguish that. Frozik is going to get a kill. Hetrick holding for the swing from Volt is going to punish him as well. And now it's the 4 versus 3.
Big HG though. Pebsor is going to be able to drop Frozik. You might remember that. Nades and Taras used to throw it at the last major. Just lined it up perfectly, and that kind of shuts down NAVI Junior for the minute. Hetrick, he's going to be the man to pry open the defense towards Ado. Massive shot onto Wolfie, and now the advantage is with NAVI Junior. They slow it down, they let Hetrick search, and they were right to do so. He's got them the advantage. Maybe there's an 11th round as well, and Fnatic Rising's money isn't in a great situation either. Pepsor, though, with that AWP, is going to be able to strike. Hetrick is down. Flash goes over. Banjo swings wide, and he gets a double as well. It's a great recovery. A 2 versus 3 that goes in favor of Fnatic, and they don't take any more casualties either. Pepsor is going to be able to save the AWP for Wolfie as well, and we are level 10 to 10.
Some of these support flashes have been really good for the Fnatic Rising boys, right? You remember we had a couple rounds, I think it was on the D side in the first half towards ramp, where even in post plans, they were just really good at setting themselves up for success with those. And this one's going to be no different, even though Hetrick does so much there to try and fight their way back into the round. But Pepsor picking up the first, then setting up his teammate for success with the follow-up flash. A great recovery for Fnatic Rising, gonna result with a technical timeout for NAVI Junior. A bit of a half bite coming in, a lightly armored deco. Well, not really too much invested. Just a couple of deagles. Tech 9, one flash only, one smoke only. Gonna be hoping for a couple openings. Maximum damage, the ultimate go over around like that, ideally for you. Well, ideally, you'd be happy with winning one as well, but taking down a couple members, making sure you make them reinvest, you know, keeping that CT side economy low, especially in such a close game. This could be the difference maker later on.
You need to make sure that you always have the money on your mind.
Yeah. Scare money, don't make money. So you want to be thinking about the finances, but you want to be investing as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's a few upgraded pistols. I mean,
yeah, the
Deagles.
Those gloves don't go with that Deagle.
Let them know. Let them know.
That's a beautiful M4 though.
Fold is going to put it to good use as well. Picks up one kill. MIBR only finds one, and he is going to be taken down. Smoke on top of the sandbags now, as Fold is going to try and play around it. Such a powerful smoke. The T's don't want to push past it, but head trick. He's still going to be able to find a kill. Unfavorable fight, still manages to make it work. Look at Frozik. He's crept all the way up, but Pepser comes back to deal with him, and now he's just going to sit in the crane smoke. He's asking for a flash from his teammate. There it comes in. Demon not going to be blind. He was tucked away from that safely, but he doesn't have a rifle just yet. AWP is still going to be holding. It's a nasty one-way. There comes the swing. Banjo helps out Wolfie, who missed his shot, but luckily Fnatic Rising will not miss a beat. They will pick up an 11th round. They do not fall to an eco. As now, NAVI Junior have the rifles out once again, but a spectacular amount of damage to the CT economy.
Yeah, that's a desk slammer for Frozik as well. He feels like he's been hard done a little bit because he hears the rotation coming in from Connector, right? So he knows exactly where Pepser is, but he's thinking, okay, Pepser is going to be holding his ramp, and then the AWP is going to scope gap. They have no idea I'm that close, and they actually didn't know he was that close, but Pepser deciding to go for the peak rather than the oper. It was just some great awareness and great teamwork. They wanted to double peek that rather than just risking the AWP getting insta headshot by a Deagle. You know, taking the precautions. Speaking of precautions, great retake utility for the stairs there from Fnatic Rising. Gonna give them a kill.
Frozik wasn't spotted by Banjo. He's in a little bit of trouble. Still manages to find a kill, but the refrag is perfect from head trick. Through the wall. You can see the bullet hole there. I found that kill. And NAVI Junior, do they find a B bomb site here? It looks likely. There's a little bit of a gap being held here from Wolfie. No left side smoke as they make their way around. And oh, that's interesting. Not too often you see that.
Please don't fall off.
Little boost there. And well, head trick completely unaware where he's been shot from. Absolutely no idea that Wolfie pulled that off.
Yeah, that's a great boost.
The flank.
I don't think we've seen that so much, and MOUZ is already on the flank as well. They were holding for it initially, but with Wolfie picking up the kills, it's not even gonna matter. MOUZ doesn't really get to play in the round. Wolfie's lost his teammate, but he's done all the work with the AWP. That boost though, that's nasty. You're not gonna be checking that, not in a million years. Actually, I don't think I've seen it so far in the Academy League. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think
I haven't seen it ever. I don't think that's the first time I've seen that.
I've seen it. I'm pretty sure I've seen it, but I don't remember in which, like, it was a tier 1 game. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in tier 2 or the Academy League.
I'll definitely not cast it. I know that for sure. That's
you know what I think it was. I think it was a Cloud9 thing, but I'm not 100% sure.
Probably was. Those lads are very innovative.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, well, when you think of a like innovative Vertigo team, you think Cloud9. I think it was them, but I'm not 100%.
Them or Furia. Furia are very especially when the map first came out, right? Vertigo was their playground. All the triple boosts that they used to bring to the table. What a time! What a time!
Oh yeah.
Fold towards sandbags once again. Oh, he's off the mark a little bit there, and he's in a little bit of trouble. needs some help from his teammates. Is there going to be any flashes coming over? He's just going to batten down the hatches, it would seem, and hope that nobody swings into him. Now, Pepsor is here to help him out. Pepsor needs to be a little bit careful. Over the top of the smoke, there's 2 players, not just one, around that sandbags area. Wolfie is going to be able to connect onto Yaboku, though. Volt is still trapped here right now, but this crane sandbag setup is so powerful.
Yeah, Pepsor needs one though. If he goes down straight away, they're going to be holding for it for sure. Hetrick is going to go down. Volt completely unaccounted for, manages to get a kill, and now he can just hide. They have no Molotov to flush him out. They need to find all the kills. Volt can just stay there and just be a nuisance with hit presence. They're going to smoke him off, but Wolfie is going to drop one and the second. Lovely flicks from the new Fnatic Rising over 13-10 as Fnatic are just 3 away from closing out this map. Another round that goes really close, but they managed to convert it in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just that new dynamic that they really have with Wolfie. I mean, you know, coming in 21-12 here, you weren't really seeing that, not in the group stage anyway, from Depression. It was, you know, Volt, it was Pepsor, and MAZE even had a game or two that they were really the star performers, but Wolfie now is able to pick it up and have a lot of impact really on that big green rifle. And this is, dare I say it, the most dangerous Fnatic Rising that we have seen. I would even say they're in a better place than last season, but NAVI Junior is still in with a great chance maybe to win this game, especially if they win this round. But Banjo, he's playing very far back on that B site, drops Demon, and man advantage is in favor of Fnatic Rising for this retake.
Yeah, Hetrick is going to be able to pick up 1 kill at least. The 4 versus 4 Pepsor though drops Yaboku in the meantime. Now they have the man advantage, the CTs, and look at all the utility. It's so uncomfortable if you're NAVI Junior right now.
Yeah, but they still managed to find the kills. Hetrick and Nipple, they are doing all the damage, and Nipple continues to get aggressive here, playing around this smoke. Is Wolfie going to be holding for it? Oh, they're thinking about it. Nipple eventually has been found out, and Volt spams him down and takes him down. Not a lot of time left on the clock, because Fnatic Rising, they need to get across, and they need to get on this defuse. Volt is going to tap it. Hetrick takes him down through the smoke, swings wide. Wolfie looking for both kills, is not going to be able to find the second. Frozik takes him down, and NAVI Junior, they come away with an 11th round. Frozik is surely dead here. No. Just about survived.
What?
Yeah, he's even laughing about it. He knows. He's like, how have I survived there?
He's 5 meters away from the bomb. I swear. You know,
that's me, I'm dead though. If that's me, I'm dead.
If that's
absolutely.
Inferno, you're dead 10 kilometers away from the bomb. He's literally next to it.
Man, if that's Inferno, man, he's being blown to the next best one, man.
I have no idea how he stays alive there, but we really need to commend the fact that we're seeing an Op Delight here on the least favorable map for the occasion, to be fair, right? I mean, Wolfie's been spectacular on the side of Fnatic, clutching some insane rounds with the multi-kills later on, but Hetrick, man, his refragging game has been expert so far. I don't think he's missed a crucial shot on the refrag that he's had to get so far. He's 25-16, top of the server. He's been really good. You know, we spoke a lot about Wolfie, and we've been hyping him up for the past couple rounds because of the magnitude of the kills, but Hetrick, he single-handedly won that previous round to NAVI.
No good, just winning that round. You need to start putting consecutive ones on the board, and oh, they've already given away the first kill. Wolfie, the only man with an M4, look how aggressive he's getting here as well. Opening kill, not enough. They're not satisfied with it. They've taken down Hetrick, nearly drops Yaboku as well. MAZE looking for a second with that FAMAS and nearly finds it as well. 2 players on 14 HP for NAVI Junior. Fnatic Rising, although they are limited in what they have to use in this round, in terms of utility and weaponry, they are still causing problems for the NAVI Junior side. There's 2 players here ready and waiting. MAZE goes down. Yaboku will find that kill. Volt has to forfeit a little bit of the map control, get back onto the site with that 5-7. He is going to be spotted out, and he finds the headshot onto Demon, and now only 2 14 HP players stand in their way from a 14th round.
Yeah, that was the difference maker there. There's the flash. Yaboku, he's going to try and win a fight, but he's so low on HP. Volt just needs 1 bullet to connect, and Frozik is going to miss. Surely this round is going to go in favor of Fnatic Rising, and that one's going to hurt. Frozik, you might not even be left to save the AWP even if you wanted to. And look at the money on the side of NAVI Junior. This is completely gonna break their neck.
Volt with 3 very important kills, but it was really MIBR and Wolfie to do the majority of the work. Volt was just kind of the cleanup crew there. He, of course, is going to get all the glory in terms of the leaderboard, but it was really MIBR and Wolfie to put them in that position. Beautifully done. 14-11 right now, and 2 Deagles, 2 Galils, and 1 AK is all that NAVI Junior have to stop fnatic Rising from getting onto 15. And dare I say it, could we see the unbeaten run of NAVI Junior over as the unbeaten run of fnatic Rising looks to continue?
Yeah, I think that was the round, right? Because it was a force for Fnatic as well. It's not like they had any money in the bank, so they lose this previous round. We were looking at a 12-13, potentially 13-13 when it comes to the eco, but now it's vice versa. Now it's NAVI Junior on the low buy, on the force. They lose here, they're completely reset, and they need to play only with pistols and maybe a cheeky Mac 10 or a Galil if they get a bomb down. But they've already lost one of their members. Yaboku going to be going down head on the only AK. He's going to get spotted. Doesn't really manage to do anything with this one. And he's been tagged down low. Frozik goes for the white peak and a 1-for-1, but that's not going to be good enough. They still need to deal with Banjo.
Yeah, they really need to find him out of this position, but it's going to be very difficult to do so without any Molotovs. The flashes are going to go over, but Banjo has been dealt with. Peps are unable to stop them, unable to help out his teammate. And his teammate is going to be a casualty. But Pepsar finds that kill, finds a second as well. Big HE in the midst of that from MIBR. And 15-11 right now. Fist bumps all around at the boot camp as they look to pick up their 4th consecutive win here at the WePlay Academy League Season 6. And there might even be a 5th on offer later today.
Yeah, Fnatic Rising, that is going to be a big one, right? Because obviously, not taking anything away from the previous teams that they did manage to beat, right? But, you know, beating Flames, beating Apex, beating OG, all of these teams are skilled. All of these teams are really dangerous, as we've seen, especially, like, speaking of an OG. But in the end of the day, this is the biggest name that you're going to be taking down so far. And this was supposed to be the fight to, you know, decide which is the best team in this group. And so far it's been quite obvious that Fnatic Rising have been a little bit better, but Frozik has something to say about this. Hello, young man. We are listening.
We're not done just yet. NAVI Junior make their way up onto that site, take it with ease, and it's Frozik doing his best Banjo impression. A triple entry towards B, and a 12th round for NAVI Junior. And dare I say it, the money isn't great for Fnatic Rising, so yeah, we're not done yet. Don't get me wrong, we might have sounded like we were done and dusted, but definitely not. 15-12, we'll see what kind of shape Fnatic Rising's economy is going to be in. But I think they might just have enough for buys all around. It's smiles all around from Frozik, having a little bit of a laugh and a joke with his teammates. He knows he's done his job there. One of the youngest players that you're going to have in the Academy League. 14 years of age, but playing well beyond his years. Trust me when I say that.
Yeah, this one's not over just yet. A lot to fight for still. NAVI Junior. It's not like it's a crazy comeback story, right? It's a 15-12. It's completely doable, especially if you win that round, you reset the CT side economy, you're in there. And final tactical timeout. NAVI Junior, they've been really getting the best out of those. You know, Crush is going to be helping out. We spoke about him earlier today. Taking a look at the entry frags, Volt and MIBR have been doing an extremely good job. Banjo as well. Obviously, this is for the CTs. Quite balanced for the T's. Yaboku, the only one that hasn't really gotten an opening for his side. You could tell that even though Hetrick is a player that normally plays a bit more on refrag, normally gets left a little bit back for the clutches. He's felt like he has to take the initiative, obviously being the top frag in the server. He's had a phenomenal game, but needs a little bit more to bring that one back into overtime.
Well, the buy does come in from Fnatic Rising. Wolfie. Oh, very close. to finding an opening kill for fnatic. Doesn't happen though.
Yeah, America's finest.
I always forget he's American.
Yeah, he is. But you know what's the thing, right? He is American, but he speaks fluent Swedish as well. I think there was a story there. I think he's lived like a big part of his life. He's lived in the EU. So
Yeah.
yeah, he's kind of like, he's an American, but he's still a, you know, EU type player, let's say. But he is American, yeah.
Full English speaking team, of course, fnatic Ryzen. One of the few ones that we actually have in the event, those and MOUZ NXT.
OG as well.
OG is another one as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Always forget about OG. Not in a bad way. Just slipped my mind. Well, Banjo is going to try and slip a few bullets into a few heads, and that's exactly what he's done. 2 kills with the FAMAS, puts a smoke down, and Pepsor is now here to help him out. Pepsor looking for a little bit more. Banjo is still alive. Head trick down to low HP. Banjo's going to deal with him. One more player left between fnatic Ryzen and their 4th win here at the Academy League, and it's Nipple. What a man that you'd want in this clutch. He gets away with the bomb and his life, but chips away at his own health, does a lot of damage to himself falling down, and Wolfie's going to be holding. He is going to seal it. 16-12. fnatic Ryzen, they end NAVI Junior's unbeaten streak.
Yeah, and what a better team to do that, right? The reigning champions from the previous season, fnatic Rising, big expectations going into this game. A game in which, I want to repeat, they lost both pistol rounds and all the conversions in. They didn't win a pistol, they didn't win a force, they started both halves. The first one they started 3-0 down, the second one they started 4-0 down, but they were able to bounce back. A really well played game from them, Wolfie shining bright like a starlight, Volt having his moments, MAZE as well, Pepsor, Banjo, everyone stepping up to the occasion. And I feel like, even though NAVI Junior can't really be disappointed about this, because I think they played their A game, I think they showed a really, really decent level of CS, but still, it was just fnatic Rising. That was a little bit too much for them to handle.
I think a lot of teams are going to struggle if we're being real about this, you know.
That's one of the closest games against fnatic you're going to get.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I wouldn't be too upset about that if I'm NAVI Junior. I mean, yeah, okay, you're upset that you did lose it, but it was a very, very close game on one of fnatic Rising's, if not their best map, right? Vertigo has been an absolute fortress for them in recent times. Inferno as well is another one that we add to the list. Of course, that one was banned out by NAVI Junior, but man, oh man, fnatic, they had to work for this one, but they do keep that unbeaten run intact. 4-0. They're gonna have a game later on against MOUZ NXT as well. Maybe, just maybe, they'll be going 5-0 as it's tied up at the top. Both teams for the moment have 4 wins in Group A, so level on points, fnatic and NAVI Junior now.
Yeah, fnatic have one more game to play later on though, as you pointed out, but I think for Navi right now, there's actually a lot of positive that you can go away with after this game. Obviously, you're not going to be happy about winning, but Hetrick had an insane performance. One thing that I actually want to write down as a positive as well, because we're going to speak about fnatic later on today again. Nipple's been a lot more consistent compared to the previous season, right?
Yeah.
Because you remember how Nipple started the previous season, like after the first 3 rounds, he was on something like 1.42 rating, and we were screaming about him. We were going crazy about how good he was, and then he just fell off, right? He just fell off and stopped producing those individual moments of brilliance. And even though he wasn't, I wouldn't call his performance today the best that he's capable of, especially on Vertigo, but he was still good enough in terms of what his role is in the team. So this is something quite positive. Frozig's been able to put on some better numbers. So overall, I feel like that 16-2 is a lot different than the 16-2 that they lost the previous time they played him on Inferno. But obviously, NAVI Junior, you want to be the best team in the group. So that one's going to hurt a little bit. But you could see a world where they win this one.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you really, really could. It's a close one. It is really, going to be tough, especially when you're coming up against the reigning champs. I think that matchup would be one I'd love to see in a best of 3 setting. I don't think a bo1 does it justice. So we'll just have to wait and see. But Ted will be waiting just a small bit longer before we jump into our next best of one. It is going to see ENCE Academy taking on the unbeaten and, you know, top dogs of the Group B, which are Young NIP. But for now, we will send it to a short little break. Make sure you join us in around 5-10 minutes time for some more WePlay action. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 6. My name is Surfer. Ted, of course, is joining me if you guys are just joining us, but we've had plenty of best of ones already, and well, Ted, we've got some more to go through as well. We've got young NIP, excuse me, I'm stuttering over all my words right now, but young NIP versus ENCE Academy coming up right now, and it's going to be a very intriguing matchup. Last time out, when they faced off against each other in Season 5, they went 1-1, so last time as well, it's Season 6, young NIP were able to take the victory. Is it going to be a repeat? Are both teams going to be even after this one? Or do you think young NIP are going to take the 2-0 over their Finnish enemies?
You couldn't be bothered but to think that last season was a bit of an awkward one for ENCE Academy though, right? I mean, yeah. I think their story arc starts from there. And for me, it's been a... well, you know, when you watch a series, there's always that best friend to the main character that just has a really sad story but had a lot of promise in the beginning and you thought he was a really cool guy. I think this is ENCE Academy and the WePlay Academy League, sadly, because, you know, when they joined in, their first matchup, I think it was against OG Academy in Season 5. That was obviously their first season here. They played a really solid game, which they lost, but a lot of us were thinking, you know what, they played some solids, yes. Then they end up beating NIP, that were still doing really good in the previous season, to be fair. They had Jaquinho on, Era didn't really play because he was on vacation or something like that, I believe. But yeah, they started really well, playing really solid, and then ended up winning only 2 out of their 9 games. So far this season, they've been lackluster as well, but I still couldn't be asked but to think that this is a lineup that has a lot of potential, and I'm actually happy that we're seeing that Mirage as well being played in, because this was the map that they did manage to take down young NAP on in the previous season.
Yeah, it was. Both teams have already played this once as well, this map once, both against MIBR Academy, both victories. So, you know, both teams 1-0. It's going to be very intriguing, as we've already kind of hinted at and talked about throughout the day. This young NIP team look very, very strong. I mean, the addition, of course, of Era coming in.
Man, it's the Nilo magic.
It's Nilo, man. That's the one player that we have to highlight. Currently, plus 56 so far in 5 games for young NIP. 1.56 rating. He's like a 1.8 KD as well, or something like that. It is absolutely ridiculous how well he's been playing, and he's been pretty pivotal to Young Ninja's success.
Yeah, absolutely. And for some of you, he might not be a familiar face, but myself and Jack, we still remember Nilo, you know, from back in the days, the first iteration, I think it was of the Young Ninjas ever. You know, it was the team with ZTR obviously was in that team as well. We had people like Fozy, we had people like Sapik, like Man, and you remember that lineup. And you know, it kind of feels like a return back home to see him back on the lineup. I was really wondering what's happened to him, because he didn't really play any games after he got removed from the academy roster for, I think, a solid like 1 year period or something like that. But seeing him back and seeing him grown as a player and as a person really makes me feel proud, you know, in a way. It's a really good snap back. But speaking of individual class, obviously he's been doing a really good job. On the side of ENCE Academy, we've had one person, their highest rated player so far in the competition. That was actually their lowest rated player in the previous season. That's ENCE, who's actually been doing a really good job. But, you know, well, I say a really good job. The results haven't been great for ENCE Academy. You pointed out that MIBR victory. This was the only game in which ENCE were actually able to put on a decent showing, I would say. And one thing that I really wanted to speak about is the drop-off of Hanu, who really impressed me in the previous season, but now he's been just, well, a shadow of himself.
Yeah, I mean, we could say the drop-off of Hanu, we could say the drop-off of MILTzy as well. You know, there's you can pick anybody out of this ENCE Academy team. It's not really gone their way. They've beaten MIBR, but, you know, you can't really hold anything to that. You know, that doesn't really hold water, because everybody's beaten MIBR. You know, you should be winning that match as of right now. You know, they didn't look great up until today, might I add. I'm not disrespecting the MIBR boys whatsoever. But, you know, in the previous games that they played before then, they didn't look great at all. They looked like they were going to get walked over in every single match. I would say, though, the last game that ENCE played was a pretty close one. You know, a 19-17 against Spirit Academy. you know, that is a decent enough result. But you still need to pick up wins here. You know, getting close against teams is not going to get you into the playoffs. It's not going to push you up the leaderboard. ENCE Academy, they need a victory. Is it going to come here? I think, you know, you're dreaming if you think they're going to be Young NIP. To be honest, I think Young NIP are the best team by far in this Group B, and I think they might prove it today.
Yeah, well, they will have to prove it today, as we're getting some information that we're ready to jump in the map any moment now, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be MIBR ENCE Academy trying to replicate what they did in the previous season of the WePlay Academy League, taking down the unbeaten, currently on a 5-game winning streak, Young Ninjas. Get the bomb rolling, money in the trunk, and let's head over to Mirage. Whew. Sick. Hello, UC. Long time no see, my friend. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. If the stats are going to speak for anything, right? I mean, playing very, very nicely so far, but hasn't been able to translate his good performances into wins for his team, sadly. Well, we'll see what will happen in this pistol, starting things off as ENCE Academy get up onto that A site, up through middle. Era will find a kill onto serve. Pody's not going to be holding, and Nilo, he's going to find that quick kill, looking for the second onto MILTzy, but MILTzy will stand tall on top of the box with that Glock. Adam B now behind Yussi, trying to line up the headshot, and he will be able to do so. It's down to MILTzy and Henu to try and hold on, but Era finds a second kill with that pistol. Henu's been spotted. The bomb surely is just going to be stuck now, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Henu only finds one more. Era with 3, and Young NIP do get their first round.
Yeah, just silent on them from the get-go. Some really nice shots there. Arrow with the triple kill, as you pointed out. He's one of those guys that really knows how to carry on with momentum, right? I had a talk with Gamer Legion's analyst Monster a couple days ago, and one thing that he actually told me about Era, obviously, he told me that in his eyes, Era is one of the most mechanically gifted players that he's watched in Gamer Legion ever. And if he gets, you know, his composure right, if he gets his, you know, decisions and his game sense on point in terms of like mechanical ability and producing sick individual plays, he has no problem. So he's one of the guys that you're looking forward to seeing rock some heads. Not that he hasn't been doing so far in the tournament. I mean, he's been doing an alright job. We highlighted Nilo. We highlighted ZTR actually. He's been having a really good tournament. The IGO entry, but Era as well. Quite good, quite decent. Force Buy though coming in from ENCE Academy. They're gonna try and rock their world with the Galils and the AK for Henu. Already been tagged down to 45 HP.
It's going to be Yussi to open things up and start proceedings. Maxter repositions on the B site, spots 3 players towards shore. A lot of information for him. And Nilo now to work off, but Nilo's been taken down, and Maxter will fall as well. ENCE Academy, they've forced into this round, and it might have been the correct reaction because it looks like it's the save from Young NIP, and the game is going to be tied up very early on.
Yeah, that was a great call to go for the B split, and you can see that this B split is one of the most utilized plays in rounds like that, right? Especially when you have a lot of rifles, but you don't really have too many nades, because you can just smoke off top connector and try and make it work, right? Especially if there's no aggressive CTs towards under or anything like that. And early on, you smoke top con. You take the fight with the player that's playing towards connector. You win that one. You can take the fight with the window guy as well. And then the split is on. You have a couple players coming in from the B apps. Unless you get completely shut down, you're going to get a free, or well, not a free, but a fair fight at least. Great response from the ENCE boys.
Really good response. Really good response indeed. It's not all bad though for Young NIP as well. They do save those rifles, so they'll have at least a small say in this next round. And speaking about what they're going to say, we're going to jump into the Young NIP TeamSpeak.
Come new. Or maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe it's gonna happen sometime, but it's not in this round. We're sorry about throwing you off with this one. Just had a bit of a joke. But yeah, a quick 1-for-1 early on. Young Nip kind of need to force it back. They were able to find at least 1 kill. We're getting some information that it was technical difficulties that prevented the team speak from working out, but we're going to have it sorted out for the next one, as Pody and Henno are going to have it sorted out for this one. And probably the next one, as the money for NIP is just going to start dwindling. Nilo in a 1 versus 3 with the Deagle, but Henno with a lovely double kill is going to finish it off.
Yeah, lots of damage being done there. So at least young NIP, they do come away with, you know, small victories in that round. But the round itself goes in favor of ENCE. And we now see only pistols out for the young NIP side. Instant window smoke there by UC, as it is only USPs on the other side. 1 P250 on Era. If he's able to find 1 kill with this, he will be able to afford a little bit extra with the AWP that he's planning to buy next round. But he does need to play for 1 kill. He will be taken down without receiving any, though. Henu drops him. Completely blind as well, might I add.
Yeah, doesn't make a difference. You know, who was it? I think it was Tizian that in the beginning of the day we said that we expect a lot more from him and we want him to do a lot better, and he did really well. I kind of hope that this happens with Henu now, because you remember how sick he was in the previous season. I mean, he was so crisp with the entries.
Oh, these USPs, man. These USPs were
no way they
overlooking them
lose
a
the
little
round,
bit.
right?
They've lost 2 Mac 10s. If they lost an AK or 2, if they lost 2 AKs, we'd be kind of like, all right.
Well, they don't have armor on a single person as well, so I'd say it's still a free. Okay. Now it's not a free round. Server's gonna find the refrag, but it's a 2 versus 3, and they still have 2 more coming in from apps.
Oh, they don't spot anything towards short. They've spotted 1 player at least, but they need to be aware that they're being crept on from apartments. Nilo's the element of surprise, and he's got an AK now. Yussi's been spotted. Nilo takes him down, and young NIP, they are gonna steal 1 away there. 2-2 right now. We are leveled up, but ENCE Academy, they do have enough money for a reinvestment in this next round. That's tough to take, though. That should never, and I mean never, go in favor of young ninjas.
Oh my god. That's such a massive setback as well for ENCE Academy. That's one of those that we just cast their curse, right? It's normally a look. It's just normally a lookout round. I mean, you just look over it and you don't really pay attention, and it should be a free one. A technical timeout now for one of the 2 sides. We hope that no one's crushed their monitor or PC after this round from the side of ENCE Academy.
Somebody's picking up their wireless mouse from across the room. But
how's that happened to you, actually? I've always wondered, because I've punched my mouse, but I haven't really thrown it over.
No, nah, definitely not. It'd shatter. It'd definitely shatter. 100%.
Yeah, because
I never really rage that much. Like I might, you know, get a little bit frustrated, but like I'm not one for like breaking, you know, even back in the day, you know, playing COD or whatever, you know, like I'd never break controllers or anything.
Which is healthy it's healthy for a guy that plays FIFA as well, because you can break a lot of controllers.
Exactly.
I played a Bulgarian qualifier this weekend, and I actually punched. Oh, I say this weekend, it was yesterday, and I lost miserably, and I almost crushed my mouse. This is the first time this has ever happened to me. I'm normally not a ragey guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I never got it because, like, you know, you're already angry. I understand that, and you want to take out your frustration, but like,
guys in chat, let us know if you're raging, but like hard raging. Type 1 if you're raging. Type 2 if you're not. Like if you're just getting annoyed and talking. But you know, trash talking isn't really raging. It's just like getting frustrated. But like I mean like a serious rage, like start punching stuff.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not like desk slamming, keys going everywhere kind of guy. Do you know what I mean? That's
you're not Acadian. You're not Acadian.
Yeah.
I'd imagine that if Acadian had a gaming room, well, he probably has a gaming room in his house. It would just be empty, so he doesn't break stuff.
We are waiting a little bit longer for this technical issue, whatever it is. Hopefully it doesn't persist. This was heating up to be a nice game.
Yeah, it's still heading up to be a nice game. By the way, do you want to know something interesting? Because we spoke Era quite a lot. Obviously, he's a pretty talented Swedish shopper. You know, he was part of Gamer Legion and all of that. Something really interesting about him. You know, I know the meta right now is, you know, play player passively, hold on to the big green, make sure you have him in the clutch, make sure you have him on the refrag and whatnot. But Era, so far, in the 5 games that Young Nip have played in the WePlay Academy League Season 6, he's attempted only 9.8% of the entries of his team.
Really?
Yeah. Which is extremely low for an Oprah. Like, it's extremely low even for a lurker. Like, this is a really, like, hardcore, most passive lurker in the world type of stat. And Era's got it. So he's taking the, you know, he's taking the supportive Ope to an entirely different level. He's just throwing the flashes. Not really the guy to get involved in the action. All too much. But, well, maybe later in the round. But good news is, technical timeout is out. So we're back in the server, back in action. A bye for both teams. Not really a great one for ENCE Academy, considering that they lost the previous one to a full eco. Well, not a great one, I mean. Servers on the back 10, but you still have the AWP for Pody. A couple AKs as well in the mix. Utility is looking decently well. You know what? We actually don't have Ragers in chat. I've just seen 2s.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. It's good to hear, though.
Yeah.
You know, because it's definitely not a good thing. Definitely not a good thing.
And then I just saw the comment, one, I often slap my neighbor.
Oh. Oh, no.
You shouldn't be doing that, you know?
Yeah, that's definitely not okay. Anyway, advantage to Young NIP, and even more so in the fact that serve has been legged. It's Era that has found the majority of that damage. He's taken a little bit as well, but still with that AWP, so it doesn't really make too much of a difference as long as he's quick with the first bullet. 40 seconds left on the clock as UC out towards A alone is going to be able to drop out and B. I might go looking for a little bit more. It's going to be an A split coming in from the ENCE Academy side, and they have to kind of make their way forward, but the player towards short could be the man to undo it all, and that is going to be Nilo, down to 19 HP, but he's dealt with by Henu. Bomb should be planted now, and Young NIP, oh, they actually drop it before it goes down. ZDR through the box, spams it, serve is out of the round.
Yeah, Maxter, he's going to drop Hanu as well. Bomb needs to go down, but there's only 5 seconds. It's so uncomfortable as well. UC manages to pick up 1 kill. That might give him the chance to get the bomb plant. There's the tag. Miltzy's dropped Maxter in the meantime. And now it's Arrow 1 versus 2, but they're just going to double peek him, and Miltzy is going to take him out of the round. An insane headshot from the man. UC 1 HP left to work with. Look at the smile on the face of Miltzy. He knows what kind of a round they've just won.
Excellent stuff from ENCE Academy. Miltzy doing his best there, getting it done, and now it's only an AWP and an M4 in the mix for Young NIP. They worked so hard. Let's not forget, they, you know, before that technical pause, they had very little to work with. It was USPs only. They won an eco. Now they have a little bit of money to invest in this round, but they've put it all in the hands of Era and Nilo. They have to rely on them very, very heavily. Adam B is out of the round, but Era gets a refrag at least, looking for the AWP. Oh, but Pody is going to be able to drop him. You see, now makes his way out of Palace. Bomb gets planted. ENCE Academy can set up nicely here in the post-plant scenario. It's going to be very, very difficult to retake from Young NIP if they even want to go for it at all.
Yeah, I don't think you want to go for it. I think right now you're just thinking of a way to get some exit kills and maybe hold on to the M4. You don't have a defuse kit as well. AWP is going to be picked up, but they've actually committed to it. They're going to go all the way. UC finds the kill. There should be no way. They're just going to go down. a really good round from ENCE Academy. You could tell that even though Aero was the one that could throw a spanner into the works potentially, he just feels so uncomfortable towards the back of triple, which is completely normal, right? There's smokes, molotovs all over the place. He gets the first kill. He knows there's players towards Palace. He knows they're splitting through ramp as well, but he needs to pick his poison. And even though he's holding for the AWP, you can see that he's just moving around a little bit. Like he's just strafing his A and D keys on the keyboard, just knowing that he has to be extremely agile there. And whenever you're trying to be, well, a little bit too mobile with the AWP, it often doesn't work out in that way. A really tough spot to find yourself in. And now young Nip don't really have the money to work with, so ENCE will probably get a 5th one.
Yeah, I mean, USPs again. I wouldn't overlook them, but surely lightning doesn't strike twice, right? Surely it doesn't strike twice at all, especially because the bomb is already down, you're already set up in post-man positions. Yeah, surely not. Should be a field day for these MAC-10s and the rifles as well. The MAC-10 will come away with 2. Era, the last player standing, 10 HP in connector and server. Might try and just send it.
Is server playing with his headset down? I think his headset is off. Yeah, there's no headset. Yeah, he's playing with in-ears and he's just using the mic of the headset, but his headset isn't even on his head. I mean, it's on the neck. That's. I don't think I've seen that, to be fair. I don't think that's comfortable. Is that comfortable?
I don't know. I don't like in-ears at all. But, well, we'll have to see, as we're going to have ENCE in our ears.
Avoita valo mulle. Joo, menee eteen nyt.
Suutti suoraan montu.
Tätä Feri. Viista linkki mulle.
BL valmiina.
On valoviris.
On kyllä rauuka.
Pistä nyt.
Linkki kuoletti.
Toka. 3. viris.
BL oikein mitään.
Rosavu Feiras.
Pistä vavolo.
Meni valo.
Kartsella steppas.
Valton ikkuna.
Autolla. Meni takoon.
Meni eteneen autolla.
Valliinkis.
Riffollet oli yksin myös.
Puuke oli tyhjä. Ja Valton bossin kanssa.
Bossi jäi. Sä oli puskenut montu. Polti montu.
Nyt.
Ihan varmasti montus. Menkää alle vaan.
Varkaa partsalla.
Mutka jää.
Äkstä tulee.
Sapun tähän linkin puoleen väliin.
Yksi OP. Jungli tiukko oikein siinä tolpan takana.
Mä oon sun kaatas.
Jep,
Yksi OP.
Nice. On mutka pelaa.
AP pelaa, tai mutka niin. On ehkä ollut kebussa varo.
Joo, ajoitus.
Miten myöhässä on tullut?
Oh, you
That's
have
an
to
impressive
feel.
1v1 from Nilo, by the way.
You have to feel for Henu there, right? I mean, he's holding it for so long. He's waiting. He's like, all right, well, eventually I have to move. And Nilo didn't want to go through the murder hole, right? Because he was waiting for the bomb plant.
Yeah.
But the timing, man, that's so cruel.
Yeah, that's perfectly played by Nilo. This is so patient because, you know, even if he waits, he's not going to stand there and wait for 40 seconds without moving, right? He's going to start thinking what his next move should be. So, an expert clutch there from the young Nip man. Hanu with a good try. Doesn't really get fortunate in the end, though. Another buy round from both teams. You know what's the thing, though? Even though they win the round, young Nip are not really going to be feeling too comfortable. You still have the 2 MP9s, you have the FAMAs, the M4, and the AWP. A whole lot of different guns in the mix here. So still reset potential for both teams. Mid control, not really going to get contested by the young Nip squad. They've been focused on their ramp aggression and the B-app stance. So ENCE are going to be able to get this one pretty much for free. The only problem with this is that UC is all alone towards the A-bomb side. He's going to make his way towards Palace. If the bomb makes his way towards A, there's going to be 2 players push the ramp that can just drop it and throw a massive spanner into the works.
Oh, the MP9 though, not the best of guns for long range. Luckily the FAMAS was there. Not the best of guns in general, but it does the job there. Era gonna have a look over towards connector, but he's missed a little bit of a timing here. MILTZ has got in towards jungle. Surely they know this is a possibility and Adam B is going to walk his way back. MILTZ asleep at the wheel there, really couldn't react in time at all, and Adam B is going to find his second. Pody drops air though, scoped in towards top ticket. Deals with him. Nade lands on Yussi. They know that he's there. Adam B with a third kill and looking for maybe more. 13 seconds left. Not a lot of time in ENCE Academy. They need to get across. They need to try and get this bomb down. Adam B forced out once again. 4 kills for him. Pody tries to run away. Tries to retreat with his life, but he will not get away safely. ZTR takes him down and gets a 4th round for the Young Ninjas.
Yeah, that's a massive play. This is by the way just showing us that Young Nip have a really good understanding on what they're giving away to their opponents and what they should do in order to keep the round pretty much leveled up, right? Because you're letting them have middle pretty much for free, but you see a lot of teams just play the really defensive setups towards the A and B bomb sides when they've let the T's have middle completely for free. But NAP, that double push towards ramp works absolutely perfectly. They drop the bomb, they have a lot of information. And after that, really aware of the freedom that they've given away to their opponents. Another buy coming in for the T side, but ZTR already getting fired up in this one. Low on HP, but still gets the first kill onto Serva.
Oh, ZTR. He was in a spot of bother there. Wasn't going to get out there alive, you feel. And he will not get out. Dropped. Refrag comes in just a little bit later on. 4v4 now. As young NIP look to make it 5. Miltsy tagged down. ENCE Academy explore their options out towards middle. Top con smoke just to hold control of middle. The real danger man though is going to be Maxter in towards ladder if they make their way up short. Adam B here with Era towards A as they creep their way out. And Adam B finds that nice kill. Unaware Miltsy's there. What a fantastic reaction. Adam B is different gravy in the last 2 rounds. Eventually he's put a stop to Yussi. Tagged down. Era does not miss. 2 shots needed to drop Yussi. And he will eventually fall. 5-5 level once again. Young NIP look to take the lead with only a few pistols and really a scout in their way as well. You'd fancy them to do so.
Adam B, what the hell is that? That was crisp as hell. Oh, he's been so good at dancing around default, by the way. He's one of those players, you know he's going to be playing his anchor, A-anchor position. Most of the time, he's going to be playing under palace or default, right? He's one of those types of guys. He doesn't really like playing it on retake all too much, unless it's against pistols like in this round. But even though you know where he is, it's still really tough to get rid of him. This was just so crispy. Great stuff from the Young Nip boys. And that was just the pistol, so it should be a fairly easy cleanup. You know, Adam B and Maxter, I feel like, have been an impressive duo. Well, Maxter not in this game specifically, he's 1-9, but as an entirely like overall performance since joining the Young NAP project, I think that they've been 2 of the biggest revelations of this project since, you know, the original additions. People like Nilo, ZTR, like obviously you have the Fozy, you have the LNZ, all of those guys, but we know about them. Speaking about the next generation, let's say, or the next iteration of the Young Nip, Adam B and Maxter surely making names for themselves. Oh, ZTR's on the OG camp. You saw that M4?
Oh, I did.
Are you traitor?
Well, it is, of course, all about making a name for yourself. That's what the Academy League is all about. I mean, you know, getting yourself out there. You know, of course, you're playing under these big orgs. You know, showing what you can do. You know, you can even, you know, make the jump up to tier 1. We've seen so many players do it.
Man,
you know,
there's 3 people that played, well, 2 people that played the previous Academy League that are now going to be playing at a major.
Yeah.
Oh no, 3. Yeah, Stin is a major as well. So it's 3, yeah.
Oh, ZTR trapped. He couldn't go back because of the molly. He couldn't go forward because he would have been in the smoke, and Serva's bullets just tear him to shreds. 43 seconds. Now left on the clock for ENCE Academy to get up towards A, but Adam B, he might have to change his name to Adam A because he has it locked down. He gets 4 and 5. Adam B, that is insane. He burns, but he is on fire right now.
God. Okay, when a player produces those multi-kills round after round, surely at some point you're just afraid to go towards his bomb site. 16 and 7. Adam, he is on smoke today. What's going on? Look at that. And this is not an eco. This is a buy round. That's one of the best aces you're going to see in the WePlay Academy League. Look at it again and again and again. You're not going to get enough.
Oh, the airstrike called into connector. Said Tior wiping the sweat off his head as he sees those HEs rain on in. As young NIP try and rain in another round. Looking for their 8th. And, well, a few deagles in the way. Henu with a massive headshot, and he's actually gotten out. This is very, very dangerous right now, especially if he's able to find the kill. Connector under heavy fire right now, as Maxter eventually puts a stop to Henu. Said Tior 1 HP. Needs to be careful he doesn't give away the M4 to Pody, but he will do so. Air is going to trade it out. Serva, and you'll see left to do a little bit more damage, and the flash goes over. Perfect support there by Serva. Allows, you'll see, to find a deagle headshot. M4 acquired for Serva as well, and he's got armor. This one not over with just yet. Adam B and Era now left as Era pushes right on through, jumps through the window, finds the first shot, full of confidence, the upper, and you'll see now Peaks spots out both. Era just jiggling, dancing around. They're going to double peek every angle, and they needed to, because you'll see is still dangerous in that scenario. Adam B takes him down, saves the op. He's 17 and 7 as Young Ninjas do get 8.
Yeah, he's just been the final boss right now for the Young Nib guys. Feels like they're a little bit hard done right now, ENCE, right? Because they've been playing a good T side. I'm happy with the level of CS that we're seeing from them, with the ideas, right? The executions as well. But you just have Adam B shutting them down, whatever they try. It's just a one-man army right now for the Young Nib boys. Sometimes it's really hard to get a player out of his comfort zone when he's producing something like that, but they get another buy. Maxter is going to join in now, take down MOUZ. But as the B contact play from Diop, you're hoping that he gets fortunate. First chance missed.
Odie is going to be able to find Maxter. He's going to jump out with the AWP and spots Era towards the back site. A second player was seen there as well, but Zetior has rotated in to help out his teammate. Oh, Server didn't realise. Nilo takes him down. Henu now alone. Bomb dropped in the middle of the site, and Young NIP surely are going to put the finishing touches on this round, and it's Adam B to do so. 2 more kills to add to his tally as another round does go up on that board. It's going to be an iffy, messy buy from ENCE Academy for the last one of the half, and you'd really fancy Young Ninjas to take 10.
Yeah. And it feels like if you're ENCE, it feels like whatever you do, you're just gonna get shut down ultimately. It's been a beautiful performance from Adam B. One of the best games we've seen from him, I think, ever. Well, especially one of the best CT sides. And ENCE Academy, they're just so tunnel visioned on not going towards Adam B right now. It's just gonna be a full B execution this time around. Smokes lined up, flashes lined up. Nilo on the other side. Let's see how he does.
Pops that smoke. Maxter is going to be able to draw first blood. Nilo is safe for the moment, and Yussi goes looking for him, not going to be able to find him. The element of surprise with the first kill. He's been found out, but still manages to find a second as well. Henu gets that refrag. Era spots him out and drops him. They know Pody's towards short, and they know he is all that's left. Eyes permanently set on him. Era takes him down with that AWP, and 10-5 is the final score of the half. Look at the amount of CT rounds there towards the end. 8 in a row, 8 unanswered, and ENCE Academy, they have really fallen off since the start of the game.
Yeah, that started as such an impressive game for ENCE Academy. It's just transitioned to be the playground of Adam B. You know that he's having a really good showing when Era and Nilo are actually doing a decent job as well, but we're not even mentioning them simply because of how outshining Adam B has been so far on Mirage. Doesn't really need to keep on. Obviously, on the T side, you'd imagine he's not going to be killing 3 each time. But speaking of the pistol round of the second half, we're going to have a bit of a TeamSpeak one, Jack.
De tar på mig nu, är det fett Serge. Ingen Molla har poppat sen. Jag kommer molla nu.
I mitten av ryggen nu.
Spring nu.
Failade.
Any window. Jag håller window.
Ninja på.
Jag aktar ju.
Se det.
Tryck.
Djungel. Han backar.
Vi hoppar igenom.
NCV boys, NCV. CV. Försök ta CT, hjälp
Han
han.
Kit.
Ja, ser vi.
Jag är med dig. Kommer vi wide nu för dig. Ja, jätte med dig. Jag plantar. Jag kommer bara smaka. Kittet ligger där sen. Länk. CV någon var CT. CV kör någon var CT. Det är sandwich. Ja. Kör bra. Länk. Jag kommer döda honom. CT.
Nice try.
Jag failade mollon.
Well,
Okay, there's a bit of a smile on the face of MOUZ after this one.
of course. Big pistol, big round.
Yeah. A godlike sequence from Heno as well, getting that triple kill. That was really important. MOUZ finished it off, but obviously Heno was the one with the heavy lifting. We spoke about the magnitude of a pistol round, the importance of a round like that in a best of one. Especially when you're 5-10 down, you kind of need to get it.
Well, the investment comes in from Young Ninjas, so they're trying to do what was done to them and undo maybe all the hard work in that pistol by the Finnish side. Henu looking out towards middle. He's failed that jump a few times. Decides not to overstay his welcome because there could definitely be somebody creeping their way towards under that will gobble up a free kill. Not gonna happen though. 2 AKs in the mix as well for the Young Ninjas side. So if they are able to be clinical in the situations that they find themselves in, this one really could slip away out of the hands of ENCE Academy. Not an easy round whatsoever, but Henu finds the first. Air with a big refrag. AK picked up, and they might get their hands on an M4 as well. Look at ZTR's position. Oh, Milty didn't see him. Oh, it's messy. Oh, that's timing. Working both ways. They're not going to clear out the stairs position, but luckily Air is there. Maxter gets away very lucky. Flash goes high over. CT player has made his way out, but Era on an absolute tear right now as he is tearing them apart. Bodhi, though, will eventually put a stop to him. It's a 2 versus 2, and ENCE Academy are definitely sweating for this one.
It's such a tough retake. No defuse kit as well for the CTs. They need to be really quick. Server in a really prime position, but he's going to get double peeked, and Bodhi doesn't catch a single one. He's going to tap the bomb the first time. Surely they know he doesn't have a kit. They're just going to jump spot him. They know he's not on the bomb. They can just play the time. Doesn't have a smoke. Doesn't have anything. He just has to back off. Taps it a second time. Sees if he's going to be able to get at least 1 kill before retrieving. But that's going to be an 11th round for Young Nip. And this is not a round that you should be winning if you're a Young NIP. You see, he was in such a prime spot to get a kill. Then you have a player just running his way. I think it was MOUZ towards CT with the flash. He goes down as well. This is so chaotic. Young Nip, he shouldn't be winning that. Not in a million years.
Not at all, but they do get away with it. They steal away that round, 11-6. And the investment coming in from ENCE Academy once again, you know, you work so hard, you try your best to be able to, you know, win the pistol and, you know, propel yourself back into this game. It's a disappointing first half. You kind of went to sleep a little bit, but that one just snatched away right from your hands, and you mightn't even get a chance really to play out the majority of this second half, especially if you don't get a little bit fortunate in a round like this. There's a straight up A execute coming in. Pody tries to put a stop to the first player and does so. Maxter is down. Advantage with ENCE Academy, but they have to forfeit the site.
Yeah, a bit of a boost going on. Doesn't really work out perfectly though. They failed a little bit. Pody's going to be able to get one through the smoke. It's still a tough hold. It's a 3 versus 5.
Yeah, but that rifle being taken away is a massive issue. Henu finds the headshot, however. Era has to get a little bit aggressive with the AK and does so. Yussi with a deagle makes that sing, and Era is out of the round now as well. Nilo's been tagged down. Here comes the swing from the rifle. Server will drop him, and the defuse will be pulled off. ENCE Academy make sure that they force and win that round when they needed it. They are still in this game, Ted, and they're not done just yet.
Yeah, that was great. You know, in types of rounds like that, you kind of want to... I'd explain it like that. You want to take like fees taxes, tickets, whatever you want to call it, when you're letting the T's on the bomb side, right? You don't have the finances, you don't have the weaponry nor the utility to stop them from getting on the bomb side and getting that bomb down, but you can at least make them pay for it, right? You can at least take down a couple bodies and make sure that the post plan is going to be quite uncomfortable. And of course, when you combine it with a couple nice Diego shots, it's going to be a pretty comfortable victory, even though it shouldn't be on paper. Now the force buy game continues. Young Nip are going to be the guys scrapping up for cash in this one. 2 AKs, a couple pistols, utility not looking great, not looking terrible either though. You have your fair shot. You can see ENCE Academy don't really intend fighting for middle here. They're more than happy with just holding on. Having a lot of presence towards the bomb sites, you don't really want to get caught off guard. And Young Nip are taking their time with this one.
Yeah, really understanding the weight of a round like this. Do not want to go rushing into any situation that they're not sure about. Oh, ZTR is in an awful spot right now because of that molly. Hanu lines up 2 and knocks both of them down. Molly goes in. He will get up the ladder to safety. ZTR on low HP still manages to come away with another kill. How has he found that? 3 HP. And he's up towards top con. Yussi towards stairs. Maxter close by. ZTR nearly finds another, but Yussi with the double ball falls into his lap. Bomb, I mean. And right now, Era comes out of Palace. But he will not get any further than the site. Yussi with 3. And it's 2 massive multi-kills from the ENCE Academy boys that shut down young NIP completely.
Yeah, it was about time. I mean, we've been on that force buy roller coaster for a long period of time. So finally a team winning 2 in a row is going to put the enemy at bay. Well, their economy at bay. And we should see a bit of a free one for the side of ENCE now. Young Nip finally on the eco. So we do have some time, Jack. What's your favorite dish in the moment?
Oh,
at the exact moment I'm asking you this question.
Oh, don't. I'm starving, mate, to be honest.
Okay, you close your eyes. What's the thing that you see?
I close my eyes there. I'm going to miss the round. I'll come back to that in just a moment. There's ENCE. Oh, they just tear young NIP apart. Era might find a little bit of damage here. Ooh. There's 1 kill. Molly forces him out, though. Yeah, no problem for Hanu. 9 rounds. I'd have to say a little bit of a Madras curry, man.
Oh yeah, Curry's goated.
Yeah.
Curry's good.
Definitely. Yeah, tops.
that's a good answer. You know, I'm happy with that. I like curry. Well, first tactical timeout, Young Nip. It's been a comfortable game so far. Obviously, you had that perfect recovery going into that. First half on the CT side, thanks to the man himself, Adam B. The man, the myth, the legend. The B. But now he's slowed down a little bit on the T side, as you would expect from him. And Young Nip have started to crumble a little bit. Nilo yet to find his first entry. You can see that they actually have a fair amount of those. Hanu's been good in opening fights on the CT side. But now it's just 2 rounds separating those 2 teams. So if you're Young Nip, you don't really want to let this one get a little bit too close for comfort. I think this is where you draw the line and you're like, okay, we've lost a couple rounds. You know, there's been a couple forces going left, right, and center. We want to make sure we have this under lock and key, though. Good news is the CTs don't really have the money to go for an AWP, so you can actually have a bit of a freebie towards middle when it's not really going to be contested. Double HE doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Not the amount that they would hope for, regardless.
Oh, Maxter. Very close to maybe finding an opening kill for the Young Ninja's side. But now, he's on the receiving end of a little bit of heat. Needs to be careful. He needs some help of his teammates to get out of this situation. It is getting a little bit sticky. But the smokes will go down. Provide a little bit of cover, a little bit of support. Miltsy playing around this connector smoke. no flashes for him to go for an aggressive peek, but he won't want to. 40 seconds, absolutely no need to. You batten down the hatches on the bomb site, you wait for the T's to walk into you, and you hope your defense is good enough to hold. 30 seconds left, and Young Ninjas creep their way up Con. Flash goes over towards jungle. ZTR will drop MILC. 2 kills go in favor of ENCE Academy, but they're taken right back by the Young Ninjas boys. Adam B and Nilo combine, and now it's down to just Henu and Serva. As Serva chucks out that HE, Henu will find Adam B towards jungle. It's the player on Tetris, and the player on site is all that remains.
Yeah, that's made it doable, but they don't have a kid, so they need to be really quick with this one. The crossfire is good. If the Tetris player manages to pick up the first kill, this is surely a done round, and Nera's gonna get it. Nilo's gonna peek on his contact and shut them down. 12-9. Even though it was good effort from the ENCE Academy players in the end, well, it was a good effort from Serva and Henu. That would completely isolate it, but I don't think you're going to be happy with this round if you're ENCE, right? It's going to be quite disappointing because you had the right idea. You had the right setup. The player towards jungle watching Palace. You had one under Palace, and then you had another guy towards the back of the side. But all of them just went down, and I think they found only 2 kills for that exchange, which is not going to be good enough, especially when you go down straight away. It was a great execution from Young Nip, a really methodical round on the T side, and another force bite coming in for ENCE Academy, which could be detrimental to this game. And look at the switch up. They're just going to walk into the bomb site where there's one player with a 5-7 and one Henu towards or with an Emperor that needs to do it all.
Oh, Adam B. He's going to be able to find Henu. Serva playing around this smoke. Is he going to be spotted out by Adam B? He's the man with the bomb, and he's very, very close. If he goes down here, this round gets very messy indeed for Young NIP. The smokes are down, creates a little bit of space as Adam B makes his way back, and he will get this bomb plant down. Now, do ENCE Academy want to even risk going for this? It doesn't look likely as they are retreating, just making sure that they have the rifles up and they're not going to be caught off guard by any aggression whatsoever. It's a Young Ninjas round, but ENCE Academy make sure that they will still have a little bit of a play to make in the following. Don't want to compact the errors, or rather compile the errors, as it is going to be 13 for the young Swedes, 3 away from taking yet another game and continuing their unbeaten run.
Yeah, it's a great moment to attack the B-bomb side as well, right? Because you've been prioritizing A and middle so much, and you know that in those rounds, most of the time, Serva has been the person to kind of lack the weaponry. You know, he's been the guy to drop over a weapon, make the sacrifice, play on an MP9, play on a pistol sometimes. So attacking him towards B is always going to be a good option. You know, utility is not going to be great, so there's not going to be a whole lot of Molotovs and AGs raining your way. It got a little bit scrappy for a second, but ENCE Academy not really in a position to try and go for risky retakes like this one. Don't really have the money to afford it. And now it's a bit of an eco. Well, I say an eco, you still have 3 rifles, but you're going to be able to reinvest in the next one regardless of what happens here. So maybe a bit of an aggressive play coming in from the Finnish side. They had that aggressive stance towards middle early on, but now Pody is going to fall back a little bit towards short. They're still thinking about contesting the middle control of NIP, something that they haven't really done so far.
ZTR lining up an aid, doesn't realize that there's a player in the corner, needs to be careful. If the window player goes for this peek, he could take him out of the round, but we will see the ENCE Academy boys happy enough not to throw away the man advantage, but Adam B will take it. MILC is going to be down. Another player spotted out towards B as ZTR creeps his way up Con. His teammates are slowly following him, and the only real defender is Henu, and all he has is a USP.
Yeah, UC's pushed all the way into T-spawn. This is a bit... That's a bit of a miscom moment there, but Henu, he finds a double kill with the USP. This is impossible. There's a big gap in the smoke, and now Bodhi is going to drop the bomb in jungle. This round's collapsed. It's all gone to hell, and Adam B, you're not going to be ready for that. UC is going to win the fight. What's happened there? Henu, unseen scenes in jungle. That is crazy. Look at the smile. Look at that cheeky, devilish smile.
All he has is a USP, I say.
And a dream.
Yeah, as he just gets 2 very easy kills.
You even caught a bit of a tune there.
Yeah. Was it Mariachi Band, is it?
I think so.
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. Well, will it be a winning tune that ENCE are going to be singing by the end of this game? That's a great place to start after finding that one. But young NIP are still very, very dangerous right now. One mistake could cost ENCE Academy massively. You'll see on the A site now as the execute will go over. Here comes the swing from Era, and he will take him down and out. Oh, Maxter just rushes Milty. He had an aid in his hand. Henu will trade it back, but it might be too little too late. Henu finds another kill through the smoke, and Serva gets one now as well. Zentior will fight back, but Pody connects on that AWP, and it's Era left alone. Henu's down, knows Pody is there, swings wide. Era, that is massive from him. 3 kills in that round. Very little for the young NIP side to work with at all. They had Mac 10s, they had 1 AK. It was in the hands of Era, and so it should be.
That is such a crazy game. Those rounds are absolutely insane. It's a round that young NIP should be winning every day of the week. And then out of nowhere, ENCE get 3 unanswered kills, but it's Era. Who better than Era to bring it back in the clutch? A 1 versus 2. And what a 1 versus 2 that is. Puts the money on the CT side in absolute chambos. A final buy for him. No AWP, Desert Eagle for Pody, M4s. No defuse kits, and they need to hold on here. UC gonna get only 1.
Oh, this is still such a dangerous round for young ninjas and ENCE. Decisions have to be made here. Here comes the swing. Milty gets only 1. Zetior takes him down. Bomb is planted, smokes on the site, but Serva still manages to find a kill through them. Advantage is with ENCE Academy, making a 2-man advantage, and it is Era alone. He got a 3k in the last round, needs a 3k here. There's 1, looking for the second. Not able to find it just yet. Bomb isn't planted for him, however, but he spots Serva getting off it. Doesn't matter. Serva still manages to get the better of him. ENCE Academy do survive for yet another round. Did young ninjas play a little bit too quick there? Is that what went wrong?
I think they were just a little bit too fired up, and those rounds are the ones in which you can see the lack of experience, maybe, which is, well, this is it's actually arguable because, right, ZTR is one of the most experienced IGLs in the Academy League, if not the most experienced one. So I guess that's a well thought of choice from them. I'd still think that when you know the money on ENCE Academy is quite low, you can slow it down a little bit. But what's standing behind this idea is, okay, they don't have the utility to stop that. We get a 1-for-1 on the bomb side. We're probably going to be able to isolate him quite easily. But it doesn't work out. And now you need to go back on the pistols.
Pistols out. Oh, problem for Serva. Henu still alive, only has 1. Needed to find that kill onto Adam B. He was the man that was wielding the rifle. Henu finding heads with the USP, making it look easy. Job not done just yet, lads. You need to take care of Era, and Pody has done so. 14-12. ENCE real young ninjas in round by round. By round coming up next for the young NIP side. But ENCE Academy, the momentum definitely with them.
Yeah, great cleanup crew work there. Henu stepping up massively. You know, makes it look easy, but if he doesn't get those kills, this is actually a losable round for ENCE Academy, so he kind of had to do it. Does deliver. Another buy coming in, 12-14. The gap starting to be filled in by those ENCE retakes. You know, when you think of it, ENCE have won 3 of the last 4 rounds, and the one that they lost was indeed Era's clutch, so they've actually been looking quite dangerous. Pody is going to start moving around with the AWP a little bit too much. Nice HE there. Gonna tag down Adam B, still top frack of the server if I'm not mistaken, but has immensely slowed down. Well, not top frack of the server, Henu's actually on the 31. I'm sorry for that, Henu. Top frack of Nip.
Low round.
Yeah.
From the young NIP side, they're really taking their time with this one.
I think the fast ones didn't really work out for them.
I didn't need to slow down the tempo completely. I would agree with you 100%.
It's a good choice.
Oh, but the late take towards mid has been stopped by Pody. Well, the first player anyway, and the second player falls as ZDR. Milty will get him out of the round. Down to just 3. There's 40 seconds left. as Young Ninjas make their way over towards A, and there's going to be 3 players here to deal with this. Yussi under Balk, you've got Miltsy towards Connector, you've got Henry towards CT as well. He's got a flash primed and ready. Just jump spotting out. Adam B is now going to swing wide. Yussi not looking the right way. That's going to cost him. Nilo drops Miltsy. One more player, but Bodhi has to cross. Henu is dropped though, and it's into a 2v2. Still plenty of chances for young NIP, as the bomb is going to be put down. Eric can't get his gun up in the nick of time. Nate goes over. Nilo towards the ramp. He has been spotted out by Pody, looking for the head of the player on the stairs. Pody knew he was low, and he is going to be able to find him with the deagle. ENCE do get 13. And now, young NIP don't have all that much money.
Yeah, Pody stepped up massively with that triple kill as well. 25 under his belt. Gonna combine with the 31 of Hanu. 13 rounds now for ENCE Academy. Closing out the gap even more, and it's not even maximum loss bonus for Young Nib just yet, so they kind of have to go for another half by here. Not that they haven't been good with the set piece plays, but you know, Hanu's been really good at shutting them down on the multi-kills. And he's gonna try and do the same here. Flashes are good though. Suppose the player doesn't really manage to fire a shot, but Bodhi is there to support.
Oh, Bodhi turns around to stop ZTR. Maxter finds one with his deagle. But it looks like it's going to be all tied up. It looks like we are going to go to distance here in this game. 14-14. As Maxter will claim one more head before the round is out. And we are going to see a tactical timeout now as well from the young NIP boys. They have the money to invest, but they've let ENCE Academy back into this game. Are we going to see ENCE Academy steal this one away? And, you know, we've already seen one unbeaten run ended today. Are we going to see a second?
Well, that's gonna be a surprise as well, right? I mean, ENCE, yeah, they did manage to beat MIBR Academy, but outside of that, they've been able to bring it close against Spirit. That was yesterday on Nuke. It was a 17-19 loss. Lost to Prospects, lost to NAP in the first matchup between those two. It was an overpass, obviously. It was a 9-16. This one, though, a lot more closer. I feel like every single team that I've looked at their results and I've been like, I had bigger expectations after Season 1 or Season 5. They've delivered here today. It's been a day for resurgence for a lot of those guys, and including Pody and Miltsy. They're gonna shut down Adam B and Nilo early on, and UC is gonna find one more. This was supposed to be the most intense round of the game, and it's just ended in seconds.
Oh, what do you do? What do you do if you're young ninjas? You've had your chances, and now you're going to be punished massively. Sentior scratching his head, wondering where his teammates have gone. But they've all fallen by the wayside, and ENCE Academy look to get onto map point. Taking this best of one would be absolutely massive. They beat Young Ninjas already before on Mirage. We talked about it in the pre-game. You know, Young Nip won the first game, and then they went and played on Mirage. It was over past the first game both times. Now they're on Mirage. ENCE are a different beast, and Young Ninjas, they have really missed their opportunities. Look at the money right now for them. There isn't going to be a lot in terms of utility, in terms of weaponry. They'll have an AK out on a few players, but you know, Adam B and Nilo, I don't know what they're going to bring to the table. Mac 10s maybe, but every time they've switched up the tempo and gone fast, it just hasn't worked for them. So what do you do?
Yeah, and that's so devastating because for a second there, it felt like there was no way that ENCE Academy bounced back into the game. But then Hanu started producing those insane godlike sequences of just double, triple kills all over the place. Obviously, the ace that we saw in the first half from Adam B beats all of it, but on the T side he's been a little bit more quiet, and those plays from Hanu did help Pody to wake up with the AWP, and he's been doing well as well. So let's up fight now. Young Nip fighting for overtime. As you said, money is not great. 3 Galils, 4 Galils indeed, only 1 AK, and utility is not actually in prime health, so you don't really get too many shots. You get the initial play and that's it. You need to make it work.
They need to make it work is right. The smokes are on over. ZDR has found an entry though. Pody not in a great position to use the AWP, but Yussi towards triple. He's dropped Nilo. They've cleared out all of B. They know it is going to be A. They can play a little bit safer now. Bodhi close by. Maxter, he's not going to be looking that way, and he's going to be taken down. There's a player in window that they need to be a little bit worried about, but they need to be worried about Adam B up on that site. 3 versus 3 right now. As Serva drops one more player. 50 seconds.
Down.
Yeah, they just can't. Every plant spot is being washed right now. Surely, Era playing around this smoke. He is going to be able to plant now. So it is the 2 versus 3. But one player low on each side. It's going to be very, very difficult to hold. And it needs to be really ZTR with the element of surprise in towards window. Era's going to fall, and now it has to be ZTR. A 1 versus 3 to keep Young Ninja's unbeaten run alive. Molly goes in. Serva waiting to make his way out connector. You're hearing the util go over as the bomb is being stuck now, and ZTR did not stand a chance. Young Ninjas, they get punished for not closing out a game. ENCE Academy steal 1 away, and the unbeaten streak is over.
Yeah, what an insane comeback from ENCE Academy. What a way to pick up your second victory in the group stage. And Group B just became a lot more interesting, right? We were thinking that we're going to get pretty much the same story for NIP and fnatic rising in both Groups A and B. The two teams to just beat everybody else, not really get contested, just have a flawless run through the group stage. But everything just changed. Young Nip's world has just been rocked by the Finns.
Absolutely. And, you know, we were highlighting, you know, Adam B's performance in the first half. And we were saying, you know, how good he was playing. We were just thinking, you know, Young Ninjas, they're going to close this one out. They're not going to have, you know, any bother whatsoever. But ENCE Academy, they rallied the troops. They got going. And there was some close rounds in there. Yes, truth be told. I think Young Ninjas, they'll go back and they'll analyse it, of course. Especially, you know, when we consider the one round that Henu had a USP only. Here it is. A USP only, and he comes away with 2 kills. That's a round that you should not be losing at all. And ENCE Academy, they managed to steal away. That started the comeback. They just kept putting round after round on the board until they hit 16.
Yeah, Henu and Bodhi just played a phenomenal game, and towards the latter stages of the game, you could tell that every single player from ENCE was feeling it. Every single one of them had that synergy, had that energy that was transferred to them by their teammates, and they managed to close it out. Henu on 32, Bodhi on 30. On the other side, we had Adam B. He slowed it down a little bit on the T side. Still got up to that 26 Era as well. Had a good game overall. But Young Nip, they're going to be quite disappointed with how this one went. ENCE Academy picking up their second victory out of 5 games. And Young NIP dropping their first map here in the WePlay Academy League. But ladies and gents, this is not our last game of the day. In fact, we still have 2 more to go, if I'm not mistaken, Jack. And the next one is going to be another Group A delight.
Yeah, it is. It's going to see the unbeaten fnatic rising for the second time today, as we will also see MOUZ NXT for the second time. It's going to be an interesting one. MOUZ NXT's unbeaten run is over, and well, they are going to have to try and rectify that loss that they did have against NAVI Junior, who, let's not forget, fnatic Rising have already beaten today. It's definitely going to be an intriguing matchup. You do not want to miss it. But for now, myself and Ted, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll see you in around 5-10 minutes time. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the WePlay Academy League Season 6. Our next matchup is going to see MOUZ NXT take on fnatic Rising. Ted, mate, how are you feeling about this one after already seeing both of these teams today?
Well, I guess like jiggling between Group A and B has made it really exciting for us, right? And actually, come to think of it, today we've gotten to see three of the, I think, maybe arguably the three most exciting matchups that we can see in Group A, right? Initially, we got MOUZ NXT taking on NAVI Junior. Then we got fnatic Rising taking on NAVI Junior. And now we're gonna have MOUZ NXT take on fnatic Rising. So all of these teams, they went to face off against each other, and I really can't wait for this one to get started. Because after what we saw from fnatic Rising against NAVI Junior, I think there's just one more team to beat, and you're gonna establish yourselves as the best team in Group A.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you know, I would already say that maybe that ship has sailed. I'm not really too sure, to be honest. I think fnatic Rising have kind of proved by beating NAVI that they are definitely the top dogs for the moment. But it doesn't mean that, you know, they have their flaws. They don't have their flaws, and that the MOUZ NXT can't get the victory. But I'd be fully expecting fnatic Rising to push past MOUZ NXT. But we'll have to wait and see. You can see the bans coming in there. Dust2, Mirage, Nuke, they are all gone from the fnatic boys. Inferno gotten rid of. I doubt we are going to see a Vertigo. Maybe leaning a little bit towards an overpass, maybe, Ted?
Yeah, that could be an option, and I think we're left with an overpass. Okay, so that's great. Obviously, it's we see a bit of a Navi in there, you know, out of respect for the boys that are well known for their all right overpass, but yeah, it's gonna be an overpass. I'm actually looking forward to it. It's gonna be our first overpass of the day. You know, it's been a long day. I think this is our 6th map. So far, we still have one more to go after this one, but I like it for MOUZ NXT. I feel like you don't really want to be testing yourself on Vertigo against fnatic Rising. There are better teams to try and experiment against on that map. And in the end of the day, Overpass is a map that you're yet to lose on. So I guess if you really want to try and get a victory out of fnatic Rising and get a result after this matchup, you would go for your comfort zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one that you have to try and hope that fnatic Rising are going to be out of their comfort zone on, but I'm not too sure. I mean, you know, they're comfortable on every map. They've got a great, you know, veto in them. You know, you've seen them playing a lot of best of threes. You know, they're playing advanced as well. Of course, going very deep, qualifying for a challenger yesterday. So I think you're going to struggle to get them on a map that they're not really too comfortable on, especially if we're looking at, you know, a best of 1 setting where they get 3 bans. You know, best of 3, yeah, you might get them on an uncomfortable map and, you know, force them you know, onto your own pick. You might be able to take something, but it's going to be very difficult, you know, to get a map that they don't like playing when they have 3 removals. And I think, you know, yeah, MOUZ NXT, they picked into Overpass. Do I think they're the favourites on it? Probably not. I think fnatic Rising do have a lot to offer on this map. Something that we haven't really seen from them, though, yet in the WePlay Academy League. So I'm interested to see it.
Yeah, I guess if you look at it from that point of view, I'm trying to build a little bit more to be a little bit more optimistic about the MOUZ NXT boys, because overall, like, you're not the favorite in the game, so it doesn't really matter what map we're playing here. You're probably not gonna get a map on which you're gonna think, okay, MOUZ NXT are the favorites. Fnatic are the favorites, right? They're the reigning champions, maybe the best team. I think after what we just between ENCE and NIP, I guess you could say that fnatic are the best team in the tournament right now in terms of recent results and so far what's happened. So I guess they're always going to be the favorites. But Overpass is a map on which, if there was somewhere where MOUZ NXT could feel comfortable, it would be Overpass, I'd assume. So, you know, really looking forward to this one. I feel like they're going to have a tough time. Obviously, fights against fnatic Rising have never been easy for the MOUZ boys. We remember what happened the previous season, even though it was a completely different lineup. Even with the experienced guys, even with people like Exertion and Shui and Shane in the lineup, they were not able to convert. Obviously, Impahad still has memories of what happened right there. But yeah, I guess we'll have to see a massive step up coming in from the side of MOUZ NXT. And I'm really looking to that AWP of Adix and thinking, you know what, we're playing an Overpass. We're watching an Overpass, rather. We have an extremely skilled Oper on the side of fnatic Rising. In the name of Wolfie, we need to see a star-like performance from Adix.
Yeah, definitely. You know, just thinking about Wolfie in general, I mean, you know, one of the best maps that Ecstatic played for a while was Overpass. You know, he was very, very good on that AWP, of lots of memories of him playing it and just absolutely balling out on it. So, you know, it's going to be a difficult map for Adix, regardless of, you know, what map it is. You know, if he's coming up against Wolfie, you're going to have a tough day. We've already seen he's on form on that Vertigo game against NAVI Junior. Even Headtrick had a lot of trouble dealing with him in certain times. But it's going to be interesting, man. Anything can happen in these kind of games. Fnatic Rising, of course, they do get the choice of sides here because MOUZ NXT did pick the map. So they'll start out on the CT, and it looks like we'll be jumping forward into Overpass.
Yeah, get the graffiti on. That's actually art, you know. I've been thinking about it a handful of times, but imagine people can actually make those things. They can do them in real life. That's so impressive. And you just do that with a spray. Meanwhile, I probably couldn't draw a tree if I wanted to with a pencil. But you know, we're not here to speak about my, well, skills and the lack of those in terms of painting. We're here to speak about CS. Pistol rounds already started. MOUZ NXT on the T side, Fnatic on the CT, and this is a really proactive CT side pistol round. They've already pushed into T-Con. Yimpa had, sure, you're thinking about it, but you're not expecting them to be that close that they can kiss you. Wolfie is gonna take him down. A good night kiss, as now MOUZ NXT need to commit.
Yeah, the kiss of death really given there, as smoke will go down. And Crizzen is going to take a lot of damage. He is going to be dropped. MAZE gets a double peeks out now from the barrels, and the only player left standing is going to be Adex. He's going to fall as well, as it's a great start for Fnatic Rising on this CT side of Overpass as they take the pistol.
Yeah, that was a great aggressive play there from the CTs, you know. And you see a lot of teams actually go for this because you know that most of the time the Ts are going to be grouped up, and not a lot of T-sided teams actually hold on for it and just hold top connector most of the time. So, yeah, a great call overall, Fnatic Rising, with a nice idea there to kick things up. And as we said, MOUZ NXT choosing the map is going to give Fnatic Rising the privilege of choosing the CT side, which is going to put them in a really good spot, you know, building up that momentum. They're on a boot camp as well, so you're going to be feeling the energy, so momentum is like 3 times stronger. Volt gonna be able to drop the first and the second. This should be a pretty easy cleanup. Wolf is gonna join in the party with another couple kills for himself. 2-0, a clean one, not dropping a single player. Obviously, you would want that because you have invested in 4 rifles. But now we're moving into the first buy round. Hanu showed us what he's capable of in the previous game on the entry work. Let's see what MOUZ NXT can do on their T side here as we're jumping into the team speak for this round. Okay, we're not jumping into the team speak for this round, apparently. We're going to be jumping into the team speak in... well, maybe a couple rounds time. We do apologize for that, but we get to follow the first buy round of the game. T-side Overpass could be one of the more unfriendly beasts out there.
Right now, it is a little bit of a slower one as MOUZ NXT. They're going to take control, or try to at least. Volt is going to get aggressive here towards front toilets. Yimpa throws that molly down. Lots of damage done to Volt, but unable to find a kill. It's Crizzen that has to do it, but it's a dink landed as well. So Volt has done more than enough to set Fnatic Rising up with the first gun round. Maybe, just maybe, when Nexius is going to creep his way forward. MAZE gets that refrag. Still very aggressive in toilets, but now MAZE is alone. He doesn't have the rotations of his teammates just yet. Adex is already up there locking off those rotates. And MOUZ NXT, they will find that A bomb site, but Pepsor, unaware, Adex is positioning. There's a free kill in the side of the head. Banjo alone, and MOUZ NXT look to get their first on the board instead.
Yeah, bomb gonna go down. Actually, Banjo's caught a bit of a timing, even though he doesn't realize it, but he slipped past the radar of Adex, so he might get himself into a good position. Doesn't have a kid. If he had a kid, maybe the Ninja would have been a possibility. But no one's going to be holding City right now. Obviously, Banjo doesn't realize that, but he might get a free kill. Adix actually decides to turn around, thinks of it as a possibility, and does manage to get the kill. That's going to be the first round for MOUZ NXT. A much needed one as well. You don't want to be delaying the first round on the T side on Overpass for a long time. One of the maps on which is really easy for the... Well, it's not easy, but it really is a scary prospect that the CTs could make you feel quite uncomfortable, even though it's quite a big map. It's the biggest map in pool, in fact, but in terms of possibilities that the CTs get to aggress is the best one for that as well. So sometimes you might feel a little bit pressured into your own spawn, so to say.
Nice little boost there. It's not going to work out though for Wolfie. And Volt will have to pick up the M4 and get out of there. 8x swinging up long. Impahat is just behind him. Volt asleep on the angle a little bit there. It doesn't react in time, and 8x is going to be able to take him down. 2-man advantage for MOUZ NXT as this round completely falling apart for fnatic Rising. MOUZ has to try his best with the M4 in his hand. He's the only CT with an M4 still in play. But look at this, MOUZ NXT, they've taken so much space. You know, they've panicked fnatic Rising a little bit, but they've just slowed it down completely.
Yeah, this is a good call from fnatic Rising. You just gather up the troops right now. You know that in a round like that, you're not going to be able to contest if you're separated. You need to play together. If they go B, okay, then you can just save. But if they go A, you're going to have a good chance. Surely now MOUZ NXT wait for Krisen to confirm that there's no one towards the B-bomb side, and they just make the run for it. This is a great call from MOUZ NXT. This is how you should be approaching a scenario like that.
Yeah, 20 seconds, plenty of time to make your way down. Expend a few players, you know, just send one person in, scouting mission. You don't want to run into a stack. Which just means that this round will go on a little bit longer now. Impahat is super aggressive here, and rightly so. He's going to try and take away a few weapons if he can. He's going to try and hold on to that M4 that was dropped by 8x in long toilets. That's what fnatic Rising want, but I don't think they're going to get their hands on it.
No smoke is going to fade any moment now. Impahat goes for the fight. The spray is good. And it's just MOUZ left, the 1 versus 5, and he doesn't really need to upgrade. He's already got himself an M4. And he might even get hunted down. They know where he is. He's been spotted. He's going to go down here. 8x takes him, and a clean round for MOUZ NXT. A buy for fnatic Rising that doesn't really work out, and now the money is nowhere to be seen. So MOUZ NXT actually with a good recovery here. Lovely work. Good reaction there. Sending Krisen out towards the B-bomb side. Obviously, it's, well, sending. He is the one that sent himself, being the IGL, but ready to sacrifice himself for the greater good. It's a good call when Impahat, just realizing that they've stacked A, sticking towards toilets, wants to make sure he's got a prime position to punish some of those players, and in the end, they get every single one of them. So now it's just the USPs and a single flash. An important detail, one flash could even get you a kill in the right circumstances. And I don't mean by blinding somebody, by the way, check. You've been killed by a flash?
Huh?
Have you been killed by a flash?
No, actually.
I've been killed by a smoke.
I actually don't think I've been direct impacted by any nade. Like, as in, you know, killed by it.
I have by a smoke once, and it was... Yeah, that's number 2 of the day. I'm going to put a counter for those. Yeah, okay. You know, that's because I thought of it, because it was such a traumatic experience for me. Oh my god.
It's been a long day. I'll let you away with another voice break. It happens. It happens.
Yeah. I'm trying my best, you know. Trying my best to control it. But yeah, it was an unfun story. It was, you know what I think happened? I was playing Mirage. I was in Sandwich, and there was people just going out of ramp. And they failed. I think they failed their stair smoke. But I was just 1 HP. And they failed it, and it hit me. and it killed me. So it wasn't even a nade that was directly thrown at me. It was a failed smoke that killed me.
That's more tilting, to be honest.
It was great. I was screaming, by the way.
I'd say you were.
Yeah, I normally, you know, I don't really type in chat, like I don't type to the enemy team, but in that scenario, I was like, you guys need to learn your bloody smokes. I didn't say it like that. I wasn't that nice, but yeah, that was the thing that I said essentially.
You don't type to people. Who are you lying to?
No, I don't. I actually don't, by the way. I've changed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. Look, you can lie to yourself, Ted. Just don't lie to me, mate. That's all.
I'm a friendly face teammate.
Yeah, I'd say you are all right. Anyway, back to the game, and actually back into the MOUZ NXT TeamSpeak.
No, I think actually
We do Astralis?
Yeah, we do Astralis, yeah.
I'll smoke. I'll
Sitting
smoke.
mid still.
One con. They con. I think they did the boost.
Let's go long.
They did boost? Okay.
Yeah, they
Molly
made step
faster.
on top of metal.
One guy naded mid, so they're free 8 on if they
Long.
boosted.
Long, out in the open. Two. Flash one high, too long.
Pushing.
I'm not peeking it.
There's two long guys.
We can just chill. We can
I'm
walk
peeking
mid.
this one guy.
Wait a
Can you
little.
smoke toilet?
Last one.
Yeah, wait, I'll do it. Marcus, we're coming late to you, okay?
Yeah, there is one star.
Our boost is cleared. Top con
I think
cleared
they
as
wanna
well.
push long.
He left after mixed
Jimmy, let's just leave Jimmy here, actually. Can you just, like, molly deep toilets, Jimmy? Then they think it's the exact same round we just
Other
played.
lyric smoke as well.
We're in
They should
speed
just be
here.
playing.
We
They
just
should just be playing double monsters.
Can you hold long toilets for a bit?
I'm holding it here.
We should come down, Brem. Is Condor naded?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Marcus, you can jump right, and then we get a flash from Brem, and then we just clear twist, and then we walk in, okay?
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
But you can flash whatever and we can peek twist.
Yeah, wait 1 second. He jump me. I'm flashing him.
Do it.
Flash him.
They
They
smoke.
smoked. They have
It's
three.
maybe
They go three. They
right
go
side.
three.
I'm playing
They go
half
three.
Let's just...
We have
Brem,
no
you stay,
nades.
then
But...
we just run up. We run up here. Come.
Okay. Yeah, you
Prime
can maybe
stay.
get rotations.
Come. You have to do something, Jimmy, with us as well. Come here.
For sure.
Is there a
Get
clock?
close. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Let-
Rotating.
We can go back down. We can go back down. If you
Yeah,
go
let's
back,
go back, let's go back.
go back down.
I think one water.
Chill.
Yeah, it's
Chill.
fine. It's fine.
You're 3-1 HP.
15
We
seconds.
just trade them together.
Trade me, okay?
Yeah.
What's that
Jimmy,
thing?
do something, maybe.
Okay, I'm rolling.
Watching monster.
One out
ABC,
rotating.
ABC.
That's the backup.
ABC still. Yeah. He's just instant.
That's alright.
It's fine. It was still a good round.
I couldn't see his hit, bro. I couldn't aim for his hit. It's fucking headshot glitch.
Fine.
Bye up.
I've had my fair share of headshot glitches, but you know it's actually such a game changer when we get the comms in English. This was actually a good round, you know. I agree with them. The comms in this round were really decent from the MOUZ NXT boys. That was great.
Yeah, you could see, you know, they had the right idea. Just, you know, you need to find that one player because, you know, you're gambling on the rotate. You need to hope that that one player is holding from an angle you're going to be clearing. And when the first player goes down, you need to get that trade. Then you have a chance in the round. Just unlucky that the headshot glitch was there. You know what I mean? You just couldn't see the head at all. That's unlucky. It is.
Banjo with a
very unlucky.
lovely triple kill.
Good position, though, to be fair to him. Truth be told. And there's Banjo. Not with a triple. One will do. As QQ gets that trade out. There's NXT trying to go towards B once again. But no success in the early instances of this round. 4v4 as we move forward.
Yeah, now you can slow it down once again. So far, by the way, MOUZ NXT have been good at just controlling the map, and we haven't really seen too much aggression from fnatic Rising. Well, we have seen them try it, but most of the time it's been accounted for and it's been countered. So now they're respecting it. You can see that even in the previous round, they just had that one player try and aggress towards Banana, but after that, they were kind of unsure on where to rotate. So now they're just going to be rocking the 2-2 setup. Enough nades in the hands of MOUZ NXT for a single proper execute, and it looks like it's going to be the A1 this time around. AWP for Adix. He's going to be more than happy if he manages to catch the player on the jump spot. But Volt, as soon as he sees something, he's just going to deploy that HE and calm it back. Oh.
Big headshot there from Volt. 15 seconds. Volt will be looking for a little bit more, but it's a massive headshot in return from Yimpahat. QQ making his way up, trying to clear the site. Wolfie down, spotted through that smoke. Bomb will be planted. And this is MOUZ NXT in a really good position to get forward. fnatic rising. They are going to have to retake, but they're going to have to wait out this smoke. They don't have any utility to work with. Do have 2 kits. However, this is a really good spot that QQ is in, and they're not going to be expecting Yimpaha, never in a million years, as MOUZ NXT will get 4. They take the lead once again. fnatic Rising's money is going to suffer because of it.
Yeah, great recovery. That's been a really good T side, you know. I mean, it's been a really, really good T side. Considering this is one of the most CT-sided maps you're going to see, well, obviously we're speaking about the Academy League. It's not going to be the same as in top 20, top 30 teams playing each other, but normally Overpass would be one of the more CT-sided maps. fnatic Rising have been struggling a little bit. It's been a really methodical and well-rounded T side. Feels like fnatic are not really willing to take the initiative and go looking for fights, not really willing to fight for map control so much. And at the same time, MOUZ NXT's executes have been doing a really good job. To be fair, I'd actually want to see Wolfie take the initiative a bit more on the big green. I think Overpass is a map that gives your Oper too many chances for aggression to just stay and play from the back. Especially when you feel like your team needs it, right? I mean, if you're playing passively from the back of the side and it works out, fair enough. If it doesn't, you need to start switching it up. So I'd imagine we're going to see that happen quite shortly.
Quite shortly, MOUZ NXT swing out towards short, and they look to put their finishing touches on a 5th T round, as we see the only player left standing is going to be MAZE towards the other side of the map, and only with a USP in hand. So 1 casualty is all on the MOUZ NXT's side. Crizzen will take down MAZE before he gets his hand on a weapon. And a 2-round lead now for the MOUZ NXT boys on this T side. Buy round coming up for fnatic. Oh, an AUG purchased. I'm not happy about that at all.
I love it.
No. Makes my skin crawl, man. Such a horrible weapon.
You're a FIFA player. You don't get to choose.
Nah. Smoke dropped over there from Wolfie. Just
That's
for the
actually good.
about. Yeah.
That's cool.
Not even that. It just reminds me of the meta, the SG meta. That was horrible. Horrible.
I do agree. That was too much. But I still like it. Like, nowadays, I have respect for the people that are still playing the SG and the AUG because it's not really in meta anymore. So you kind of need to be skilled a little bit to make it useful. They're going to be able to find the opening kill, though. First time they're actually trying to be a little bit more mid-centric on the CT side. You know, getting connector control, having some presence towards short as well. Not really letting the T's have everything for free. They've blown over the connector door as well, making it a bit more claustrophobic. And speaking of claustrophobic, you need to be careful about both. That's great awareness from Dioper, but Adex is going to miss the shot. And Wolfie with Diok is going to punish him. A 2 versus 5, a complete shutdown. The first time that fnatic actually decides to be a little bit more aggressive. Works out perfectly for them.
I mean, you called it, right? You know, they needed to get a little bit aggressive. It wasn't working, playing deep on the sites, and they did switch it up, like you said. Oh, but there is still a little bit of fight in these two MOUZ NXT players. Oh,
there was.
You've been wallbanged and headshot through your teammate as well.
Yeah.
Not just smiling like a absolute psychopath.
You know what's the thing though? This is with Finnish people. If you've noticed that, right? They're so calm with their emotions, right? They can do the most nasty thing at you. They can do such a dirty at you. They're just gonna smile a little bit. They're not even gonna laugh. You know, no teeth shown. They're like serial killers. They're stone cold.
Yeah, ice cold.
Well, whenever I say stone cold, I just find it really funny because you know the islands with the stone statues, like the faces that have no impressions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just think of those.
Oh, stone cold, really? Not Steve Austin that you're thinking of? What? That's a shame, Ted. It's alright. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
Okay, yeah. Okay. That's worse, by the way.
hasn't been disappointing so far for either of these sides. Maybe a disappointing day for MOUZ NXT if we want to look back at the Navi game. Been anything but for Fnatic Rising. They've won 2 games that they played today, a best of 3 and a best of 1. And looking to make it 2 best of 1s if they can. Wolfie is going to be able to find Yimpahat to start things off in this round. And MAZE is going to creep.
Play.
Yeah, look, he's around behind him. Around the back door, it's unlocked. He's in the house, and there's an intruder. Now the T's alerted, but Adex can't react in time. MAZE gets 3. And Nexius has to do some kind of damage to try and rescue this one. Oh. Okay. Need to be a little bit careful. And MAZE has no-scoped headshot him. Okay, right. MAZE just having fun that round. Fair enough. Fair enough. Not usually, you're not used to seeing him on an AWP. And MOUZ NXT are gonna call a tactical timeout after that one.
Yeah, now you need to actually adapt to the game style of the CTs, right? Because they've tried to figure out where your gaps are on the T side, and they haven't only tried to figure it out, they have completely figured it out. They've started taking the initiative a little bit more. Mid-round aggression has been imminent from the CT side. This is what you need on a map like Overpass, right? You could tell that their intentions in the beginning were to just be hyper defensive, not really mess around and just play from the back of the side. Doesn't work out for you. You see that MOUZ NXT are going to be able to get a couple rounds like that. So you just start toying with them. Well, you don't toy with them. You just push into them and you find the gaps. Great work by the Fnatic Rising boys. MOUZ already have won 5 rounds on that T side, but they'll have to work if they want a bit more. Double AWP setup as well.
Oh, Tech9's in connector. Can be tricky to deal with, but Volt has kind of stopped the initial push. Oh,
oof.
Okay.
Nasty.
Yeah. Oh, that flash has completely blinded MAZE there.
Yeah, you said we're not used to seeing MAZE on an AWP. He's actually rocking the second one.
Yeah, against this kind of buy though.
Yeah, he's a Danish Danish secondary OPER IGL entry. Did we miss something? I don't think we have.
I don't think so. I think
if he could, he would have played alone in the team. Just MAZE versus everyone else.
MAZE versus the world. Now that would be something I'd pay to see. Well, AWP in the hands of Adex, and well, he has been an absolute showstopper in this round with the Tech9. 2 quick kills. Now has an AWP to work with, and he's found a third. Down to 28 HP. It's not going to matter. 30 seconds as MOUZ NXT have a decision. Do they go down towards B, or do they make their way up towards A? You can see MAZE and Banjo, they're holding on, and they're going to do exactly what they've done in previous rounds as well. They're going to send somebody on a little bit of a scouting mission in. MAZE finds the headshot with that AWP, but as soon as the trigger is pulled, they're going to hightail it up towards this A site. Molly goes down, so does the bomb. MOUZ NXT need to get into good post plants. Fnatic Rising, I don't know if they're going to be too interested in going for this one. Yeah, they're going to be spraying bullets, hoping to get a little bit lucky through smokes and through walls, but they ultimately have to save. They cannot be silly with the CT money. They can't throw away weapons at all, but they will have to concede this 6th round for MOUZ NXT's T side.
Yeah, even though they've been able to bring a couple of those rounds a little bit closer, MOUZ are still overall going to be quite happy, right? I mean, even if at this point you start just dropping rounds until the end of the half, it's still a pretty successful offense for you. You've been able to adapt. You've been able to outplay your opponents in a lot of these rounds. This is actually, I think so far, this has been the game in which we've seen the most tactical, like outplay battle between the IGLs, right? And just switching approaches mid-game and just trying to adapt to what your opponent is doing. You know, the Bear Grylls line. A lot of improvising, a lot of adapting, and a lot of overcoming. But so far it's been MOUZ NXT to be a little bit more successful in this one. No AWP, well, no double AWP endeavors anymore for Fnatic Rising. Money doesn't allow it simply. Volt gonna go for a quick peek through the mid smoke, doesn't see anything, and decides to fall back for now as MOUZ NXT are gonna be holding a bit of a defensive instance. And you can see how MOUZ have shifted their gameplay as well, right? I mean, Nexus is still playing towards connector, but the remaining of the squad, they're being really diligent with the way that they're clearing out their angles.
Being very, very cautious. They know they're in a really good position, right? They do not want to be caught off guard. They were nearly actually caught off guard the time that they went up towards A with the position of the player towards close con. Tucked in that corner. They didn't really clear him. I know they ultimately ended up losing the round when Banjo got the triple, but they know that Fnatic Rising, they might be playing in those aggressive spots. Don't want to lose any players because of it. 40 seconds left on the timer and on the clock, and it's a B play.
Yeah, good shift from Fnatic Rising. Now they know that MOUZ NXT are going to be taking their time, expecting the aggression, so you can actually play the Cloud9-esque CT side. Just hold on to your nades, play defensively, try and toy with the timer, and with only 15 seconds, Fnatic Rising, they're going to have a much easier time. MOUZ NXT, they need to commit now.
Flash goes in, Pepsor finds one, doesn't turn around to take down Crizzen in the nick of time. As MOUZ NXT, they're finding all the kills. There isn't a lot of time left on the clock. They might just have the bomb down, and indeed they will be able to punch the numbers in. Oh, Crizzen's reloading. Chucks a flash, knows that Wolfie's already out, just going hell for leather, Wolfie, on this retake. Crizzen looking around the smoke, unable to see him. Wolfie connects, and now it's a 1v1. Nexius versus Wolfie. Bomb is going to be tapped, but Nexius is going to peek out just before, and the timing does not favour the Opper, but the round does favour MOUZ NXT. They are going to be able to take it 7-5 right now, and the money isn't going to be there for Fnatic Rising either. This is a really good stuff from MOUZ NXT, and our Fnatic Rising may be struggling a little bit.
Yeah, and that was great, right? Because I feel like the aggressive stance there on the CT side from Fnatic Rising was, you know, it's good if they find the kills, but the main ace that they have up their sleeve is the fact that Banjo is holding the same angle with the, you know, headshot glitch towards the back of Graffiti. And when you have two players actually being aggressive towards the pillar and barrels, you wouldn't really expect the third player that's already down B to be holding that line, right? It's normally held by a player that's solo towards B. So Banjo with a really good position there, but still manages to find only one. Fnatic Rising get completely run down here, and it does feel like they're really going to be given a run for their money. An eco just now. USPs. 2 flashes. Crizzen's going to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Flash in. Actually dodges that one. Dodges the second one. Great awareness from the IGO.
I mean, he's got 2 kills and he's got out of there with his life. QQ is going to be holding the retreat. Pepsor will eventually take one with him, but it will be MOUZ NXT taking yet another round. 8-5.
Yeah, that's just really intelligent stuff from Crizzen, you know? Probably if he goes down, they still win the round, right? It's not something that spectacular, but the fact that he knows, okay, there's going to be one flash coming up, he doesn't hear steps, there's probably going to be a second one. He's anticipating the play. Great stuff from the IGL. Not only he's been producing a really good T side so far for his team, but he's been doing all right individually as well. 8-5 as MOUZ NXT secured a victory here on the T side. Question is, how dominant of a victory is it going to be? The same setup that we had a couple rounds ago. Obviously, the Oper had an Og back then. Wolfie now on the big green. Volt to support him towards connector. And this aggressive stance towards middle needs to get around here for Fnatic Rising.
Wolfie boosted up in con. Oh, Crizzen. That is ridiculous. You seen him do it to head trick earlier on, time and time again as well. He's just ripping Oppers off angles with the AK for fun. There's a minute left. And Fnatic Rising are down a player. Up towards long. MOUZ NXT do go. 2 players at least. Pepsor might try and creep his way out because of that smoke timing, looking to work out for him, but Yimpahat will just turn around and make sure that he will not be caught off guard by a sneaky little play like that. Banjo takes a massive amount of HG damage. And he even go for this once again.
It's been a spectacularly well-calculated T side so far from MOUZ NXT. The awareness on some of those peaks is just great. And even if you want to go for this, it's not going to be an easy retake. Diffuse kit, not really available. You need to be really quick with this one. Volts find the kill. 3 kills for him in the round. Smoke on the bomb, needs to tap it. Doesn't really have the time for it though. And they seem like they know it. He's trying to bait them out, trying to get them to fight him. And he's going to get another kill onto 8x. That is pretty much going to give him an AWP upgrade, which is good enough. Wouldn't have had the AWP if it wasn't for that kill. So at least something for Wolfie to work with in the next round. But regardless of that, money is not going to be great for fnatic Rising.
If he only knew that, you know, it was a 1v1 versus the Opera towards long and the other player was down towards B, like, Chris was a mile away there, right? And that smoke goes down, yes, there's a 10-second defuse. Might have had a chance, but not to beat. 9-5. Amazing to see, looking to make it 10. Wolfie going for an aggressive peek towards middle, has to try and dodge that flash. And in the time that he does, he allows the player to cross, so can't overstay his welcome towards middle. Knows that.
Yeah, the T's being really diligent in the way they clear out connector. Good flash. No one spotted though towards short. Next year's just gonna stay tucked in the smoke. Nope, there's the boost. MAZE has a tough time, but still gets the kill in the end. Doesn't really get tagged down way too much either. Well, he's down to 36, but it's good. They have the man advantage. Looks like the T's are not really invested in playing towards that B bomb side, not in this round. And once again, we have that aggressive stance towards long. It's just a question of patience, though. Timing is everything. Krisen has the bomb on his back, so he needs to be really careful not to get caught off guard. And it looks like they've gotten the right timing once again. Look at Volt.
Oh, he's dropped the bomb as well. Looking for the second kill. Knows that his life, just him being alive, is a nightmare for MOUZ NXT to deal with, right? He can deploy a smoke, play safely. QQ is going to be able to recover that bomb at least, but they have no idea where Seb's gone. They have no idea where Volt is making his way. And right now, MOUZ NXT have to go towards B. They can't risk it. They're going to make their way forward. 2 players are going to be holding here. QQ on the entry. Both players in towards water for the CTs. Banjo's one of them, and he's found the impact. Looking for a second. Pepsor and Banjo both fall. QQ with a lovely spray. Oh. And Adix drops MAZE as well. Down into a 2 versus 2. It's a great recovery from MOUZ NXT. And fnatic Rising, it's the last round. They're going to go for it. Wolfie and Volt, both from heaven. Oh, QQ is going to spot them out, but Volt is going to take him down. 8x creeping his way around. He's going to spot Bolt. Wolfie needs to react, turns around, Volt's down. 8x might be able to seal 10. Wolfie goes looking for him. Eventually jumps out of the heavens. It's planted for 8x here. He has the AWP as well. Wolfie, he is just going to put the head down, taps the bomb, not aware that 8x hasn't moved from heaven. Wolfie looking for the shot, is going to be able to connect. Is there going to be enough time? Oh, yes, there is. Just about a second left on the defuse, but he does get it done. It's at least 6 for fnatic Rising.
That's such an uncomfortable 1 versus 1 for Wolfie as well, right? Because he feels like anytime he's going to pull his knife out, he's going to try and jump down water. He's just going to get flanked. So 8x really playing this one to his best, but still fnatic Rising at least going to be able to get a 6th round in the end of that first half. It's not going to make life easier for them nonetheless, right? I mean, it's still a really tough game to come back into. 9 rounds T side for MOUZ NXT. That is expert work from the 4-time champions here at the WePlay Academy League, but it's time to get into the team speak of the reigning champions of Season 5. fnatic Rising trying to bounce back on the T side here.
Take the bomb as well. I'm gonna smoke heaven.
I'm just killing free.
Yeah. Just go. I'll smoke heaven and flash.
Okay. Watch out for flash play.
I'm flashing right side. Flashing down.
Don't see him.
Yeah, wait.
Nothing out short. Push it back.
He's coming down corner. Underground. I'm opening.
We have to.
Just go plant B, Matthias. We'll hold them underground.
Yeah. I think
come boost them, Pepper.
No.
Well, PC.
Water. They give me spawn. One more. Lower. And water.
Lower. Two.
I'm coming top. Let's triple swing it.
Out.
3, 2, 1.
Bridge. Dead. Nice. Boys.
Let's go.
Yeah,
they only so...
Oh, both pistols go in favor of Fnatic Rising.
I hate the fact that we got interrupted before we got to hear the chat after the round.
Yeah, I wonder what was going to be said there, to be honest. I mean,
I know what was going to be said. I just wanted to hear it.
Yeah, but sadly we don't get the... You know, we should be happy with what we have then. We do get... They're always a joy. Oh! That's a nice snade line up there from Volt. I can tell you one thing. I didn't teach him that. So, you know, don't worry. Don't be pointing fingers at me.
I'm sure you didn't.
No. Not at all. Not at all. I'll be having words with him. I'll send him an Aria here video. B stack here. MAUZ is gonna take care of the first player on the bridge to swing towards water. Volt is gonna be holding for it anyway, and MAUZ is gonna have a field day with the AK. 9-8 USPs dealt with. Buy round coming up.
I've just noticed Pebzor is still on 4 kills. That's not something that you see every day of the week. I mean, he's normally a guy that's a bit of a heavy hitter himself, but hasn't really been having the best game of his life. You know that he loves his Inferno though. I'm just waiting for the Inferno days. Inferno is where Pebzor becomes a beast and a half.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he is the beauty and the beast simultaneously. Both of them. A beautiful Stone Cold killer. You know, at this point I just like Stone Cold more than Ice Cold. It hasn't been reused. We could, you know, make it our thing.
Maybe. Don't want to use it too much. You don't want to wear it out. Oh, Yinfa hat. He's so close to these towards Banana. Doesn't really realize it. Oh, walks back. Surprise. Wolfie takes him down. Player out towards long. Not going to be spotted just yet, as he is behind a Molotov. They are going to try and clear him out, and Wolfie will do exactly that. Himself and Pepzor find a kill apiece. And now it is the save. MOUZ NXT really don't get a chance to play in that round at all.
Yeah, that's a great contact play, and you can get away with going for plays like that early on in the half because you know that the money is not going to be enough for an AWP on the CT side, right? That's why you see a lot of teams actually trying to do that in the opening, let's say the first, the second buy round, maybe if you've been going for some forces. And this is something that's quite cool, you know? Now you know that MOUZ NXT are going to be feeling the need of the presence of an AWP. Unless you punish them, they can just go on for the contact plays and surprise you every single time. It's a great call, a clean round as well. Money looking fantastic now for the T side after this one. And it's just 2 people surviving for the MOUZ NXT boys. Quite disappointing for them. You know, Fnatic Rising, so far, they might not have been the better team on Overpass, but winning both pistol rounds and being fairly competitive in some of those buys on the CT side has given them a chance to actually contest the map here, you know? In another world, MOUZ NXT win both pistols, they would have already closed out the game. This is how important the pistol rounds are in a BO1 though, and we're saying that probably for the 3rd time today.
Yeah.
Conversions do matter.
They really do.
So yeah, guys, don't skip pistol DM. I know who you are. Multi-CFG DM Kings, play the pistol DM.
Yeah, exactly.
It's important.
Exactly.
I skip it, by the way.
People don't believe... Oh, what? Not even trolling, literally.
I skip the headshot only.
Ah, no, you have to, like... That's the best bit. That's the best bit.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Have you tried playing a Digo on a headshot-only pistol? I've tried it. It's insanely hard.
Why would you... Yeah, but that's because, you know, that's a skill issue.
Yeah, it's the best... No, it's not a skill issue. Please try it.
It's a learn-to-play issue. That's what that is.
Okay.
Well, Fnatic Rising are going to go on another little contact play out monster here. Prison is going to be none the wiser. He's going to spot out Banjo towards Con and take him down, but out comes Volt. He's the first man in. Nexius only finds 1 kill as Pepzor will trade him out. Bomb is going to be planted safely away from the players towards short, and Fnatic Rising seem to have a decent enough read on where the players are coming from. Pepzor drops Adix on the flank, and well, this boost might be good for maybe 1 kill, but once it comes in, they're going to be very aware of where the people are. Oh, MOUZ. They trade headshots, and MOUZ comes out on top. The AK better than the Galil.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah.
The Galil is absolute garbage. No, it's not. I just don't like it. I really dislike the Galil, by the way. Strongly dislike it.
I know you do.
Yeah. But I don't dislike those rounds from fnatic Rising.
Beautiful,
They've done it again. Yeah, well, once again, it's just the contact plays, right? Even when they get pressure towards the middle part of the map, towards connector, towards short, close range, they've been able to bounce back. Great spacing as well on their way onto the bomb site. Not really letting anyone pick up multi-kills there from the side of MOUZ. But it's the first time we're actually going to see ADEX on the AWP on the CT side. Let's see if he's going to be successful. Oh, they actually run through the second molly. That's a massive risk, but ADEX is going to be able to pick up the opening kill. That's a lovely start for MOUZ NXT. A player and a half up.
You take a big risk going through that, and well, the risk doesn't really pay off in the early instances, and Wolfie only has 44 HP to work with, so, it's not great. You're struggling to kind of find the positives. So far, in a very important round, I mean, if you win this one, you reset the money of MOUZ NXT once again. If you lose it, you're back on level terms, and it looks like losing it might be a reality unless Banjo and Volt can say something about it. Volt will be silenced by the silenced M4. And Banjo and Wolfie now left to their own devices. Just about make up a half HP player, the two of them.
Yeah. I love that mid-round call, by the way, from MOUZ NXT. You know that Crizzen is a dead man, especially after he gets the first kill in the connector. But then Banjo peeks immediately from short as soon as Crizzen goes into a fight and goes down. You want to make sure you have that 2-man advantage saved up, and now really low HP. They're going to try and walk into the bomb side. ADEX should have this first shot, and this should be another round for MOUZ.
It's about really how many kills Banjo could find there. 1 more is the correct answer to that one. So 2 players have to reinvest on the MOUZ NXT side, but 10-10 we are level, and to be honest, we're very lucky, because we are being treated to some very competitive games of Counter-Strike today.
The previous one was beautiful, by the way, and this one is great as well.
But that's what I mean. How many games have we seen that have been, we keep saying we're level, we're tied up, how many times have we said that today? A ridiculous amount, I would say.
Almost as many times as I voice cracked, and that's a lot.
You got me with that one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I've been trying my best.
Look, if you can't make fun of yourself and laugh at yourself a little bit, don't take yourself too seriously. You know what I mean? That's
and that's a life advice. That's a life advice coming out from a really old person, so you better listen to him, guys.
Yep, exactly. Good life lesson for everyone.
Yeah. Nintendo, another round. Last one was a complete shutdown for MOUZ NXT, so now you'd hope if you're fnatic Rising to get a little bit more from this, and you can see that now you're diligent. Now you're not just running around, going for the contact plays. There's an AWP on the other side. This is what we said after the first 2 buy rounds. Now you're going to respect them. Now you're going to spend that utility, take your time clearing out the angles. You want to make sure you don't just give ADEX free kills and feed him. You don't want to fed up Oper on the CT side. And Wolfie hasn't been having the best game of his life either, so it's not like you can really rely way too much on him to straight up beat ADEX in the 1v1. So, yeah, not really to be underestimated. And ADEX, he's going to go looking. That's actually a really aggressive stance towards toilets, but it might work out perfectly for the CTs.
Yeah, it depends what Crizzen can really do on the site. He's going to be mollied out of position. Banjo is the first casualty. ADEX gets a quick double. Yimpahat is going to get his head down because he doesn't want it to be ripped off by ADEX, who's on a tear right now. Eventually, Yimpahat is going to peek up, and he's going to find a double as MOUZ NXT do take the lead, 11-10. A massive round out there from the CT side, and you are dead right. A massive round from ADEX in such an aggressive position, and fnatic Rising were torn apart because of it.
What's happened there in toilets? I mean, we didn't see a look into it, but ADEX, now we're gonna see it. There's the first shot. The second was a quick scope. I'm not sure how this is not through the wall as well. And then he turns around to support his teammate. This is 8x just being a one-man army towards the A-bomb side. This is what a no-per can do an overpass. If they're feeling it, if they're positioned well, they can isolate the fights and just make it an absolute hell for their opponents. An insane round coming in from 8x, and it's made them rethink their entire existence. A failed flash is just not gonna make it better. QQ with a double. fnatic rising. This is a disaster right now.
Wouldn't have mattered. It was a smoke, so it was just a smoke over, and well, it doesn't work. Unlucky. You go down. They were still gonna try and send it through a smoke. Just the flashes weren't blinding QQ at all. Oh, unfortunate. Unfortunate to see. Smoke has to be deployed there from Wolfie, so fnatic Rising are burning through their very limited utility on these last three players. Just one smoke, I believe, 2 mollies and 2 flashes, so not a lot. And if that isn't, you know, hard enough to get onto the site with that amount of utility, there's 4 players defending this B bomb site right now. 44 seconds left as Wolfie goes in search of maybe, just maybe, somebody overcommitting into an angle they shouldn't be. The mollies do rain in. There's a flash going over. Look for the Heaven player. He's going to find him. 2 players towards Monster, and they found all the kills. 1 player left standing, and he's on A. He's towards Heaven. The bomb is going to be planted. How have fnatic Rising brought this one back? 8x out towards Heaven. The bomb has been planted. Surely it's been heard. Now they know where he is. 8x in towards Water. And Banjo is just trying to play his life here. Tries to creep his way back towards Short, but 8x is taking him down. No idea where MAUZ is right now, but both players extremely low. 10 HP and 13 HP. MAUZ walks out. He finds the headshot. fnatic Rising. Pat yourselves on the back after that one. That one was a classic.
Didn't they rise in this round? What in God's name was that? This is the round that you shouldn't be winning. You get completely shut down, everything goes wrong, somehow you bounce back, somehow you find the kills. MOUZ NXT are going to be so disappointed after losing a round like that. That was supposed to be their hero arc, but MAUZ, he's been stepping up massively here, showing how a true leader should lead. An insane 1 versus 1 in the end as well. Taking a look at a headshot rate. Nexius on 71 is actually top of that stat. MAUZ with 61.9. Just remove the 1 from that.
You're a child at heart.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. You know, that's the first thing it's CS culture, man. I mean, I've spent so much time and, well, I haven't actually spent so much time in Twitch chat, but, you know, I have spent so much time watching and playing CS. It's just part of me.
Well, so much time we've watched CS today. It's been a very, very long day, and this one continues to go. And I'm not complaining, trust me. 8x starts things off. Pepsor does not get a chance to play out this round at all. fnatic Rising are going to have to overturn a man disadvantage once again. This time it is slightly more favourable. MAUZ is making his way towards long. Needs to be careful of the upper. 8x is there, and he's got a 2nd kill in the round.
Yeah, he's just a nightmare. And you gotta feel for fnatic Rising right now, right? Because even though you win the previous round, you still get shut down on your initial idea. So you feel like you need to explore your options elsewhere. Every single time we went towards A, it's just been 8x to shut you down. Another 2 kills. Okay, 1 tap Wolfie. Hello. Cool kid in the block. And Volt is gonna catch a bit of a timing towards Monster. This is such a good fake from Wolfie.
Are they gonna walk through smokes? Oh no. Oh no. 8x, he did so well to find
Surely
these
they know
kills.
he's alone though, right? Surely they realize. There's a moment of realization. They're not gonna move from short. They know, and now there's no way they're ready for QQ. Banjo's gonna get this kill. They think it's clear. QQ, surely he gets a free kill. Banjo, he's thinking about it, but QQ is gonna win the fight. There's the bomb drop. There's Molotov on top of it. Is there enough time?
12 seconds. Volt is going to swing, and now there's definitely not enough time. Wolfie's way too far away. It was a great effort towards that ace site from him, but it's not to be. It's undone by that double short push, and now NXT come away with the reward. That's 12. That's the advantage for them once again. And that's Fnatic Rising's money completely destroyed.
Oh, that's been such a chaotic game. Wolfie doing so much. They're even walking through the smoke to take down Adex, but the entire time they knew he was all alone. They knew it could have been a fake. They stick to the double setup towards short, and QQ is the one to step it up once again. Had a double kill in the previous round as well. Wasn't enough then, but it is going to be now. 12-11, MOUZ NXT regained their lead, and it's a scrappy force buy to come through from Fnatic Rising. Following up with a CZ on the T side. Maze? Okay, I'm not sure what to think about this one.
Not happy about it.
When's the last time you've seen a CZ on the T side and it wasn't 2017?
Yeah, I'm not too pleased about that at all. Opening kill goes in favor of MOUZ NXT. Volt is going to try and enter his way up short. He's going to be stopped. Pepsor gets one through that monster smoke. You could see Wolfie was thinking about heading on through, but he's the man with the AK, so doesn't want to throw that one away at all. But he's making his way back. Adex has him trapped in. That's going to be a free kill for Adex, surely. And this is going to be the 13th round in favor of MOUZ NXT. How many times today have we seen unbeaten records broken? Fnatic Rising, they were the ones to topple Navi's unbeaten streak and unbeaten record. We've seen young NIP's streak ended by ENCE in the last one. Are we about to see Fnatic Rising's over and done with here?
By the way, this is genius. This is okay. That's number 3. No, Jack. Okay, you know what? Okay. Let's just pretend this doesn't happen, right? That didn't just happen. Okay. Okay, it didn't. At this point, people are gonna think that I'm doing this on purpose. I am literally not doing this on purpose. It just happens, you know. Yeah. More today than every other day of the week, but
I think that's the most, like, in the year and a half, 2 years that I've cast Switch. I think that's the most I've ever heard, like, ever.
Yeah, and that's just because we made the joke about the counter. Just because you know what's the fun part? After game number 1, I'm like, Jack, I saw you how you muted yourself and you laughed when I voice cracked, and I'm like, I want you to laugh at me when that happens, and only because of that, it's happened twice more.
Yeah.
That's great. You know, the caster curse doesn't really count only for CS, but it counts for outside of the server. Okay, that's gonna be a nice cleanup. Adex and Yimp had with nice multi-kills there, not really giving Fnatic Rising too big of a chance. But what I was about to say before you rudely interrupted me, Jack, this is gonna be so brilliant for the entire, like, storyline of Group A, right? When you think of it, in the first matchup of the day that we had in this group, Navi did manage to take down MOUZ NXT. Later on, Fnatic Rising beat Navi, and now MOUZ NXT are going to beat Fnatic Rising. So every single one of the 3 best teams in the group win and lose one game, taking on the other 2.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, it's if MOUZ NXT are able to close this one out, but that would put them 3-1. Oh, there's a shot that's off the mark. Adex not able to connect. Oh, is Maze going to be ready for Yimpahat? No, he is not. Traded right back. We're into a 4v4. Wolfie might actually swing past that Molotov, waiting for a flash. Oh, caught out in the open. Yimpaha has to stand and fight, but it's a 1-for-1 once again. We're into a 3 versus 3 as we move forward. MOUZ NXT, they have control of short. They have a player in connector now as well. And Banjo is just sat waiting as Chrisen makes his way out. And Banjo won't spot him.
Yeah, HP. Fool for every single player out there. And actually not spotting anybody towards Monster. QQ is going to make the call. He's going to rotate another player back. Chrisen making his way back the A-bomb side to join in his teammate. And now it becomes a tough one. Fnatic Rising, they're just taking their time. They just hope that MOUZ NXT give them something to work with. But look at MOUZ NXT. They're just playing this one extremely passively. QQ all alone towards B, but they're going to walk into the double stack, and surely you're not going to be ready for something like that. This is the round for everything. Fnatic, they're going to walk as close as possible before making their presence known. Molotovs, flashes of plenty. They're going to try and contact their way on the bomb side.
Need to hope for the entries or else it's all going to fall apart. The panicked peek from Volt there. He was swinging left and right, looking for the player that killed his teammate. He drops as well. Everybody falls. And MOUZ NXT, they have themselves a map point. They've got 4 chances at it as well. And look at fnatic Rising's buy here. Look at the state of the money. That is a massive issue, a massive problem. And dare I say it, Ted, another unbeaten streak is going to be ended.
Yeah, it feels like it, right? MOUZ NXT on the CT side, MOUZ NXT on the T side, MOUZ NXT on Overpass. It's been an impressive ride. I mean, a game that, yes, we expected to be a little bit closer, but not like that. fnatic Rising, they're going to get tested early on. Let me remind you, in the previous WePlay Academy League, we were thinking, in every single matchup that fnatic Rising went into, we were thinking, okay, no way they lose. No way. And we were thinking the same now, but apparently the Giants can bleed, and fnatic Rising, even though they're one of the strongest ones we've had in the WePlay Academy League, they're gonna get tested. ADEX with the first miss, the second as well. Surely he gets punished. There's number 3, and Krisen is gonna go down as well, but QQ, he's in such a strong position. How many does he get though?
1 doesn't get any more. Pepser drops him with the deagle, and now it is on to Yimpahat and Nexius.
He knifed his teammate?
Oh, Wolfie, what's happened?
No way!
What's happened? Oh no. I misses the smoke as well. Oh, it's all falling apart. It's all falling apart. No way. It's down into the 1 versus 2. Nexius finds the first, looking for a Banjo. Oh, luckily he saves the day there. That would have been a cruel way to lose a best of 1. Oh,
Wolfie did his absolute best to lose that round for his team, by the way. He did his absolute best. Knifed his teammate. And then threw the smoke on top of the truck. That would have been devastating.
What do you do? What do you do? Attack call from MOUZ NXT. Oh, that one was so close, and they were very, very unlucky. Wolfie can laugh about it a little bit, but he nearly cost them the map.
I'm really happy for him, by the way, that they didn't lose the map because of that round. That would have been so devastating for him, right? Because he's had an okay game, let's say. Yes, he's been out-owned, but that would have been the most terrifying end to it. Well, I say an okay game. He's actually been totally outclassed by ADEX, to be fair. ADEX has had a phenomenal map, especially on the CT side. He's been insane. 15-12, another buy coming in for the CT side. Problem is, they lose this one, they're actually out of the game in terms of cash, so fnatic Rising could fight for overtime here. It's gonna be the B contact play for MAZE. He spots a lot of players. Sticks in for a bit longer. Doesn't really want to overstay his welcome there. Gonna eat an HE on the way back. Does some damage. Krisen's gonna get tagged down low to 19. As fnatic Rising, looks like they want to commit to the B-bomb side, and they don't really have a lot of other options. They have no presence elsewhere. Just one player in connector, but that's about it. They're starting to fall back just now. ADEX, he's in such a prime spot. Surely they walk past him. Surely ADEX is going to have something to say about this.
I mean, he had 3 chances, didn't he, in the last round, and he was unable to hit any of them. So maybe the nerves just setting in for ADEX here in the later stages of this game. They're going to walk out towards long, and he's in danger of being crunched here. That's the real issue. They know he likes to play this spot. They know he likes to play this position. Smoke out towards long. He's still going to hold towards top connector. Oh, and he misses once again. Banjo takes him down. Beautiful peek. Won't be too critical of ADEX because it was a lovely shot from Banjo to start things off. 20 seconds. fnatic Rising need to get up here onto this A site. 1 defender, and that is Krisen. He is alone. 14 seconds left on the clock, and the smoke clears. Wolfie takes him down, and it has to be the save from MOUZ NXT. fnatic Rising, they're bringing it back.
Wow. 15-13. This one is not over just yet. fnatic Rising, they keep on fighting. And as you said, by the way, that's a really good point. ADEX did miss a lot of shots in the previous round, and now he's missed again. I mean, it was a really good peek from Banjo, but it's still considering how ADEX single-handedly won so many rounds for MOUZ NXT on the CT side, you'd have to feel that if the Oper suddenly started missing shots, it's going to be a lot harder for them. And the opening kills have been going in favor of fnatic Rising in the past couple rounds. 15-13, money not great for the defense. They've woken up just a little bit. MAZE once again showing us that he is a guy that can not only help out in the tactical department, he's quite good at shooting people as well. And I feel like we've had that happen in previous seasons as well, but it's only when fnatic Rising struggle, right? It's only when they struggle when MAZE decides, you know what, I'm gonna go huge. I'm gonna help out my teammates, which is really commendable for an IGL.
Yeah, it is interesting to see. You know, he's had some massive performances, yeah, when they've needed it, but it is just the kind of IGL that he is. You know, he is a fragging IGL, and he has dominated a lot of games in the Academy League so far. Is this one going to be another one as he tries to push his team onto 14 rounds here, maybe forcing another OT for the day? Volt has gone down first of all. Oh, QQ has been dropped. Massive headshot from Banjo. ADEX needs to get out of there with his life. He only has a USP in his hand. Oh, but he still manages to find a kill. Has an AK to work with now. Pepso needed to find that trade before the AK got pulled up. But look at Crizin. Look at the position that he's in. He's got the Galil, but he is making lots of steps, and that's going to be heard. Banjo is going to be holding the flank. Drops him down. And only 2 players left standing for MOUZ NXT.
And you could tell that Crizin really decided that he wanted to take the initiative. He was like, I don't really want to let my teammates get tested. I want to get a kill. He was so afraid of missing that timing. And maybe a moment of miscommunication. Didn't realize they haven't really committed, but Impact, this is really important here. He can drop the bomb, and he's gonna do it. Does he realize the player's already crossed towards the back of the side? Now he does because of the molly trajectory. And Wolfie has to pick up the bomb. He's still unsure on where the second player is going to come from, but they're going to play it together.
Oh, Wolfie gets tagged down on the cross, taps the bomb, goes for the peak.
No way.
The second player as well.
Oh!
Wolfie lands the tag, not the frag. Nexius takes him down and takes fnatic Rising's unbeaten streak with it. We started today, Ted, with 4 teams unbeaten, and we will leave today with none of them unbeaten.
Oh my god, Wolfie, that was so close as well. That was so quick on the first one. Even lands the leg shot on the second, but doesn't frag him. So unfortunate for him, but MOUZ NXT, look at the replay. This is such a crazy shot to hit. But it's Nexius to close it out. What a victory, what a result. Oh, that should be one of the craziest games we've had so far this season of the WePlay Academy League. MOUZ NXT testing the reigning champions of fnatic Rising, showing us that they're only human after all. And as every single other human, they bleed, they make mistakes, and yes, they can lose.
Oh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one to take for fnatic Rising. They've had a great day so far, but something had to give. MOUZ NXT, they were fantastic on this T side. That really set them up for a lot of the success, right? And it's interesting to say, you know, we were talking about how important the pistols and the conversion rounds were. fnatic Rising won those. Let's not forget, you know, fnatic Rising took both of them and didn't lose a single conversion round either. So tough, very, very tough to take if you are a fnatic fan. But MOUZ NXT, they looked very, very strong today, and proving, you know, even though they might have lost a few players, I was saying, you know, this MOUZ NXT doesn't look as good as maybe previous iterations of the lineup, but man, they're proving they can get results. They stop fnatic Rising in their tracks, and that just opens up Group A massively. It just means that anybody can beat anyone.
Yeah, it's an insane score. As we said, NAVI, MOUZ NXT, and fnatic. Today, those 3 teams played each other, and all 3 of them lost and won 1 game. This is crazy. And I've been so impressed, by the way, with the amount of strong individual players that are coming out of the Romanian region. This game from ADEX was absolutely insane. We were praising Wolfie so much after that Vertigo earlier today, but the truth is ADEX absolutely outclassed him here on Overpass, especially on the CT side. That would have been the game changer here had Wolfie pulled that one off, but unfortunately for him, he couldn't. MAZE tried his absolute best on the IGL, 25 kills for the man. But with Ian Bahad, ADEX putting on 26, and QQ stepping up in the most important moments, MOUZ NXT managed to close it out 16-13 as Group A has been thrown in shambles right now.
Yeah, man, it's been changed up completely. ADEX even had a few opportunities to kind of end it even quicker than it led on. fnatic Rising had a chance to bring it back even further, but man, really, really good stuff from MOUZ NXT. But Ted, we are not done. We've had 6 best of ones so far today, and well, we have a 7th to finish it off. It's going to see Astralis talent take on Prospects, the Danes versus the Swedes. For now, we're going to send it to a short little break. Make sure you join us in 10 minutes time for our final best of 1 of the day here at the WePlay Academy League Season 6. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 6. Our final best of one, Ted, is going to be underway very, very shortly. It's going to see prospects take on Astralis talent, and well, neither of these teams are unbeaten so far. Probably lucky for them, because that's been the curse so far today. If you're unbeaten, you are going to lose, but we do have to crown a winner between these two. It's the Danes versus the Swedes, and who do you have?
Oh, you know what? If it was the previous iterations, because obviously it's been I'd say this has been a strong rivalry in between those two for the last couple seasons. If it was the previous iteration of the Astralis talent guys, I would have backed them. But I'm not completely sold on this new look, right? You have 4 new additions. Altix is the only one that's still playing with the academy team from the previous tournament. Obviously, you had everyone else go their different ways. Mr. play with the first team a couple weeks ago, and the RMR didn't really work out for him that great. But this Astralis talent lineup has been a little bit lackluster. Whereas for 0-0 prospects, I feel like they've looked a little bit better with time. Even though results might not show it here in the WePlay Academy League, especially in the Tier 2 space, they've been actually picking up some impressive victories. So I think they are my favorites, and historically they've been, they've played, I think, 2 best of 3s outside of the WePlay Academy League, outside of the one map that they did beat Astralis on already this season. And even though they lost the first one, after that they did manage to win 2-0. And, well, that was followed by the bo1 victory here in the first matchup that those two had a couple weeks ago.
We're going to see what's going to happen on Ancient. So, you know, first Ancient of the day, to be honest, it's a little bit refreshing after, you know, all these games of Counter-Strike. We get
We've actually went through a lot of maps, you know. I think we haven't seen only Inferno and a Nuke. Yeah, I think those are the only two. We've seen everything else, which is kind of great. Obviously, taking a look at the Ancient results, it's I'd say for 0-0 prospects, Ancient is a lot more of a famous map in terms of we know that they're great on it. Astralis have played a decent amount of Ancient as well. It's always been a good map for the boys, obviously a good map for the first team as well, so you'd expect them to be kind of prepared for it. They've played it only 5 times, although against the 9 times of the prospects who have a bit more experience.
Yeah, I mean, these two have faced off recently on this map over a month ago, or, well, it's not really a month, I suppose, but 18 days ago. It was a 16-11 in a close qualifier for the CCT. So it was actually, I believe, well, it's Astralis Talent that came out on top in that one. So maybe they'll be able to replicate it. They've got Bro this time around. I'm not too sure who they were using, but there was only 4 of them. Bro was not there. So this will be interesting to see what Astralis Talent have to bring, you know, with a new person. Maybe prospects have learned a little bit, you know, maybe they caught them on a bad day on that map. We'll just have to wait and see, of course. But I'm going to trouble you for your prediction once again. Did you go for Astralis or prospects? Because you were hemming and hawing there for a while.
Oh, you know, I was actually hoping to get away from this one without a prediction. But
never.
You know what? I'm going to go for the prospects because I feel like I didn't give a single prediction for them the previous season. And they've actually been playing some solids, yes. You know, they haven't really switched players. They've been grinding with that lineup. And I really want to see them succeed. So I'm going to give my prediction to them. But with a bit of a note that Bro is a sick player and he's been doing really well. So I'm not going to be surprised if Astralis did manage to bring it back. And as we've seen today, the games have been extremely close. But, you know, something that I actually am really excited about with this Astralis talent lineup, as you said, that you don't really remember who the 5th player was. It was CajunB, who's now the coach of the team. Which is, you know, myself as an old school Nord fan, seeing CajunB coach Christo. I mean, I really am a little bit biased in terms of Cajun, but speaking of in the server, I do feel like 0-0 prospects are going to have the upper hand here.
Yeah, I think so, to be honest. It's, you know, I like this prospects team. I really do. You know, it's something, though, that kind of rang true for me when Jay and Dweg were talking about it, was the fact that, you know, they're difficult to play in a best of 3 setting. In a best of 1 setting, you're probably gonna beat them. You know, that's
a great point. Yeah,
they haven't really figured out the formula, to be honest. So I'm gonna steal that one away from Jay and Dweg. Apologies for that, lads, but it was a very, very good point. And you know, we'll see if 0-0 prospects are going to be able to topple this Astralis talent team, as sadly Sadly, we're not going to train, Ted. We're not going to train. We'll jump over into the jungle and we will go to Ancient for our last game of the day.
I'm gonna cry, Jack. Hold my hand. Oh,
Very
train. I guess you could say that we missed the last train home. Well,
that was
pissed
poor.
around.
That was poor.
What do you mean it was poor? It wasn't poor. It was about to be. It was supposed to be sad, not funny.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's sad. Hype. Just executing 1 and 2. Pat is gonna take him down. Okay, that's a nice start from Hype there. But the Astralis Talent boys are gonna fight back. They're gonna do it immediately. Look at the double push towards Cave, though. Spooky finds one Altix with the refrag. It's a really chaotic round, but they're gonna be able to make their way onto the bomb side. Bro needs to win that fight. Spooky's in a really tough spot. Bro gonna turn around, look for another. Smoke deployed, though. It's a 2 versus 2. Now a 1 versus 2, and it's Franson in the clutch.
45 HP is approaching now from behind. Both players very low on Astralis Talent, but they're going to double up in towards Cave. So they have that going for them at least. And bombs planted. He doesn't have a kit. He needs to take his time clearing this out. And well, he's going to be ready for Bro. He's going to be able to react on him. But Altex swings out. Hits the instant headshot. No chance for Franson that time. And Astralis Talent to take that T pistol. Starting things off well on Ancient.
You know, if I had to give an award for the combo of the day, I'd give it to Altix.
Yeah.
I'm impressed with this.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Oh, was the skin on the AK? I didn't catch that. If it's a red line, man. If it's a red AK. Yeah, impressive.
No investment from 0-0 prospects here.
Oh yeah, you just full eco it.
Yeah. USBs only.
Yeah, just drain it down the hatch, I suppose. Just let them get it. And hope to get a couple kills. Well, you're going to be able to get at least one. Spooky drops Yarko, but it's going to be Altix with the refrag. 2-0 lead for the Astralis boys. T-side engine, you want to be picking up all the rounds that you could under those circumstances. Something interesting, by the way, as we spoke about the 4 new members. Altix is the only original member of the Astralis Talent lineup left now. Obviously, you had Fesser, you had Vigo, and you had Breezer and Mr. Leaf. And Christo, Yarko, Bro, and Paddy join. A couple Sashi players in there. Christo, obviously, a lot more known from his time in North. Paddy, speaking of Sashi, is going to be able to drop Franson, opening things up for his buy round for the CTs, and they've already lost one towards middle.
Oh, Bob XD is going to be able to drop the bomb completely blind by that flashbang, but Altex is still going to go down. Bob XD will fall through the smoke. Hype might be able to stop this plant now, as it is going to go down. Oh, but it's actually Alex to do it. Bomb falls right into their vision as well. So this is a really nice job from prospects so far. Jarko with a big headshot onto Spooky, and now all that remain are the 2 players towards Donut, but easier said than done to clear both of these players out of this angle. And you can see the Astralis Talent lads, they're waiting for Jarko to, you know, just make sure clear out CT. They're looking for that second player. They know where at least one is. Completely unaware where the second could be.
Yeah, that's a save, by the way. You can't really go for this round. Even if you...
From the T's?
No, I'm speaking about the CTs, but I've just realized I'm really ready to go down to sleep because the bomb hasn't been planted. I've just seen the bomb, you know, the circles around it on the minimap, and I'd assumed it's planted. And then I look at the timer, I'm like, okay, never mind. So yeah, it is actually a double round, and that's a great thing that they're doing, the double reposition, because you could tell that the T's are really afraid from Donut, and they don't really have a smoke for the occasion. Now we're gonna spot the first one, a lot of damage, but no kills. Yarko to drop Outtakes, but now it's Hype, a 1 versus 3, and he's gonna be able to find a double. And now it's Bro taking on Hype, and he's gonna chase him. He's gonna go for the fight. Doesn't really want to let him get away from the bomb side. Does he realize that he's tucked in towards the back of the Evo? Though he does, but Bro is gonna win the fight, and Astralis get the round.
They do indeed, 3 in a row. No money for prospects, despite their best efforts. That was a decent hold. The double reposition, it was a good idea in theory, but in reality, it's what really cost them the round. They repositioned, they gave up the bomb, and unable to connect on a few shots, which, of course, is never going to work out. If you're unable to be on the mark with your bullets, you're going to definitely struggle to pick up rounds.
Yeah, it's kind of like the main thing in CS.
Yeah.
You gotta shoot the bad guys and you win. It's quite a simple game. Difficult to master, though. I love the Max 7. I know it's just a hotbuy and they probably lose it, but oh, baby. Give me all the Max 7 highlights. Yes, Alex. Doesn't have the
heat as well.
Yeah, it's a good skin, but I prefer the Swag 7. Just for the memes.
Of course, of course.
Oh. You know, there's some nice crafts in the server. You know, Astralis Talent players have always been really good with their skins. Look at the Titans. Look at that as well. The good old Flash on the Vulcan.
Oh.
The good old Deagle from Bob XD. Spooky with another. They don't lose against the Pistols, do they?
Oh,
they lose it.
Oh, they do.
Oh, yeah, they do. Yep, they have lost. They flopped it completely. They fluffed it. Well, I mean, you can try and say the same thing in another way a couple more times, but bro is in a 1 versus 3 and he needs to clutch it up. 44 HP for him. Does manage to pick up Francis, but look at Spooky. This is such a spooky position from him. A lovely angle with the AK in hands as well. Unless bro hard clears this, he's out and done for, and he might even think about saving at this point.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you've got the armor, you've got the AK, you've got a smoke as well. It's alright. You back away, you concede this one, but it's not really alright. I'll be real with you. It's not good. Not good whatsoever. You've lost the Deagles. Astralis Talent. You had it. You had the perfect start to the half in your hand, and you've let it slip.
I'd say this is a really good call from Prospects, though, right?
Yeah.
Because you see a lot of teams try and split that A-bomb side, and not even split it, just walk out of main and play like that on the anti-ecos, because you know you have the advantage lock range against the Pistols, and there's not going to be an AWP apparently for the CT side, so they just stacked it. And there's, to be fair, the A-bomb side is quite exposed, but there's a couple of positions in which when you post the CT and he's not completely alone, you have a couple of nice off angles for the first kill. And when you have like 3 people holding those angles, it's always tough to clear out, especially when they hit the first shot with the Tigo, and you kind of start panicking just a little bit.
Bro looking for a kill with that AK on top of the boost, but the smoke does go down. And vision obscured once again.
Ooh.
Not a massive HE, but it still chips away at a little bit of health. Should be Prospects round here, unless that AK can be put to good use and put to work. Christo is going to be dropped through that smoke by Spooky. Bro is still standing though. Can he find anything with that AK at all? Hype. Oh, it's messy out towards mid. He's looking for a few kills. Hype will eventually set himself to get 2, and Alex will get the final one. Bro gets taken down. Not before he does claim 1 victim. But it's 3-2, and Prospects might be able to tie this one up now. Astralis Talent didn't go for the investment behind that AK. They didn't really have the funds to, so they do have the AKs out once again, but limited in their utility.
Yeah, bro. Absolutely. I've just realized it, by the way. That's such a wholesome name to have. Normally people have like their real names are that wholesome. Like people like JKS, obviously Justin Savage, you have Robin Cool, you have Anarchist whose first name is Guy. But bro is a different gravy. Oh, Alex. I'm gonna eat that HE up. Not gonna miss a bite of it. Franson gonna get aggressive, and Alex drops 1. Franson drops another through the smoke. This is a lovely defense from 0-0 Prospects. Absolutely shutting down Astralis Talent right now. 3 unanswered kills. And Paddy and Yarko, they're completely isolated. Yarko even gets spammed through. It's such a devastating round for Astralis.
Yeah, it really is, right? You know, because this could easily have been 4-0, you know, 5, maybe even 5 if Astralis Talent just didn't lose to the Deagles, right? That's where you're going to be kicking yourself. You're going to be very annoyed that you lose that round because you let prospects into the game, and now in this gun round, you're being completely outdone, completely outclassed. Franson gets in front of the flashbang before it pops anyway, takes down Paddy. Yarko tries to swing wide, but Hype takes him down 3-3. We are level once again, and now Astralis Talent have no money in the bank. They're going to have maybe a Tech 9 on each player if they want to invest in anything at all. 2,900 loss bonus after they lose this, so we might even see no investment at all from the T side.
Yeah. And I think our observer wants us to speak about Christo being 0-5, but I'm not going to do him dirty. Not going to mention it at least until he gets down to 0-7. And oh, okay. That was clean. Clean up crew. Not dropping a single member. That's great. And as you pointed out, by the way, Ancient is one of those maps on which you can't really get away with dropping an anti-eco when you're on the T side, right? You want to get as much as possible before the CTs really get into the game. If you let them in too early, you might be in for an unpleasant ride, and so far it's been an unpleasant one. Crystal's gonna get the AWP, 0-6 for him. Not really the best start for an Oper, but might have something up his sleeve. A failed donut molly there from the T side. Not really gonna make a difference. Not that big, regardless. 0-0 prospect still managed to get middle control. Fairly uncontested so far, by the way. Astralis' presence towards middle has been mainly just symbolical. I mean, they've been throwing some nades, but haven't really been investing too much to try and fight it.
The retake should come in here towards the laneway here. Waiting for the flash to come in. There it is. Spooky's going to be blind. Is he going to be ready? No, he's not. Bro will take him down. Alex looking to put up a fight himself, but Christo, he is going to be able to get off the mark with his first kill. Bro going to try and take control along. Hype is close by. There's a flash coming in. Bro has a flash of his own, but Hype comes out on top. Paddy with a refrag is going to be good enough to keep control of this site. Bob XD and Franson now in a 2v4, but Bob XD completely alone here. Once he goes down, that seals it. 4-4, we're tied up.
Yeah, and by the way, Bob XD doesn't really have to run there and just die like that. I mean, you could tell that Franson was already thinking about the save, so it's not like they're gonna get a chance. Maybe Bob XD hopes that he gets fortunate with a couple kills there and makes it a little bit more high intensity situation for Astralis Talent, but doesn't really work out there. It's a good T-side round. You know, letting the prospects throw all their nades early on, not really accomplishing too much with them, and eventually you have to let go, right? Even if you wanna hold on to your aggressive stances as they did towards the ramp and towards lane in this round, you have to just fight dry against the T's running at you with the support flashes, and it doesn't really work out in this round for them. At least the money is good enough for another reinvestment. No AWP on the CT side yet, though. And I believe they had the money to bring it up, but they choose not to. Okay. Someone tell Altix that this donut Molotov doesn't work out, by the way.
First time we've seen a bit of failed utility.
That was the second round in a row, that's why I said it.
You know, not even that. I mean, there was a lot of failed utility in the last game as well. Maybe it's just because it's getting late for, you know, a lot of people. Maybe they're getting a little bit sleepy.
Well, we're speaking about gamers, but it's a Sunday, so I guess we can let them get away with it. Yeah,
a lazy Sunday.
Yeah, okay. You get to live with that. It's a Sunday. Fine. But you know what they say, no rest for the wicked.
Yeah, true. That's why we're here working. Absolutely not. There's no breaks, not for us. Well, this round, Astralis Talent have pumped the brakes a little bit. They're going to be retaking Ali once again later on, and that's pretty much standard procedure. This time the flash is going to go in here. Spooky goes for the re-aggression. He gets two. Hype is close by as well, and Hype gets the double massive round from Prospects. And it was the same round that Astralis Talent tried to do last time. Prospects this time come out on top, and they regain the lead 5-4.
Yeah, that's a bit of... I don't want to call it bleak from Astralis Talent. It's just a good good little reaction from 0-0 prospects, right? They managed to get themselves into the same position. They play the exact same round, but they're completely aware of the possibility of Astralis just doing the same thing and regaining, or at least trying to regain control of lane in the same way that they did in the previous. That little flash, that little detail there, and having just that extra player ready to fight towards B works out perfectly. Astralis Talon still have enough money to go for reinvestment, even though there's going to be a back 10, but look at Hype go. He's going to be really aggressive early on, gets one kill, Paddy on the refrag. And Yarko's going to be able to drop Alex. A nice response from Astralis Talon. They've decided, you know what, we don't really want to give them all the map control in the world. We're going to fight them early on.
Spooky, though, is going to fight back. He drops Jarko, and now it's a 3 versus 3. It's a fair fight. Spooky getting shot out towards middle, and Altex is going to be able to take him down. So tries to retreat. Not going to be able to do so. Creep now towards middle is going to be Bob XD. Altex needs to be ready, and he is not. 40 HP, Bob XD gets away, and it's another bit of aggression coming in here. Look at Franson. Is he going to peek out and try and clear out Christo? Well, once that molly comes in, he might just do so.
He's hearing him drop the grenades right now. He knows what's going on, and he should know this is a fake, right? I mean, he's heard him fall back. He needs to calm down to his teammate. He's not going to see anything, and Bob XD is going to stick, but he's low on HP. Well, he's down to 40. He's going to hear the bomb going down as well. Does he get a nice timing for the first kill? No, he doesn't. Paddy with an instant headshot. And now it's Franson with the tall order of a 1 versus 2.
Bob XD in a great position. Oh, excuse me. It's Christo. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Getting sleepy as well. Franson looking for that opening. He is going to be able to take him down. Jiggles out. Molly goes in. Oh, you can see Paddy burning there, down to 49. Bomb is going to be tapped. Franson could stick it if he wants, but no idea that Paddy is there. And once he realizes now the time has ticked past 5 seconds, Paddy will realize he's not on it. Not enough time. Oh, there just about is. Franson gets on it. Surely he is going to get this defused. It's very, very close, but 6-4. Prospects lead.
That's an expertly well-played situation by Franson, by the way. Deploys the Molotov, sees the flash, knows exactly where the Astralis Talon player is, and realizes if he makes noise, if he taps the bomb a second time, there's no way he wins that round. He just needs to pretend that he doesn't have a kid and it's a 10-second stick. And it works out perfectly in the end. Just barely gets it. 6 rounds on the CT side. Prospects a lot more challenged in this previous round. I love the proactivity from Astralis Talon. Hey, there's the Molotov. We get a 3rd try. Franson thinking about going for the peak. Decides against it. That HE is going to be off the mark a little bit. Not really getting lamp there. It is the first time that actually prospects are going to fall back without getting a kill. Well, I say that, Hype is going to stick for a little bit longer, but as soon as the bottom mid smoke fades, he should be falling back, and he will.
Dave gonna be taken. Altex massive headshot onto Bob XD. That is beautiful to start things off and start proceedings for the Astralis Talent lads as they try and get more than just 4 on this T side. Interesting boost.
Yeah, you don't see that every day, right?
It's very nice though. You know, you can pivot from both spots. You don't want to
but it's risky.
Yeah, you don't want to stay on it for too long. If you're able to get a kill off it, happy days. If not, give it up.
Yeah, and if you get mollied off, you're pretty much dead, both of you.
Yeah,
you just need to push cave or just fall back towards short lane and hope for the best. Alex gonna be all alone towards the side. Actually, he's in a really tough spot. Timing is everything. Crystal's gonna walk through the smoke and refrag him, and there's another one for Yarko. Bomb site secured for the time being, but there's only 15 seconds. They need to find that 3rd kill, and they will. Bomb can go down, and it's Hype in the clutch. Or in the save.
Yeah, I think it's a save. I don't think you want to risk this at all. Money isn't great for either side. I don't even think we're going to see the hunt from Astralis Talent. I think that's it in terms of what's going on in this round. 6-5 is going to be the new score. Astralis Talent have a really good opportunity as well to tie this game up. And, you know, T-side Ancient, you've already got 5 rounds. Pretty good by my standards anyway. I think I'd be happy with that.
You think Astralis Talent can be the best Ancient team here? As the first team in Tier 1? Well, maybe not anymore, but maybe a big Ancient force.
Maybe.
Well, T-side's been promising.
Yeah, I mean, well, it depends. It depends. We know, you know, the Academy League doesn't usually obey by, you know, what map is CT and T-sided.
You're right. Yeah,
at all.
Yeah, you are right.
It's very topsy-turvy in that regard.
Yeah, but in a perfect world, I'd like to imagine that the most broken CT side map in the world. I might get proved wrong. You know, that's what I believe. Let's see though. Prospects go for another buy, another hefty investment. And once again, they look like they want to fight for that lane control. Astralis Talent, though, well prepared.
Lots of damage being done to the T side. The Patty down very, very low. But he did get away with his life safely. But he can't get aggressive towards middle at all. And Astralis Talent, they're kind of stuck here for the moment. You know, they have to wait for the util to reach its conclusion in terms of that smoke towards cave before they really make a move. And it looks like they're going to make their way back towards B once again. But Prospects are very much set up for this.
Yeah, that's great. They have a 3-man setup. Although, Hype going aggressive, he might get caught off guard here.
Oh, no, it could work out completely. There's one, there's two. Oh, nearly a little bit more, but unable to find it. Spooky drops bro. He's low HP, remember, as the bomb is making its way into the site. Alex is going to have to try and help out. Distraction from Spooky is more than enough for Alex to get that kill, and Spooky just needs to try and stay alive here. Bomb dropped, 18 seconds, not a lot of time. Flash goes over, Altex will find the first, but it's only a matter of time before Franson is going to reveal himself on the flank, and Altex is not ready for it whatsoever. He goes down, 7 on the board for 0-0 Prospects. On Astralis Talent, their money begins to dry up.
Yeah, that was a really good hold. A great call for the stack. Nice timing on the push from Hype as well, right? I was getting a little bit worried there for him not to go down and for them not to rotate back a player, but that wasn't really the purpose of the play, right? They knew that it was supposed to be a B play, and there was a big chance of it being a B play. He was just hoping that he gets a nice timing as they're setting up their nades on the execute, and he did exactly that, getting a double kill. Then you had the third peek as well from the player from backstairs, and it works out really, really well. Entry frags so far have been really good for Hype. Astralis Talent not really doing actually that well in that endeavor. A lot of people have picked up 1, no one on the 2 yet. Hype showing us why he's one of the... I'd say he's one of the hottest prospects on that lineup. One of the people...
You couldn't help yourself with the Prospects, could you?
No, I'm really sorry. And actually, I didn't intend that pun. I'm for real. I didn't do it on purpose. It just came out accident. Like that. Yeah.
I would agree. It's getting a little bit hot in the cave area as Astralis Talent try and take control of it, and they will do so. Alex goes down. Spooky is still close by. Prospects rotate more players over to deal with just a little bit of pressure being applied from the T side.
Yeah, you know, it felt a little bit sour for them early on because you could tell that the game plan was let them have all the map control in the world and we're going to retake it later on. But then you saw that it's not always going to work out well for you. So Astralis Talent actually started contesting that map control early on. And, you know, it feels like as soon as you go through that early exchange and it's a 1-for-1 or a 1-for-2 or something like that, Prospects are more happy with just staying back and letting Astralis play their own game. So this is kind of a precaution that Astralis needed to take in order to play the T side if they wanted to.
Spooky through that smoke. Gets the man advantage, and there's a 2-man as Christo a little bit too quick with that lurk, and Bob XP will take him down. Jacko on the site, tries to put up a defense, tries to be a turret on top of that bomb, but he's dealt with by Spooky. Paddy 32 HP, and surely he's going to be found out as well. Spooky takes him down also. 8 rounds now for 0-0 prospects. Bomb plant is decent for Astralis, as it will give them a little bit of a money injection, but it's not a whole lot. And I wonder, do they just say, all right, let's just try and get a bomb plant anyway? And yeah, they are going to do it. Max loss bonus in effect for them, but it's been a really good recovery from 0-0 prospects, really. 8-5.
Yeah. Ideally for prospects, they would get 10 rounds in the end of this and would be able to be like, okay, you know what? It's CT side, it's not great, but it is double digits. Still fine. And for Astralis, in the penultimate round of the half, not really willing to go for a half by. Yarko picks up the opening. Spooky's gonna fight back though. Once again, the early fight goes even, but bro is in a really good spot. Franson, aware of the possibility, is going to be able to drop him. Middle control denied for Astralis just for the time being, or at least the aggression. And now it's time for 0-0 prospects to go and have their bite of the cake.
Prospects trying to have their cake and eat it in this round, as they will find the majority of the kills. They've allowed Patty to get up through this B site though, but the issue is Franson is just going to be locking off this bomb. It's not going to be allowed to pass whatsoever, so this position for Patty is pretty much useless. Might be able to get 1 kill onto Hype, but they're realizing that he's already up towards B, not realizing that he's that close.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up an AK. Should be going down here though, unless he's got a Patty nasty experience for them, but not really meant to be. Spooky's gonna drop him 9-5. As prospects really recover well into that first half, but second part of it. Money not really looking great though, and this is the risk that you're taking, right?
They needed a bomb plant, right, in that last round.
Yeah, and now you're gonna have, like, Patty can go for an AK, but that's gonna mean no utility, and Altix is actually gonna be the one to do that. Patty goes for the Galil for the bonus nades. Same for the rest, and utility is still not great for the Astralis boys, so you'd assume something a little bit quicker, maybe, but Altix is already gonna get dropped towards middle.
Yeah, once they find that kill as well, they're going to be able to have control of mid. You know, they can rotate a second player over towards A, and luckily so, because the hit is going to be coming in from here. Bob XD is going to be tested first. Deploys a flash and backs away. Franson is here. He gets a quick double. There's the bomb drop. Bob XD is going to swing wide. They're just going to take angels. They're just going to take fights. They are full of confidence, and they should be as well. Smoke goes down just to give Bob XD a little bit of cover to maybe play around it. Bro surely is going to be going down soon. Surely he doesn't have a chance, and Hype sees to it. 10-5. Really, really strong recovery. 10 out of the last 12 rounds. Prospects were able to win, and now swapping over onto the T side. The pistol would be a great step in the right direction to maybe picking up their third victory here at the WePlay Academy League Season 6.
Yeah, and that's a really fair matchup. Obviously, for those of you that going into the game, maybe some of you that have been following the WePlay for the previous couple seasons, you'd think that Astralis are the favorites. Well, in terms of results right now, Astralis did start their journey here at the WePlay Academy League with a loss. It was a 2-16 loss on Inferno against Prospects. Then ended up winning against MIBR and Inferno again. It was a 16-9. Lost 8-16 to Spirit Academy. And then did manage to take down Big Academy 16-12 on Vertigo, which was a bit of a surprise for myself included. On the other hand, Prospects, they've played 5 games, 2 victories and 3 losses, but this here could be their third win. Same for Astralis. Though Christo is going to pick up the first kill, but the T's have already started making their way out A.
Lots of players towards Donut for Astralis Talent, and there's players towards CT as well. No smokes up, so 0-0 prospects is going to be very, very difficult for them to hold on. And it's Hype, the last player, trying to hang on. One shot to the brain onto Jarko, but that is the height of it as Astralis Talent. They make sure that they take both pistols, T and CT. Now they just need the conversion rounds. No bomb plant will mean that 0-0 prospects will have to eco this one. And it should be a pretty fun time for Astralis Talent.
So what do you say? You're having curry for dinner?
Oh, don't even speak to me about it, man. I'm starving.
I think
yeah.
I'm gonna go for some pasta.
Yeah, pasta.
Yeah, I'm good with pasta. I know how to make good pasta. I was thinking, you know, the other day I was thinking whether I should try and make sushi for myself, but then I was like, nah, I'm probably gonna screw it up.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of effort as well.
It's really difficult, right? I'd be really interested to. Okay, they actually get a bomb plan out of this, by the way. That's impressive.
Oh,
whoa.
And maybe more.
Chill a bit, bro.
And maybe more. Spooky spots out one player. Alex has the M4 in towards Temple. Oh, element of surprise. No, doesn't connect onto Jarko. If he finds that kill, maybe, just maybe, they're smoked off. Jarko will find a second. Franson, yeah, doesn't have a chance. Astralis Talent will get 7.
Yeah. A couple nice shots from Spooky, though. At least to make sure that he keeps the economy of the CTs at bay just a little bit. And guaranteed him the bomb plant, which in a round like that with minimal invested is actually grounded. It's really good. Quite impressive. 10-7, still going to be happy with what you've achieved in those rounds if you're prospects, but now you need to start picking up rounds. Pistol rounds done. Eco rounds in the past. Full buy versus full buy time. No way to VPN the server just yet. Money doesn't really allow it for either side so far.
Let's see what the first gun has to offer. Alex already down so low, 34 HP. Not a lot to work with at all. The hit utility raining over towards the alleyway, doing all that damage. As prospects are going to make their way up onto this B site, and Bro caught completely by surprise by that swing. Hype is going to try and take control along. Christo is going to be there, finds one kill, flashes high for himself. Oh, and Jarko makes his way on this time, and Franson take it down in the back. Jarko looking for a little bit more with the deagle in hand, and he will be able to find it. Last alive is Bob XD, and he is so far away. But do Astralis Talent notice? Well, they're just going to stick it anyway.
Yeah, and he's realized that if they stick it, he has no chance. Only chance he gets is if they fake it and they just walk into him. He's low on HP as well. He doesn't really want to give away his AK. Bob XD is going to hold on to it, but Astralis Talent stay alive. And what a round that was from Yarko, stepping up massively there. One of the ex-Sashi players. He's been a part of AAB as well. You know, we're well aware with those local Danish teams. Well, I say local. Sashi have actually had their fair share of international competition the past couple months, especially post-break.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we got to watch them in the Elisa. You know, they were quite good.
Yeah, they were doing all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite player, Alex Somfan. I'm a big fan of his.
It's all about Rixo Hoogan.
Yeah, by the way, Rixo is sick.
Yeah. Just a fun name to say as well.
Yeah. And Jack's favorite story, he was like, every single time we cast a player that he's played against on Face It, he's having a lot of fun with it. By the way, you know I played with Boomich a couple days ago. I just queued premium. And you know it's really funny when he reads my name with the Russian accent. Like mid-game, out of nowhere, he just goes, Theodor Borisov.
Oh, wow.
Had a fun time. Lovely fella.
Astralis Talent down to just 4. Well, now they're going to be able to get aggressive and find a kill. Christo drops hype. Is there going to be a refrag there from Alex? Yes, there is, but it's traded right back from Altex. So, tit for tat, we go on kills here, but Astralis Talent come out on top, and now prospects, their hand is kind of forced into making their way towards B quickly. There is only Bro here for the moment, and he might be able to catch Bob XD off guard. No, he won't. Bob XD will find that kill. Is this the first T round that 0-0 prospects are after? Bob XD will find a second. Didn't see Altex though, so that piece of the puzzle is still unknown, but it won't matter because Altex is saving.
Yeah. You don't really want to risk it. Money is not great right now for you. I mean, Christo has some cash. Same could be said for Patty, but no one else really. Astralis not in a great spot. You know, they've won a couple rounds, but they've been really close. So prospects are going to be able to actually hold on to their lead right now. 11 on the board. And that's the problem with Ancient, right? Even if you start rolling on the CT side, if it's really close in terms of how the rounds go, in terms of people going down and your money is bad, even if you are the better team, well, prospects are just really close. See that 16 mark. So getting your economy reset at this point of the game, at this stage of a match, is going to be quite unpleasant. The buyback is going to come through, not going to be the best of ones. And if you lose this one, you could be staring down at the barrel of a 13-8 deficit, which is not ideal if you're Astralis right now.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all the position you want to find yourselves in, and Hype is going to make it even worse. Alex through the smoke. Jericho is going to be taken down. How many kills have we seen through the smoke today? Absolute ridiculous amount. And right now, Astralis Talent, they are in a real spot bother here.
Yeah, they are. You've already lost 2 defenders. Oh, Patty. That looked really scary from Spooky there. He had the right idea, Franson. Just holding right now. They're going to group up, play it together. Even if you walked onto a stacked bomb site right now, you just need to refrag efficiently, and you should be able to make it work. But look at Astralis. They actually have the right idea. They have 2 people towards the B bomb side, but they need them to hold on.
Yeah, smoke goes over. bo1 doesn't clear it out properly, and Altex takes him by surprise, and there's no trading happening here whatsoever on this T side. That is a massive misplay from 0-0 Prospects. How have they not been able to get at least one trade in that scenario? Astralis Talent, the setup is so difficult to topple now with only just 1, and it proved very difficult to topple even with 4 people.
Yeah, what an insane setup that was from Astralis Talent. And it felt like 0-0 Prospects just overlooked the round a little bit, right? It felt like they underestimated it a bit. Just walking onto the bomb site, completely unaware of the possibility, not clearing out the angles. And, well, Astralis Talent, they just made the best out of the situation. 9 rounds. A crucial one. As well, resetting fully the T-side economy. We were a little bit more focused on the money on the CT, but Prospects themselves are not feeling too well financially.
No. Well, I mean, like, that round falls onto bo1 there. You know, he hasn't cleared out that angle. Once he finds that kill, the side player is dead. You know, once he finds the kill on the player that was tucked towards long, if he sees him, free kill, you know, that should be the round done and dusted.
Yeah.
But doesn't get it, doesn't see him, maybe in his blind spot, I'm not too sure. Maybe the flash caught him a little bit, but that's the moment that the round falls apart there. And now you've let Astralis Talent back into the game. They're surely going to find 10 here. They're finding kills left, right, and centre. Jericho with 2. Paddy finds 1. Hype battles back. Maybe he can find a little bit more damage. You know, he's a little bit cautious of where the rest of the CTs are going to be. Franson might be able to get onto the site and get the bomb plant down. Unless Jericho can maybe spam or something just to delay. Franson finds a nice headshot. Hype will drop Jericho. Surely not. Surely not, Prospects. 2 versus 2. Bombs planted. Smoke goes down. And Prospects can reposition as well.
Oh, this is such a massive play from Paddy, though. They're not going to be ready for it. Cave, why would they? And now it's Franson. Digo in hand. Doesn't really have the M4 lands. The first one. Oh, nearly. Paddy is going to be able to take him down. That was scary. If Franson makes that jump, then he can toy with it. He can just peek on the headshot angle and hope for the best. That one goes way too close. That was a 2 versus 5. And Prospects, not only they managed to get a bomb plan out of it, but they get 4 kills as well.
Yeah, and now they've put, you know, Astralis Talent on a very, very heavy reset potential, right? I mean, if Prospects are able to win this round, then Astralis Talent, they have no money at all. 1,400 loss bonus. It's very difficult for a team to get back into the game when you're, you know, when your money is in that kind of situation. So if 0-0 Prospects are able to connect onto a round here, they might be able just to close this one out.
Yeah, this one is going to be as close as it gets, and a complete switch up in the approach from Prospects. They're just going to walk out the A-bomb side, and this is a perfect call. You have the AWP, you know that the CTs won't have the money to go for a big green as well, so you just hope that he's going to be able to find an opening. And Altex is all alone, by the way. There's no quick rotations. Closest one is Paddy, and he's all the way towards Cubby right now. If Altex goes down, the A-bomb side is completely compromised.
Oh, he has to get off the site here. He can't afford it. And Crystal rotates in. He's going to go down. Hype finds the headshot with the AWP. Boost over the top of that CT smoke as the spray goes on through. Altec stays in the corner. Spooky will add another kill to 0-0 Prospects tally. The lurk doing a little bit of damage, causing a few problems. Bob XD needs to find this kill, but Jarko will find a double himself. Now, Alex trying to hang on to Donut. He's lost a teammate on site. He is in no man's land right now. Needs to find these kills. There's one, won't find a second, and it's all down to Hype. 1v2. Misses the first shot. Now they know exactly where he is. The bomb is going to be stuck here by Altex. There's a smoke on it. Astralis Talon, they've won yet another round, but 0-0 Prospects, they've crumbled in the post plan.
Oh, Hype. This one is gonna hurt. Prospects, it felt like they did what they had to, right? I mean, they had the right idea. The call was perfect. It was great timing as well, but Astralis Talon, once again, they just get away with it. Especially after Hype gets the first kill. Spooky gets another towards middle. This is just the 0-0 Prospects round, written in the stars. Bob XD going for that peak. This is too much, by the way. It's just not needed. A lot of fights that Prospects pick up that they don't really need, right? It feels like they're gonna be alright with just playing the passive post plan there, but they just go looking for the kills. Oh, okay, that's a nice switch of things. Hype with a nice opening on the open. It's still 11-11. They're still able to get enough money to go for reinvestment, but right now we're in that stage of the game where it's round number 23. The next team that loses a harsh reset buy round and doesn't save a gun, doesn't get a bomb plant or whatever, it's automatically gonna get into a really disadvantageous spot.
Double push here. Is it going to work out? One kill for either side. Spooky needs to try and find this trade. Is going to be able to do so. The molly forced Crystal back, and that was enough time for Spooky to find that kill. Prospects, it looks like it might just be them unless Paddy can find this kill, and then maybe just maybe he's going to find a double. Spots out Bob XD as well. Paddy gets away safely. We're into a 2 versus 2, and just when you think a round is going to go in one team's favor, it's completely flipped on its head. But will the script change one more time? Bob XD in towards middle, missed his opportunity to get it down into a 2v1.
Yeah, but he's hurt both of them. They still think it's A. Now they're gonna realize that the bomb has been planted towards B. Franson, he's gonna get so much space. Needs to win that fight, and he will. Altix going down. And now it's just Paddy, a 1 versus 2 and Bob XD. He's already getting aggressive. Paddy, he's in a really tough spot, but he's actually gonna be able to walk through the smoke. This is really dangerous. He wins that fight. There is a chance, but Franson is gonna land the headshot, decapitates him, and gives Prospects their 12th round.
Yeah, now look at the money for the CT side. This is the problem now. They don't have a lot of it. 12, 11. You're looking... Oh, they go for the force here as well. This is so risky.
That's the map. If they lose this one, this is the game.
100%, 100%. This is... this is a risky
You know what's the thing, though? Like, if you calculate it, right, they get the force now. They're going to be down 11-14 next time they have the money for a buy, right? If they eco here, they have one buy at 13-11.
Yeah.
And then if they lose it, they have the next buy they have is on 15-11. So like that, they get more full investments. But the other way around, it would have been, I don't know. It's just such a situational thing. But apparently, it's not gonna pay off. I mean, now they have to save. Round is over.
I don't think you force this round at all. I think that's a massive miscall there from Astralis Talent. I really don't agree with that whatsoever.
If you look at it from the other perspective, actually. If you don't force this round, you're going to get 2 full buy rounds until the end of it. Just one of them is going to be at 15-11, right?
Yeah. But that's if you lose them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. But that's the thing about them right now. Apparently they prefer forcing up here and then having one full-on buy round at 11-14 than having 2 full buy rounds but ecoing now and letting Prospects get away with it and build up their economy. So I guess that's the bullet that you're taking right now if you're Astralis.
Yeah, but even if they're trying to, you might make an argument saying, all right, well, they're trying to maybe reset the economy a little bit off the T side if they come away with a win here in the force fight. You don't really reset it that much. You get the T side economy is very, very difficult to break, and it's not really broken for that long, if you get me. I just don't think the risk is worth the reward there at all. But nevertheless, we are going to see a little bit of an investment from a few players. That's about it, though. Oh, and Eco here. You've pretty much given away 14-11 to think they could have been on a buy round.
Well, let's see if it works out. You still have a couple of smokes, 2 flashes, well, 3 flashes to work with. So maybe try and delay the tease a little bit. And you can see that prospects are just going to be taking their time. Just play the default. No need to reaggress. No need to overdo it. This should be a free round for you. 13-11. You could get away with 14 after this for pretty much free. Alex. Suppose the player crossing towards the left-hand side, so this should be a free kill for him. He knows there's a guy there. Actually loses the fight against the USP, and Yarko is going to pick on the contact. They've gotten a double with the USPs. What's going on?
Why would you buy when you're that good with the USPs? 2 kills and prospects. Oh, this is a nightmare. This is an absolute nightmare for them. Going into those close angles against the pistols with the AKs and going in alone as well. Now Hype is going to fight back with 2 kills, gets it down into a 3 versus 3, but it's still a very, very awkward one, a very, very sweaty one for 0-0 prospects. Altex connects with that 5-7, picks up an MP9 for his troubles, but has to try and pick up the round, a 1 versus 2, and he has the AK, and he is just going to save this. That's a little bit of a boost to the economy. The damage was done once again. They will keep the 0-0 prospects money a little bit honest, have a few people rebuy. It's not going to matter. Their money is actually fantastic. Well, I say fantastic. But they're not going to be strapped for cash. Not by any means. Not by any sense of the word. 14-11. Last chance for Astralis Talent. They need this next round to go.
Wow. Hype is actually such a hero right now. Even though it's the eco kills, he actually hit 30 with that. He's been having a phenomenal game so far. 30 and 14. AWP on the CT side surely rocked their world, but now on the T side, he's regained his form once again. And those 2 kills, even though you're just killing players without armor, you're just dropping the AK time and time again. Around that might as well be lost from 0-0 prospects unless he gets those kills. Still gonna go their way, 14-11. The prospects looking for their 3rd victory here in the group stage. And look at the buy for Astralis. It's just not going to be ideal, is it? An AK, a FAMAS, 3 M4s. Utility is alright, but you don't have an AWP. Just 1 diffuse kit in the hands of Paddy, who's going to go aggressive early on. Doesn't see anything, and now they need to fall back a bit. They've lived B.
Completely. Jarko though has found that opening kill, make it a 2nd. Alex eventually trades that one out. HE might chip away a little more health, not aware of Patty's position whatsoever. This is a massive issue, a massive problem, but before the smoke blossoms, before it blooms, they're able to find the kill. Oh bro, back turned, and he goes down as well. Patty though, in towards Kobe. He's going to be burned out, he's going to be forced out, and now Spooky gets it into a 1v1. Altex towards A, smoke goes down. And Spooky can just pick up this bomb and go anywhere he pleases, but he's just going to sit in middle.
Yeah, that's a great play. You know Altex is the A player. You know he's been pushing Donut time and time again and just going late towards that middle area. He can just wait. He can just let Altex move. And as soon as the smoke fades, surely Altex is going to start wondering. Surely you're going to make a move on. This is just a patience game right now. Whose nerves are going to be stronger? Altex is going to peek into it, and Spooky's got the line. He's got the headshot, and he's got the round, and probably the game for the prospects.
What a play. What a play from Spooky. That is absolutely excellent from him. But Franson gets such an important kill. I don't really want to overlook that too much either. Like, such an important kill before the smoke blossoms.
Oh, yeah.
He just peeks out. And once he finds that kill, causes a little bit of chaos. Bro, completely out in the open. That's a free kill for Spooky every day of the week. And 15-11, 0-0 prospects are looking to do the double over Astralis Talent. And they might just do so. The money just isn't there for the CT side. A FAMAS, an M4, 2 MP9s, and a Deagle. That is all that stands in the way of 0-0 prospects. And yet another victory here at the WePlay Academy League. And they've started off well. They've dropped that M4. It's already out of the round. It's not going to be recovered. Altex, oh, did he see a player? I think he did, but he might have been spotted now as well.
Yeah, but he needs to play aggressive, right? He has only the MP9. He can't really open up the distance right now, and he's actually going to give them all that ground. They've seen him. They're going to clear it out with the flash. Only one rifle, but bro is gonna go down. Hype gets a kill. That's gonna rotate back a player, but they're thinking about it, 0-0 prospects. They don't want to throw it out of the window, but Hype is gonna get dropped by Yarko. Now they know where the FAMAS is, and surely they just go back and execute A.
Well, that's what they're setting up for. They need somebody to get a little bit closer to bo1. He's only 5 HP, so the MP9 should chew him up with relative ease. Now, out they come. Flashes, Molly's ran over. Altex, how many does he get? There's one. Cristo is here as well. Oh,
No
it's not
way.
done and dusted just yet. And all of a sudden, 0-0 prospects are down to just Franson. He gets the first kill, looking for a little bit more, looking for the head of the player behind default. He will not find it. Jarko will take him down. On Astralis talent, they do survive.
They overdid it. They got into their heads. What a massive play that was from the MP9 as well. Just hiding behind Xbox doesn't take down the low HP player. This is what we were thinking as well, right? He gets the low HP guy. He gets refrag. Round goes in favor of the T's. No, he drops one of the high HP members. The low HP guy goes down to the rotation. And it's the Arco stepping up with a massive kill in Cave. And the double overall in the round with the FAMAS to keep them alive. Another buy. It's not ideal, but it's way better than the previous one for the Astralis boys. They keep on fighting, and this one is going to start a lot better. Patty and Crystal with a double entry, and Patty is going to find another. Through the smoke, Spooky goes. And it's a 2 versus 5 now, a complete turnaround. Oh,
I gets one back.
That was a good flash.
2v4. Oh, Francis got a timing. Will be held, however. Good reaction. Refrag is going to be there. Just trade efficiently. That's all you need to do. They know where Hype is. They've dropped the bomb. The round is in Astralis Talent's hands. Altex out towards middle. Is Hype going to be ready for him? No, he is not. Headshot landed. Another round on the board for that CT side. And, oh, it's rough. It's rough for the bank
We
accounts.
go to another overtime?
Oh, I'm thinking we might. They have to save here, right, though? They go for a hero AK on 2 players, Franson and Hype. They buy up. Franson doesn't overly risk it. Goes for a Galil instead. This is still a dangerous round, though, right?
Yeah, it is, for sure, for sure. I mean, you still have the hero rifles, and, well, I guess you don't really have a lot of utility going on for you, but Hype has been having a good game. I actually have an interesting stat for you, by the way, Jack. Out of the 7 games we've covered today, and we've watched in the WePlay Academy League Season 6, only one of them we've had a team finish on single digits.
In close games, Ted, they really have, and this one's going to be no different. We're going the distance here, and we might even go for an OT last game of the day. Spooky falls, Altex takes him down. Prospects, you've one more chance to close this one out. At least they are on a bite. At least the money isn't going to be in a terrible situation, but if they end up losing this, I mean, they're going to be kicking themselves, right? I mean, they had the chance. They had the chance to close this one out.
Yeah.
It's tough.
15-14, round number 30. A last chance for Prospects to close it out in regulation. Otherwise, we'll need some bonus rounds here to decide which one is going to be getting their 3rd victory here. And that's a lovely HE from Patty to kick things off. Flashes are good, though, and he's been spotted. Needs to be careful. He might get dropped there. Manages to fight the first one. There's not going to be a refrag coming forward. So, Astralis Talent, they get themselves the man advantage. Do they close it out, though?
Oh, Spooky nearly catches another player in towards window room. In towards that mid-house. But not to beat. Hype goes looking for a donut player. Altex not giving up his position just yet. Timing is really everything in this fight, in this engagement. It's going to be maybe an ace split coming in. Oh, Spooky's going to be taken down. Does he realize that Hype is so close here? Altex might get caught with a nade out. And Hype is just going to swing him, drops him. One player behind default. That's going to be Paddy. He's going to be holding as the T's try and make their way out here. Oh, Hype exposes himself a little bit too much. Alex has the refrag though. It's a 2 versus 3. And this one's for the map.
Oh, Alex. He's seen the player. Deploys the flash. It's still a really tough hold. The only thing that they have going on for them is that all 3 players are coming in from CT.
Branson looking towards Temple. Alex has to do it alone. He's missed the first few bullets and he will not get to shoot anymore. Not in regulation anyway. 15-15. Last game of the day. It's only right that we go to OT, as we need more rounds to settle this one. What a comeback from Astralis talent, but you can't help but feel that this was Prospects doing, you know, they ran into that stack, you know, they overcomplicated a pretty simple round. And now they might pay the price, the ultimate price.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's not a game that deserves to go without overtime. I was about to say before we see one, and we are gonna see one. Maybe more. It's been a really close one. Prospects not quite able to close it out on the T side. A game that looked like it was over at 15-11, but Astralis talent did manage to come back. And in true Astralis fashion, they will fight back here on Ancient. And let's not forget, Astralis got absolutely demoralized the first time those two faced off in the group stage here. So now they're looking for their revenge. Hype is going to try and contact his way up. And he might have caught a timing, but Yarko is going to be able to drop him. Alex is there for the refrag, but he doesn't realize that Bro is tucked in.
Yeah, he peeks out. Bro finds that kill. Is he going to be able to get a little bit more? Paddy's going to help him out. They combine. And now Prospects in a little bit of trouble here. Spooky and Bob XD 2v4. Smokes will go down as they try and recover this bomb, maybe recover the round. A little bit more damage done. Paddy's going to swing through that smoke, and Spooky and Bob XD are going to fall. Astralis talent are going to take the lead for the first time in a long time. 16-15. Can the CT side build and improve off this score? Of course, you'd think if either of these teams are able to take a perfect CT side, that would be more than enough. And Astralis talent have taken the first step in doing so.
They have indeed. They've won 5 in a row now, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So it's not like Prospects have been really competitive so far on the T side. And look at Paddy go already towards lane. Gonna pick up the first kill onto Alex. They've been denied middle control early on the Ts. They're gonna look for success towards A once again. Altix, he's actually caught out of position here. Never mind.
Doesn't matter.
Great awareness.
Rotates into position, able to find a kill. Jacko will find one more, and Prospects have looked a shadow of themselves in the last few rounds, and that's a clean CT round for Astralis talent. 17-15. If the momentum, you know, if you were ever to talk about a game with the momentum shifting, this was it. That play towards A, the Deagles, the MP9s that ripped them to shreds, that was the round. That changed absolutely everything. And Astralis talent, they look like a different beast. Looking for all three on this CT side, and they might just get it.
Yeah. And you'd have to think if they get 3 on the CT side, that's going to be enough to close it out, right? I mean, the momentum has been going in their favor massively. Let's not forget, that was the 15-11. They won 6 in a row, looking to make it 7 now. And Prospects, it feels like they've run out of ideas here on the T side. Yarko, he's going to get aggressive towards Cave once again, just playing around the edge of the smoke. And he's going to hear so much information right now. He hears all the grenades going off. Astralis, they know exactly what's going on.
Unable to find any kill just yet. The swing comes in towards Cave, and Bob XD has found a double. Massive in terms of this round. Prospects need to get at least one, but Paddy bites back and fights back with a kill. Altix swings through that Molotov. Nice headshot. Spooky puts a stop to him and puts him down. It's Bro and Patty to try and keep the hopes and dreams of a perfect CT side on this OT alive, but it's just down to Paddy. 15 HP, big nade onto the default player, that's Alex, and both players below half HP, but the numbers game might just play into its favour, and Franson doesn't need his teammate, he does it himself. 17-16, Prospects get at least one. Is it going to be enough though?
That's a great question to ask, but we'll have to figure it out here as we switch sides. Astralis back on the T side after a long time. Something that I didn't think I would say, to be fair. Won only 5 rounds in regulation on the T side. Same for Prospects, though. Let's see if it works out for them differently in OT. Hype in the meantime. He's actually slowed down massively, you know. He hit the 30 mark, I'd say maybe 9 rounds ago, and he's on 33 right now. But Alex, he's going to be able to drop the first one early on. Bro and Patty fight back. The T is looking really strong in the middle fight. That's the difference between the two teams, by the way. Prospects have been trying to fight middle really proactively, but Astralis on the T side are really not letting them have it for free, right?
Yeah.
Whereas I'd say that Prospects were a little bit more conservative with the way that they approach it when they were on the T side, and they were letting Astralis have that for free pretty much.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. There was a few rounds in there. Look at this. Look at Franson. He's going to find everything and more. This is so huge. There's one, there's two. Oh, Altex turns around. That's the bomb dropped and the round thrown up in the air. Spooky finds a kill. But Franson is going to fall. Yeah, sprint it.
Yeah, they're going to beat them. They're going to beat them for sure. They're going to be quick enough. Spooky needs to make his way towards the side as quickly as possible, and he's going to do so. He's going to try and catch them on the cross, and fully flashed. He manages to do so. A headshot onto Bro. Bomb gonna go down, but they're just gonna push him out. This is such a tough round to win. Patty is gonna be able to find the first and the second. What's going on, Patty? Where does that come from?
Oh, 4 kills for Patty.
No way.
Oh. How has he won that? 4 kills for him in that round. He's broken the 30 bomb. 31 for him, 18 for Astralis Talent. Now they get 2 map points. Out towards middle. Astralis Talent, they're going to go. They're taking a little bit of damage early on. Christo needs to clear out this cubby. He's not going to do so, and Franson's going to be able to find the kill. Flash goes in. Franson gets a second. Paddy's going to take him down, and Jarko's going to fight back now as well. Down into a 3 versus 3 very, very quickly. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Where do Astralis Talent want to go from here?
That would be the second consecutive 3 versus 5 that they win on the T side if they convert. Absolutely massive. Patty looks like a different beast. The 2 ex-Sashi boys, Yarko and Patty, putting on numbers on the board. We spoke about Bro, but he hasn't been the star of the show so far for Astralis Talent. Still, though, they need a little bit more if they want to ascend to the stars. Hype, he's going to go looking mid-round. Not really seeing anyone towards middle, but he might find Yarko if he goes, look, I think he's made a noise. Yarko's heard that. He knows he's getting wrapped on. That's a big mistake from Hype. And now Yarko surely realizes there's 2 members here. If you bait him out, I'm going to have a free kill. Bob XD is going to drop Patty, but now the bomb can make its way back towards me, and Yarko's picked up another.
And it's all down to Bob XD. The only man left for Prospects. They had the chances to close this one out, and unless Bob XD can produce something spectacular, they're going to lose this one. The crossfire set up. Surely that's it, done and dusted. There's no way you break this. Smoke will go down. The spam should come on true. Oh, but he finds that kill onto Jarko. Bomb's going to be tapped. Bob XD making his way around. Altex goes for the spam, and Bob XD has won it. How has he conjured that one up? 3 kills, 17 rounds for Prospects, and we're not done. We are definitely not done.
He didn't manage to undo it. He just deployed the smoke, isolated both fights. And for a second there, you would think that the Astralis player wouldn't just take the bait and start spamming the smoke, but he did. He waited out, didn't spot him, started spamming. Bob XD plays it perfectly. Ice cold from Bob XD to keep them in the game. Yarko, you would have to feel like he did enough there, but apparently not. We go again. 18-17, and Prospects, they're hoping for a second overtime here.
Oh. All right.
Yeah, you shouldn't be winning that fight.
No, not at all. Oh, Alex, so close to getting
alive.
No idea. He's magic in the last few rounds. Absolutely magic. How has he gotten out of there? Houdini.
I swear 80% of the kills that he gets, he got while being in the red sector of the HP as well.
Oh, I'd say so as well. After just being dinked and just absolutely rattles whoever is shooting at him. A lot of map control here for 0-0 Prospects. The issue is the Bob XD is completely alone. But Astralis Talent, they're going to make their way out towards middle, and this could play right into the hands of 0-0 Prospects if they're able to find the kills. Hype gets 1, Hype gets 2. Jarko is going to be able to drop Alex, but the bomb is fallen right into the laps of the CTs. They know it's out there. They have to deploy it a smoke to recover it. And look at the HP on Jarko and Bro. It's not an awful lot. It's a 3 versus 3, but it 100% favors 0-0 prospects. 35 seconds is all that's left on the clock as well.
Hype is going to go looking towards middle, and they're going to try and walk out later on. But Hype, he's left it. They've got a perfect timing, but with 25 seconds, if they go away, that's going to be perfect. They know there was an AWP towards it, and he's holding towards tempo right now. They can just isolate him. bob1 is not going to have anything to say about the bomb going down here. This is the right call. This is the perfect call for Astralis.
bob1, he's going to make his way out. Surely somebody's going to be holding for it. And
No way.
finds the headshot. It's a 3 versus 2, but let's not get ahead of ourselves, Ted. The HP is still very low on Jarko and Bro, so this could definitely be undone. Both CTs group up, and they're coming through from CT. Hype from Temple as he makes his way in and clears it out. No utility, no smokes to smoke off the own up, but Spooky, he's crispy on the first. Taps the bomb now as well. They're looking towards main. They're not going to see anything. Altex is going to swing wide. A 1 versus 2 from Hype, and surely it's too little, too late. Astralis talent, they punish 0-0 prospects for not closing out Ancient, as they are going to take it, and they get revenge against the Swedes.
Oh my goodness, what a crazy game. Second overtime of the day for the final bo1 of this day at the WePlay Academy League Season 6, and Astralis talent, they get their revenge. A game that went back and forth so many times, I couldn't count them even if I wanted to. But Astralis talent, the team that started it better on the T side, the team that arguably played the better CT side up until the point when they just lost the round against the Pistols and they were backs turned against the wall. 0-0 prospects, they put themselves into the position where they were up 15-11 and they were playing only up against the MP9s and the upgraded Pistols. But the round that they lost back then was the big mistake. Well, I wouldn't even describe it as a mistake. It was just Ragnarok for them.
Man, we have been absolutely treated to some incredible Counter-Strike today. So close, nearly every single game. And just a perfect one to finish it off. That clutch from Spooky was one of the highlights for me, definitely. But there was so many to choose from. Incredible. This one from Paddy. Once that goes his way, you think, all right, surely they're going to seal it. No, another 1 versus 2, a massive clutch going the other way. And I mean, look at the kills, look at the kill distribution. Hype, 35 and 25. On the side of prospects, Jarko had 37, 100 ADR. Patty had a near 100 ADR as well with 32 kills. Astralis talent, they definitely deserve that, but prospects, they've really just been punished there by not being clinical and not being ruthless with closing that game out, because that could have been done and dusted in about 26, 27 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Prospects, this is something that you need to be working on, right? You've been together for a long time with this lineup. You should be able to finish off games like that, but Astralis talent showing some commendable resilience there and managing to close it out in the end, which is only gonna make the fights in the groups even more fierce and closer, because this day, as much as we thought that is going to be a straight and forward up one, well, we had so many upsets, it's unbelievable, but that's going to be the end to it, Jack.
It is. That is sadly the end of today. Tomorrow, though, we do have some more CS action coming up. I'll just list off the games for you. I believe Flames Ascent, they're going to be taking on Furia Academy. The first time we get to see Furia Academy at the WePlay Academy League. They're going to play 3 times. They play OG as well as MOUZ NXT. You definitely don't want to miss that. Other games, ENCE Academy take on Big. MOUZ NXT take on NAVI Junior. MIBR take on Spirit Academy, and then Astralis talent will be facing off against the Young Ninjas. So lots of games there that you definitely do not want to miss. Some interesting games, especially, you know, with Group A now being so open after all the unbeaten teams being dealt with. Young NIP proving that they can be toppled as well. As we have a look at the standings here, Group A, fnatic Rising and NAVI Junior, both of them on top, 4-1. MOUZ NXT have 1 less game played, so they could be joining them as well. That is really anyone's game, you know, or rather anyone's group, to be honest.
Yeah, it is, right? You'd want to see something more from the Flames Ascent. They've had a couple close matchups. OG with a really disappointing start for their standards. Apex Rebels as well will be trying to come back to their strengths. But moving over in Group B, the fight is as fierce as it is in Group A. As you pointed out, Young Nip proved to us that they can actually lose. They can be beaten, and they were beaten. Big Academy getting those 2 victories, getting in touching distance of that first place. Spirit Academy 1 game less and 3 points behind Big Academy. Astralis Talon with a really good win against 0-0 Prospects just now are going to be able to establish themselves on the 4th position. And then we have ENCE Academy, 0-0 Prospects, and MIBR down 0-5 sadly for them, but with a lot of positives to take away from today's performance from them.
Yes, definitely. So it's been an absolute pleasure, Ted. It's been a very long day, but we have to call it quits. We'd like to thank everyone at home for joining us for some CS action. Production was absolutely spectacular as always. Make sure you join us tomorrow. I believe it is at 3 p.m. CEST. It's going to be Jay and Dweg taking over from us, but you definitely do not want to miss any more WePlay Academy League Season 6 action. But for now, good night and take care.